Live on the CDC platform, yet another Watchalong. Zimbabwe versus India is the match that we intend to do, but we really should have done the South Africa-Netherlands one and, of course, the Bangladesh-Pakistan one. Pakistan, believe it or not, they've got some crazy luck going their way, or you can term it pretty much South Africa choking yet again in a world event. What is with them? Because ultimately, I was calling it yesterday in front of all these boys, saying Rolf van der Merwe will play a crucial part. And boys, there's so much to discuss before we get into the India-Zimbabwe clash. Now, as ever, we have some fantastic in-house experts, and we have this bloke who joins us first. Right, you'll notice the fact that we're all going to be wearing black today to, of course, partake in South Africa's funeral of this ICC World T20. Now, speaking of all the gimmicks and jokes and banter, we have another man to, of course, fill in the vacancy of this seat, and it is our beloved Harry Potter. Oh, my God. They're all here with the jokes. I'm here with the coat. I'm literally dressed up as an undertaker, honestly, to partake in the South African funeral and banter. But boy, there's so much to talk about. Where do we start? Where do we start?
Let's start with the biggest joke in sports history since PSG bottled that lead against Barca.
Oh my God.
5 years ago.
Man, I mean, where do you put it? I mean, down to, because South Africa was shocking in the day in all aspects. Rabada looked like Junior Dalla, honestly.
That's disrespectful, Junior.
Yeah, Junior Dalla has picked
He's
more
twice
wickets.
the bowler Rabada is in T20s.
Oh.
Babuma, of course, called it right at the toss, but wrong, like you said, to board the flight. But what is with their luck? They, of course, could have won that game against Zimbabwe. It was washed out. That has hurt them badly. But against Netherlands, come on.
That's what. I mean, in this tournament, I don't think luck factor means so much if you can't even beat Netherlands. Or, I mean, no disrespect to them, but they've lost all their games in such fashion.
True.
That they can't go up against South Africa and win out of nowhere. That's where I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm.
But if they blow hot, blow cold, it's almost like that with South Africa. Against India, they got the job done. They, of course, slipped up against Pakistan. And against Netherlands, did you see this coming at all?
I didn't, but I thought it could be the Netherlands could potentially give South Africa a scare.
Yeah.
But I never thought that they had it in them to, go all the way. Because, see, we all watched the Netherlands-Pakistan match where they could barely get to 92,
Exactly.
93 or whatever they scored. And at least the general consensus has been that outside of Pakistan, South Africa have the best bowling attack in the competition, or at least the best pace attack. and we know that, how much Netherlands struggled against the Indian pacers, the Pakistan pacers. So there was no reason to believe that they could handle South Africa's pace. But
and batting.
Yeah, I didn't catch the first innings at all because by the time I woke up, it was South Africa like 35 for 1 or something. And just Bauma got out after I woke up.
Exactly. Oh my God. I mean, Anirudh and me maybe had the same body clocks. I literally woke up then. I thought I was having a great dream because I remember opening an app. Maybe it was just a dream thing. And then I saw like 2 results go the way. And then obviously Bangladesh, Pakistan was still happening. But we'll talk about India-Zimbabwe, obviously, because there's still another 15 minutes before the first balls roll. Big breaking news from the MCG. The weather's clear, all importantly. Rohit Sharma has won yet another toss and decided to bat again. So we pretty much chased only against Pakistan, which is fine. Virat is, 68 runs away from 4,000 as a milestone. And the biggest change.
You know what's
Rishabh Pant for Dinesh Karthik. Sorry.
What this is leading to, right? It's leading to India chasing in semis and obviously bottling it.
Oh my God. The jinxer that he is.
We'll get to that later, but we need to...
I woke up this morning.
We need to talk more about the South Africa match before we can get to India, because this match, let's be honest, doesn't matter. India are already through. It doesn't matter if they face England or New Zealand.
It does.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Really, it doesn't matter.
As much as you say it does matter, India have to be prepared for both teams. And so it's not like they want to choose an opposition. It's
correct. But
there's no choosing in...
But that all-important word which starts with M in T20s.
Yeah.
Momentum.
Yeah, exactly. So the exact reason why they would not want to, I mean, it's not like, oh no, we want to finish second because we want to, play against them. There's no point like that. Just play.
Yeah, but you don't see India purposely cock it up.
Well,
no.
They did. Against South Africa, they did.
No, I mean, no chance. Abbas Kunde, good to see you. Super Sunday, wherever you are. We woke up in the morning, he goes to say, and saw South Africa 113 for 6 and still need 46 to 26 perfect chokers. Man, Rolf van der Merwe, as much as I've loved him in an RCB shirt, today I felt that there was going to be some fascinating subplot. Stefan Mayberg also played his part at
And
the top
shout
of the
out
order.
to my boy Tom Cooper.
Tom Cooper.
My boy.
I mean,
Cooper.
Pramod
Tom
Anand,
was
sorry.
like, yeah.
Pramod Anand did a good podcast on the CDC website.
Bathrobe podcast.
Bathrobe podcast, if you guys know, with Tom Cooper, and I think Statsman Anirudh Kasaragod was also there. Imagine Netherlands had beaten Bangladesh, we could have potentially had an India.
I mean, imagine.
Let's not get carried away.
Talk about that also. Imagine if Bangladesh beat India, we would have had
Yo,
like a proper.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Honestly, when you come to think about certain results which has gone on, I hinted at the biggest one for South Africa. They looked back at that Hobart game where they actually went for it. But then the umpires, umpires literally saw, I think, Ngarawa, because I keep, of course, referring to the Bangalore location. He got injured. I think De Kock slipped over, and then the umpire said, listen, we can't have any more. So points were shared, and now it's bit them in the backside.
And Irwin also said that this is abysmal. Why are we even playing a T20 World Cup game here?
But again, I wouldn't say that South Africa are out of the tournament because that loss is come back to haunt them or whatever.
So what was it then? Pakistan.
They are not good enough to beat Netherlands at the end of the day. Let's be honest. If you don't beat the Netherlands, you deserve to get knocked out.
That's true.
There's no two ways about it. If look at all the teams that have made the semis.
Yeah.
Pakistan had one bad day at the office. Maybe 1.5.
Yeah.
India, they choked the India match. But let's be honest, they were genuinely better than India on that day.
True.
Just that they choked it and they were undone by an all-time great innings from an all-time great player. So you can
okay, let's get this on record. Can you repeat that?
Get it clipped. He's talking about Virat Kohli.
Right? They found themselves in a corner against South Africa, but then they played almost, they were emboldened by their own, situation, and they played fearless counter-attacking cricket.
Yeah.
From 40 for 4 or whatever, they reached 180 nearly. And
this is Pakistan.
I'm saying. And
it makes me think about 30 years ago, even though we were all not born at that point in time. Remember the famous word or phrase used by Imran Khan, cornered tigers? Because they went on to, of course, lift the cup in a similar way.
That was also in Australia.
That was also in Australia.
And Pakistan was put in a corner. They responded by beating South Africa, by beating Bangladesh.
Yeah.
South Africa were handed the semi-final spot in a platter, basically.
Yeah.
And they
got the job done.
Choked from 40 for 4 against Pakistan.
Yeah.
And, they conceded 158 against Netherlands and not even, falling short by 20 odd runs.
Yeah, so in a nutshell, Pakistan deserved to go through.
Absolutely. Pakistan deserved to go through.
It's vital that he mentions the 43 for 4 or whatever that was, because at that point in time, Iftikhar needed a sensible knock, but Shadab's knock, perhaps a cameo of the World Cup so far.
But it's actually Iftikhar who started the counter, right? Because him and Nawaz had a good partnership, and I think Iftikhar, if I'm not wrong, he hit a 6 in the next over.
And that gave confidence to Shadab.
And it's Iftikhar who, let's not forget, was probably shown up against under pressure in every match, even against India when they were struggling at 30 for 3 or whatever. He turned the match around with that onslaught on Akshar Patel, and he gave Pakistan the edge, but unfortunately they were not able to capitalize on it. But now I think that Pakistan have almost, come back from the dead, watch out for them. And that's what Anderson said yesterday.
I wouldn't be surprised if they beat New Zealand. I really won't be surprised.
At this point, you should not be surprised by anything in this World Cup because anyone can beat anybody. Yeah. If Zimbabwe beat India, you shouldn't be surprised. Because, again, as we have talked about this in the show, T20 is a fickle format.
True.
Thanks to Gurkirat.
If Netherlands can beat South Africa, which we thought was the single most not possible result in this World Cup, Netherlands beating South Africa, then
Zimbabwe beating India is still believable.
Exactly, because
Zimbabwe beating Pakistan is also believable.
That's happened.
Zimbabwe have more X factor players than Netherlands do. They have a better bowling attack than Netherlands do. They have more experience than Netherlands do.
Maybe experience, I wouldn't say, but
I mean, as in they have Raza, Williams, and all these guys who have played at the international level for more than a decade now.
And you guys can check out Zimbabwe's 11. I think they made a couple of changes, or maybe the one change Shumbo goes out.
We have Masilata's brother is playing, right?
But I just want to dwell on South Africa a little bit. When they're going back to the hotel room right now, potentially already there, what are they kicking themselves about the most? Because he mentions, no intent. I think they could have actually played. It was in the alley. It was not a 180 total. De Kock going fishing outside off stump. Poor dismissal. Rani Rousseau, at the time he gets out, I mean, don't these guys know they can actually cash in big if they have wickets?
Yeah, they
Exactly.
ideally at this point they should have known, because the India game served as a prime example.
True.
Where they were struggling, but they set up a good partnership, and that then allowed them to finish the game on a high.
Agreed.
So they should have learned from there. And if they didn't learn from there, I don't think they should.
So do you think the turning point was that sensational catch by Van der Merwe, or was it the runner play dismissal of Markram leading edge gone?
The turning point was it.
They were 90 for 3 then.
The turning point was it. South Africa decided to field Kagiso Rabada, and basically he bowled them out of the contest. Because let me tell you something else. I was taking it in the morning. Of all bowlers who have bowled 15 or more overs in this, of all pacers who have bowled
In this
15 or
World Cup.
more in this World Cup,
Yeah.
Rabada is by far the worst bowler in the entire competition. And this is not just Super 12s. I'm including the qualifiers as well. He has an economy rate of 9.4 and his average is 75 in this World Cup. Right?
Wow.
There's only one guy who has a worse average than him. That is Adil Rashid. Of all bowlers, consider spinners also.
Yeah.
Adil Rashid averages 102 or something. He has just 1 wicket to his name.
Yeah.
And he still put a match-winning performance.
But Rashid has an economy of 6.4.
Yeah.
That is not even close to Rabada's 9.4, you know. So I think if you're being honest, going forward, Rabada should not find a place in South Africa's T20I side at all, because he's been like, I mean, it's just, I can't put it into words just how bad Rabada has been. It's just being carried in the attack for his reputation. And even we've been seeing it in the IPL that
So
he
who
has
do you
this-
replace him with then?
Jansen, anyone, Pretorius,
Sipamala?
Junior Dala, you
Junior
call it,
yeah.
like you name the players, like anyone and everyone should walk into the
Bring back Nancy
11
Hayward from
kind of
retirement.
Rabada right now, because these are atrocious numbers. I mean, I could understand if he puts up these numbers in UAE, India.
Mhm.
This has been the most bowler pace-friendly World
Yeah,
Cup
it's
in
conducive
the
for
history
him.
of T20
Perfect.
World Cups.
Yeah.
And how can you put up such performances when you have a Notgia who's bowling figures of what 1 for 10 or 4 overs, an NKD who has been in the form of his life, a Parnell who has probably not put a foot wrong at all in this World Cup, and even though he had an okay day today, he still finished with figures of none for 32.
Sasta
So-
Preetham with Menga opinions.
But let's go back
Good on you,
to.
Shauna.
There's one comment from
Pramod.
Pramod. Yeah, let's go back to that.
Do you think they batted well, or South Africa, like you said, bowled poorly?
No, I think Netherlands actually batted very well.
Yeah.
It's the first time I think I've seen their middle order being aggressive in this tournament.
True.
Because most of the times it has come to
We saw Tom Cooper play a mad
Yeah,
shot for 6.
exactly.
A reverse hit almost.
his strike rate was nearly 200.
Yeah.
186 or something.
Yeah,
And
nearly
even Ackerman's final flourish was a good one.
Yeah, exactly. And thus far, their middle order have not really lived up to the expectations. Just been the top order
Yeah.
and then others.
Correct.
So for them to step up at the right time, I think that sort of gave them a boost going into the second innings that we could still pull it off. And another fun fact is that all the 3 games the Netherlands have 3 games the Netherlands have won are against African opponents. They've won against Namibia, Zimbabwe, and then South Africa.
That's why we have a magician in
And,
Harry Potter to dish out stats like that, guys.
And look, we always talk about how your senior players, your experienced players need to show up, when it matters, right? Look at what happened in Netherlands today. Tom Cooper, he's been playing in Australia for about 10, 11 years now, 12 years, if not more.
With the secret desire to play for them as well.
Yeah, for the Redbacks.
Myberg.
Yeah, Myberg, Colin Ackerman, he's been playing
Ackerman.
county cricket for about a decade again.
Scott Edwards. again.
Scott Edwards, I don't know how much he.
No, he
scored today.
plays.
I'm not sure.
No,
Yeah,
he
but
he's
Van
an
der Merwe.
Australian.
Van der Merwe,
Yeah,
Paul
yeah.
Van Meekeren, he's been,
And we
playing
slotted him in
New Zealand.
our best 11 as well, right?
Exactly. So,
For the T20 World Cup.
I mean,
Vasant Narayan, good to see you. India, if they get a chance to play in the final, should plan for strategic drop of Babar. Bangladesh would have won if Babar had stayed. Yeah, we actually had
now
Hardik
let's
Bora.
shift focus to the Pakistan match. Before this match starts, we can talk about
We
that
will.
match.
So
For
basically,
about 5
Hardik Bora was going to say that Babar and Rizwan should have literally batted throughout for the 20 overs because they would have ended up 120 for 1 or 120 for none and losing by 8 runs. But Park lost to Zim and how they deserved semi-final according to your logic.
See, I don't. If you
Because they beat South Africa.
Because they beat South Africa.
They
and
gave India a real run for their
and
money.
they beat. See, obviously they found themselves in a hole
Yeah.
when. Okay, look at it this way, right?
Pakistan actually could have won all their games.
Yeah, whatever results.
2-1
Wait,
going
I'll tell
against
you.
them, yeah.
Whatever results happened in the first 3-4 matches, every team had an equation in front of them before the day started today.
True.
Mm.
The equation for South Africa was that win and you qualify.
Yeah.
The equation for Pakistan was that win
And
and hope one of the other two teams lose and you qualify.
Yeah.
Pakistan did their job. They won.
Yeah.
South Africa did not do their job. They lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it
Simple
comes
as
down
that.
to them. It comes
It's
down to
simple
them.
as that. And you can't complain that, oh, we were undone by rain, because, yeah, sure, you were undone by rain. But at the end of the day, you...
But you had enough time after
exactly.
that to pull
Yeah.
It was...
Yeah.
This is just like playing victim for no reason. If you're saying that South Africa were like robbed by rain, you're playing victim for no reason, because, come on, you're South Africa. You're every single expert is not just saying that you are a semi-final contender. They're saying that you are a favorite to win the World Cup, because this World Cup is happening in Australia. You have the pace attack to exploit the conditions, blah, 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 blah.
All of that.
And all that, and you also almost scapegoat Bahuma, as if you make it sound like he's the only guy who's responsible for all the mess. And to be honest, he underperformed today.
Yeah.
But where was Riley Rousseau when it mattered? Where was Quinton de Kock?
Yeah.
He played.
He's not played.
He played a decent knock against Zimbabwe, but where has de Kock been? He scored a golden duck against India.
Yeah.
Another single-digit score against Pakistan. Did not show up again when it mattered against Netherlands.
What's the right word? Expect more from someone like de Kock, because he's a T20 veteran.
Yeah.
He has retired from Test cricket, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
He's a T20 special. He's as good as a T20 specialist.
And when people ask him what's the greatest thing in your cricketing career,
He said IPL.
he said IPL.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's just like...
Shocking. Absolutely
I just
shocking.
can't accept that rain ruined South Africa's hopes as an excuse, because if you guys can read Boucher's press conference,
Yeah.
like, we just put it up on our website right now, a few minutes ago. He himself admits that, rain did not play a part. We were just substandard, and he said that South Africa were down on energy, confidence, and everything since the time they woke up today.
Yeah.
He did not know what went wrong. They were outbowled by Netherlands. They were outbatted by Netherlands. They probably did not make the right decision of the toss by opting to bowl first as well.
Yeah.
So it's just that, everything that could go wrong went wrong for South Africa. And
So
they
let's just focus a little bit on Pakistan right now. And Samish, I completely agree with your point over there. We've in fact spoken about it at the top of the show. Pakistan, if they're fans right now, obviously they'll be basking in a Sunday. They're looking at this tournament and thinking, 1 second, we lost just 2 last ball thrillers. We could have potentially won all 4 of our games, and we're doing that without Rizwan and Babar even being visible, so to speak. And the fact that he just said, World Cup, we've already won in Australia before, 30 years ago, whatever. Do you think they actually have a case to say, hold on, we actually can make the final here?
We've seen it. We've seen it plenty of times that Mumbai Indians out of nowhere have reached the playoff and then won the title. So it's not like it's entirely not possible of happening. But more importantly, I think where Pakistan has stood out is they have bounced back brilliantly. And even if you look at that Netherlands game, they knew that they had to dismiss them under a total, and so that they could get a good.
And at the time, we were thinking that could bite them in terms of net run rate because they didn't go about it quite fast.
And
but who would they prefer playing, Anirudh?
I think they would prefer.
If they have to be really honest,
I think I would prefer New Zealand.
I think so
they
too.
Prefer England as well, because they played them enough to know.
Yeah,
I mean, they played 8 games
extension
now.
It's just that I don't think New Zealand have the ability to kind of dismantle Pakistan's attack. I just feel that. But coming back to Pakistan, I just feel that they might be, in a way, there is a blessing in disguise for them in the form of Mohammad Haris coming into the 11.
Yeah.
You just saw how much of a bundle of intent and energy he was against South Africa, and he did the same today against.
At least he tried.
You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking about something really crazy right now, because in that 1992 World Cup, sorry to keep going back to it, it was Pakistan who took on New Zealand, and Martin Crowe played a blinder, but Pakistan still got over the line. And Pakistan faced England, who potentially also could be a final. And there was one left armer called Wasim Akram who changed the game. Could be Shaheen Shah, who's had a very quiet World Cup.
I mean, first 2 games was quite. After that,
And
he's
now,
been picking wickets for fun. What is 4 for 19 today?
It's a joke.
We'll take comments now. I think
we will.
Given our
Before we get into the thick of things, India-Zimbabwe, I hate these graphics that they've come out. It's honestly like Godzilla's hand.
Come on, give us comment. We'll talk about this match. Is irrelevant anyway. Go on about the comment.
Prashant Sampath, England have lost 9 times in 13 chases this year. Limped home against Sri Lanka and Afghanistan's chase. Lost against Ireland in chase. Win, toss, bat first. No-brainer for India in semis.
That's true.
That is, in case
100%.
India win today, they could very well play New Zealand if they lose.
And
that's true.
Possible that they will be without David Malan, who is probably one of the best players against spin.
Yeah.
So it makes more sense for India to.
But Ben Duckett's out in the squad, so Phil
Not yet.
Salt.
We'll know if it's Dan Weston said that he would go for Phil Salt.
Phil Salt,
yeah.
will be another intent merchant basically.
Dasher.
They'll basically
Dasher,
use Stokes at number 3 and then lengthen their batting with.
And we did also see that in that
Finishes.
7-match series against Pakistan, there were a couple of 150-ish totals England failed to chase. And England have the wood over. India have the wood over England as well in T20s of late last couple of years. And we'll take Hemant's question: why Rishabh over DK? And Hemant,
and he doesn't mean wood, is it mean?
And Hemant also had a comment about a couple of minutes ago where he said that one of his friends or someone said that Pant is the most overrated cricketer in T20s. I mean,
Hemant.
Numbers wise, I think you can't argue that that's true. Probably
generational talent.
But Hemant, I think the only reason.
But talk to me about this change.
Yeah, I mean, it's
because
just that
Rohit said, "Oh yeah, we want to give him a chance," and give Harshal a chance.
Yeah, that's the point. Why?
So,
I mean, giving a chance is.
What are you expecting from Pant today?
30. I mean, I'm saying that if Pant can have like 30 of 25 balls or 28 of 24 balls, I think it's more. He's done more than DK in the tournament already.
First ball, by the way. So sync in your streams with us. Rahul's just faced the first ball, so we're there right already, and we're not watching on any app, so we're watching it off TV, so we're pretty quick.
And we're late with that comment, so India are going with the same tried and tested.
Under different.
Zed, I don't know if you work for Star Sports, but maybe you have something to do with the broadcasters already calling an India-Pakistan final.
No, he doesn't want
Even
it.
I was, to be fair.
He does not want it.
But he says, but this time, I'm hoping we don't get it.
Oh, okay, nice. So who are you hoping for? Who are you
against script? Pakistan knockout in semi-final.
But
India,
let's see. I mean, it's.
But India don't face.
Oh, bro! I think this guy's one of the finds the World Cup.
Look, I think you know what, guys. I'll tell you something. I think Netherlands did India a big favor by knocking South Africa out and assuring qualification for India.
Oh yeah.
Because the last thing India would have wanted is coming into this match in a must-win situation, finding themselves like 30 for 3 or whatever. And Abbas, both Harris and Iftikhar were trolled by their ex-cricketers and their standout players.
That is
I think high time.
If you guys watch A Sports and all of those Pakistan streams, you would definitely know what they have to say.
And you guys notice something how Pakistan in the last couple of matches, they've been very bold with their tactics again. Today they promoted Nawaz at 3 to counter the left-arm spinners of Bangladesh. It did not work out great, but it's still they were proactive with it. And obviously we saw it in the South Africa.
One thing I completely forgot to ask you all one big thing. Yeah, and Srivats and Jamie is going to be joining us shortly. Anirudh Akash, what was happening with Shakib's dismissal? Was that out? I don't think he was out, dude.
I don't
was not out, probably.
Is there an ICC glitch there? Hoping for an India-Pakistan.
No, I don't. I mean, that's a technology is. They still don't take it very seriously because umpire's call has more weight in that.
Yeah.
It's high time. I think we should just remove umpire's call and just make it. If the technology suggests it's crystal clear, then you go with it. Otherwise, don't give it out.
Samish is saying that hope.
And I was going to ask Anirudh this because he said, let's lambast Rohit today. What has he done? I hope he shines. But why do we keep seeing these kind of starts, bro? Why can't they just play the first 2 overs from home and then come? It's honestly that tweet that we saw.
I don't know.
4 balls up, none for none.
Rahul some slack for now because
not now.
He proved himself in the previous match. But we have seen how MCG is always a tough wicket to start on. I mean, I think in terms of power play, Ireland are the only side who have managed to put a decent score in the power play at the MCG so far.
I know,
World Cup,
and I agree with that, especially with overhead conditions also. It's like helping the bowlers fully. After the Netherlands-South Africa game, I was going through Twitter and I saw a tweet about T20 format. I don't know if it's the only one.
Yes.
And is he there today at the MCG?
Yeah, he's there.
He's there somewhere. We'll try to get access from Gurkirat.
So if India lose, you know who to blame.
Yeah.
Yeah, because...
We'll try to get Paji Cam. Like maybe he can give us some visuals from there as well. India-New Zealand final is what Zed said. I would love for India to win. Absolutely agree with you over there.
Oh
my God. And
Brilliant
it's none for none after 1 over. Day 1, first session is pretty overcast.
And on the other side, we'll have Blessing Muzarabani as well. So it's not going to be easy for Rohit or India as well. So India's New Zealand for the final. I would love India to win, but New Zealand has been exceptional for the past few years, and New Zealand technically also won the 2019 World Cup. But I think if India would actually prefer facing New Zealand in the final, because let's not forget that New Zealand are one team who have never won a final. So
World Test Championship. against
Oh,
India.
But just think
Okay.
about it. But
That's
just think about it.
against
Apart
India.
from the 2016 World T20 and the 2017 Champions Trophy, they made all finals since 2015.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a joke across formats.
That's definitely
For
a
a
joke.
country that has more sheep than people, bro. Come on.
That's definitely a joke because we still don't take them seriously.
Yeah.
We
Rohit
still
should take strike, yeah. But he never does. He has some superstition. Sorry.
Yeah.
not taking strike.
I mean, he takes.
He puts Ishan Kishan
he only
aside.
takes-
But now
Dhawan
he'll
aside.
now he'll take strike in the second over.
Has to at some point.
He only takes strike when Dhawan is batting, I guess, right? Because
No, even Dhawan also.
pulled
Yeah.
Dhawan also has that same superstition.
flip a coin.
It's crazy.
We might have a new.
How they will tackle Virat today. I don't know if you heard the press conference, Shah
Not
Gupta.
Muzara Bunny instead.
But basically, the Zimbabwe captain said all the bowlers are licking their lips to bowl to Virat and try to get Virat in their resume, saying that, okay, we got Virat Kohli in a World Cup. So obviously they'll be keen, they'll be pumped, but the Kings in form. And let's not jinx anything.
not glorify-
Even though
oh, sorry.
we have the jinx.
I thought you were saying
Okay.
let's not glorify Kohli.
Great numbers for Rohit in the World Cup so far. Look at that.
18.5.
Guys, if this were a must-win game, would Rishabh have played? I don't think
Nope.
so, because I don't think they would have liked to change a winning combination. And let's not forget a bit of sympathy for DK that he was run out by Kohli in the last match.
That
It
is
was
true.
not his fault as well.
Yeah.
So, maybe he was just getting to that situation where there were 3-4 overs left to play.
And DK's not had a good tournament generally.
Yeah, and that was probably his chance to, he got a sweep away for 4, and probably he was looking to hit, get set and hit, but
Yeah.
he got run out at the worst time imaginable. So,
Rohit wants to hit that next week.
Yeah,
Earth is best saying, I'm seeing 2007 final. Man, it's
Yeah.
written all over
Okay,
it.
guys.
By the way, it's no Muzarbani, it's Tendai Chitara.
Guys, just send in your predictions. Not predictions. I wanted to ask basically this question: what would you want from this match from an Indian perspective? What are the takeaways would you want going into semi-final? For example, you might want
Rishabh Pant 50.
Ashwin to take wickets. You might want the opening pair to put on a 100-run stand or something
Yes.
like that. So, considering this is the last match before the semi-finals, what do you think are the areas India need to brush up and be confident about heading into the semi-finals? Like for example, Rohit is clearly a concern. He's not done anything.
Rohit is a standout concern.
And
Standout concern.
that's the first runs, and it's taken 10 balls for India
India
to
to-
score 1 run.
One run. Off the mark in absolute style. In fact, let's just do the golf
Oh,
clap.
it's Wellington, no?
Yeah.
Look at that.
He's not
Yeah.
talking about the venue, by the way. He's talking about Masakatsa.
India's so worried about New Zealand that they're already taking practice against Wellington.
Drop KL and open with Pant. If Kohli, then no Pant or
I don't
Hardik.
think they'll do any of this right now.
They
There's
won't.
No
No,
chance.
what I'll tell
They
you,
would not.
KL's position is as secure as anyone in the side right now.
KL's position is more secure than
Wow.
Rohit Sharma. They can
Yeah.
even drop Rohit.
Yeah.
I mean, because of his fitness concerns.
I can't
but-
believe I'm looking at that Pakistan with the Q next to their name and India Q next to name, and I'm just like, wow, this is ICC's perfect Sunday.
You're like, oh yeah,
It's a perfect Sunday.
India has to be.
And remember, next Sunday, guys, the big one. You guys will be joining the Watchalong right here, right now, but 7 days from now?
Right here, right now.
India has to be
I mean,
aggressive in the power play.
then-
So far, we are not seeing that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, we are not. I mean, so what if you lose at least 1 wicket, right? You can.
And what's
steady
the
ship.
point of playing the whole year, all these bilateral series against West Indies in England, having intent, and then coming to the... It's like...
Yeah, one thing we have not seen from
Sad.
Indian bowlers in this tournament is that, Indian batters, openers in this tournament is that they have not tried to put pressure on the opposition bowling in the power play. They're content with just giving them respect. They've not even tried to just hit a odd 4 or a 6 and put the pressure back.
And
They're
sometimes as a batsman, they always say, oh yeah, we wanted a couple of
Respect
sighters.
it.
But a couple of sighters is
No.
not 10 sighters.
Maybe
Yeah.
is it? I
That's a
don't know.
couple of 5
Is it part of the
sighters
plan?
and a 5.
Is it part of the plan that?
Finally. But that actually deserved to be put away because it's slightly fuller.
It's a pretty poor ball.
And at least there'll be some confidence now.
Yeah, so Rohit back in form.
But we were just seeing the Vandermeer catch. It makes me think about the question: best catch of the tournament so far,
Phillips.
Yeah,
sure.
Phillips. Yeah.
or Stoinis?
Phillips first, and
Yes.
I would put Livingston's against.
It was Phillips against Stoinis. in the
Yeah,
first one.
Livingston took a catch in the first match against Afghanistan. Low diving catch.
But it is
Gurbaz,
not,
was it?
Yeah, but it's not.
Not
just
Gurbaz, sorry. I don't know.
Wait.
Gurbaz was the Markwood wicket. I forgot.
Guys, let us know in the
We-
comments below the best catch so far in the competition. I'm talking about Super 12s and post that. What comes to mind?
Phillips is one. Rabada against Kohli.
Yeah.
Barber
Rabada.
slip.
Low diving catch.
Barbarous flip is a good catch.
Just,
a good
but
shot.
that was more like that's
Reaction,
stuck, right? It
yeah.
just
Yeah.
sticks or it doesn't. That kind of catch.
It is not as good as this.
If only Rohit.
Rashid?
Rashid.
Oh, the sliding one.
Oh yes. That I mean, Livingston
also-
took a catch against yesterday also. Kusal Mendes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And that was
Livingston
really
has
good.
taken a couple of those catches.
That is true.
Oh.
Played away, and Rahul will get
Man.
3 surely.
Yeah,
If Rohit
surely.
hasn't eaten his extra one-up after today, they should be coming back for 3,
Oh,
and he
that's-
hasn't.
That's brilliant chase.
Rohit
also.
has had his muesli. I thought we were supposed to learn from the Bangladesh game to start better. The fuck is this? I hope I've said it in the way you wanted me to say it, Srivatsan.
What is this?
But our best power play is 37 for 1, 6 overs.
yeah, this is the last match, right?
Yeah. And Jamie Alter ranted famously in the previous watch
that was
along.
due to Shoriful kind of messing up. But
Sorry,
Ngarawa is no
Sorry,
Shoriful.
short. Sorry, good lens.
Ngarawa is no Shoriful. He has an economy of 6.37 in this World Cup so far, and he literally bowled a maiden in the first over. So, let's see. This will be a test, Rohit.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to get a freebie from Ngarawa.
But imagine having said this like before the tournament, having to say this that Zimbabwe Pacers are going to be a test for India. That would have been like, what are you saying?
But it's all about conditions, right? You have these 6'6" Ngarawa, so India don't come up against such pacers at all. In India, at least there is no 6'6" pacer, I guess, except Prasid maybe who's 6'3", 6'4".
Have we ever had a 6'6" pacer?
I don't know. I
Has
don't
Great
know.
Kali played cricket?
Perhaps. Siddhant Lazar maybe if he decided to take up cricket.
Timo Johanan?
No.
He was pretty tall, but
yeah. But
Dodda Ganesh.
why was Brad Evans dropped?
Dodda Ganesh.
He's
Dodda
not-
Ganesh is not so Dodda.
What's the reason for them moving on from
Rohit
Brad
scores a good
Evans after
attacking
Bangladesh?
50
Injured,
spinners,
Injured?
taking a majority of wicket. DK's going. So DK's not playing, buddy. Jagmeet, wake up and smell the coffee. It's Rishabh Pant. It's Rishabh
Oh,
Pant. Unless DK
Jagmeet.
scores some quick runs playing book cricket with
We
Garvin.
have
And
some news. Or if he comes on as a concussion substitute,
Oh,
maybe Jagmeet knows something we don't.
fun fact. Zimbabwe playing their first game in the MCG since 2004. Who do they play there last?
India. Was it
Ah,
that
the
Sean
good old-
Erwin scoring? They almost chased on 290 against India. Was it that much?
Think so. Or it could be against Australia in that BB series.
That BB
BB
series was
series.
like when Gilchrist made his highest ODI score. I remember it was 175 against Zimbabwe, I think.
Good
That was
old
a fun-
Gilchrist.
good old.
And
He's still.
we had
He's
Oh!
picked that right up.
He is. That is. What does KL enjoy the most? Prawn curry and
this
meat
is
dosa.
this is his favorite.
Oh, wait.
shot.
What is KL's part-time job?
I don't know.
Puller.
Delivery guy, because he likes to pick up.
Oh, he likes to pick up. Yeah, maybe he's a postman. He always delivers. That's Virat actually.
Wow.
But first 6, at least some intent. And that's a huge one. 92 meters and no joke at the MCG. And it was just a pickup shot like Akash described it. The KL delivery boy that he is. But speaking of good deliveries, we actually had a chat about it in yesterday's Watchalong ball of the tournament and all that. So keep coming and shouting at us in the comments below. And we'll, of course, talk about a various bunch of things. Remember, Virat is 68 runs away from 4,000 runs, T20 international runs, that is,
Oh, look at
as
that.
a milestone.
Less than 90 meters, 6-3. 90 meters and more 3.
I know the short of the tournament is Virat against
Oh,
Rahul,
missed
but
That's
I
it.
think,
No. We're not.
but I
You're
think,
not looking past it.
but I think KL Rahul has played 2 contenders. One was
No.
this, and the other one against Shortyful.
I mean,
But-
the offside one was. This is more like bread and butter
Riskful,
for
We've seen
yeah.
him. We've seen him do it. If Zimbabwe win today, Raza was a part of the squad with Zimbabwe had won a game with India and some players. Yep. I mean, Sikandar Raza, honestly, he's just
One man army.
inevitable to get an IPL contract, even though
Let's see. I mean, if
many people might not agree with that thought.
Nabi is getting contracts, and no
Yeah.
reason that why.
If Sandeep Laminchani has played in the bloody IPL.
What do you
Yeah.
mean, Sandeep?
I mean, you
I
can
mean, sorry, Sandeep, if you're watching
even
this.
more.
No, I don't think jails have.
Oh
see.
man, Rohit.
Well, that was Trent Bolt-esque, that
close
ball.
to getting cleaned up.
Did you hear what he said?
Trent Bolt-esque.
No.
Nope.
Sandeep Lamichane, if you're watching us. I don't think Nepal jail have.
I mean, it'll be pretty
TVs.
cool if, one of our CDC viewers is from the Nepal jail.
FaceTimers from jail.
Oh.
playing 6 dot balls and hitting 6 isn't good intent.
That's true, but at least he's hitting that 6.
It's what
which we've
Simon
not
Dool.
seen for a long
It's
time.
what Simon Dool says in his catch-up cricket.
It is like doing enough to just make us not infuriate even further. Like, oh, that's a good 6, and then you will forget about the next 4 dot balls. So that, oh, did you see that 6? Like Akash, people like Akash should be like, this is the shot of the tournament.
No, I don't.
People like Avani,
People like me, I'll take that one on the chin.
He'll forget about how Rahul is still batting at a strike rate of 100. So
1 second, let's not like have daggers at me. Maybe Rohit and Rahul are better right now. But it reminds me, Harris, I'll just take your comment. It reminds me about the crazy crossword that we love doing on the CDC Watchalong. The CDC Watchalong crazy crossword, cricketing crosswords. It's a tongue twister, and we'll put up the first clue. And remember, we always have prizes, and the prize today is the same old prize of an Amazon Watch of 500 rupees. And you guys can comment below according to, of course, how we're going about in the crossword. 3 overs gone, India 18 for none. If you guys are wondering when we're watching this game and how slow or fast we're behind, Muzarbani is bowling his first over and Rohit pulls away. So you guys kind of get the gist of where we're watching it. Going on in the crossword, we'll show you the first clue right now, then we'll come back with plenty more chatter. And Akash and me kind of came up with this random crossword.
Oh, we have an...
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Did we just
kind of spoil it already?
Alert.
for all the
Oh my God! Do not go to rewind it, guys. Do not go to rewind it and pause it secretly.
Even if they didn't even think of it, Avnish is like, do not. He's just giving away.
Okay, now that you can we get back to Harris's comment?
Let's go back to Harris's comment and change this for a while. Yeah, we'll come back to the crossword in some time. We'll change it up, honestly. We'll just change it up.
Just put Harris's comment. We were about to take it.
Harris, my friend, what were you saying in the comments below? Because we're keen to pick the bones out of it.
I think he said that Pakistan looked like the weakest of all 4 semi-finalists.
But again, momentum.
Which I disagree. I think New Zealand
Harry Potter, cast a spell for Harris's comment to come up.
Doesn't work.
Harris!
It's in
Yes!
It's
working. Pakistan came back from the dead, lost 2 close games, had the best bowling attack, but overall the weakest team out of the 4 semi-finalists.
I still think on potential, New Zealand are the weakest team.
First of all,
4. It just feels like that.
At the semi-final stage, there's no weak teams.
Yeah.
You should not be calling anybody weak because anyone can beat anyone.
True.
Games too.
And there is nothing called a weaker opponent because...
Like,
but by his logic, I would say Pakistan is the weakest.
No, by that
because
logic...
they've lost more team. I mean,
by that logic, India are also weak. They failed against South Africa or out of the tournament.
1 game.
Wait, I'll give you more reasons.
They should have lost against Pakistan.
They should have lost. No, but we got the job done.
They struggled against Bangladesh.
But we got the job done.
But
they also got the job done.
But they lost to Zimbabwe and they lost to India. So too bad. They've lost 2 games. Ultimately, if India cock up here, then I've fully merits your point.
No, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter in the because semi-final is it's a fresh slate.
Let's see.
And
anything can happen in
Let's see. Like for all we know, Babar could do a Shane Watson in the and Babar has.
But he is the captain.
Babar has a history of bouncing back with like insane knocks. There was this time when he was criticized for scoring a run-up ball 50 against South Africa. The next match he scored 148 balls.
So what did he do even last World Cup? It was Qatar who got him out of jail.
Yeah, obviously. I'm just saying that he could do it.
Cut away for 4. It was just beyond backward points reach, but it doesn't matter.
So huge, right?
And now we're seeing the intent come to the 4. It was 6 or 7 for none after 2, but now it's 27 for none after 3.4. It'll be really good if we see Rohit and Rahul get some runs. And like Anirudh asked you all, what do you think is the most primary tick box India are looking to tick in a nutshell? What do you think it is? Akshar, Ashwin?
Topping the group.
Topping the group.
That's all they care, right? I don't think they care about individuals right now.
I also
we have
found an interesting stat. So it's just fun. Just taking shots more like. Sikandar Raza in this World Cup has taken...
Gone. He's gone straight to the man. It was almost like a trap. It's something that Somesh, one of Rohit Sharma's biggest fanboys, said yesterday. The fact that teams don't mind having this exploited Rohit because they might concede 1 or 2 sixes, but they'll eventually get him out. And they fished him out beautifully.
Raman Raga of cricket, you never know who they
hilarious, Akshay, absolutely hilarious. And if you guys have seen Raman Raga and the second part, I mean, it's apt. Great work, Akshay.
So it's yet another failure.
Subscribe.
And Rohit continues to be a failure at the T20 World Cup level for the last decade. So we have to. So
What is Rohit's best knock in a T20 World Cup game?
South Africa, India, South Africa, 2007.
2007 World T20 final?
He's played against Australia, right? That 75 not out.
But I would still think that South Africa knock was.
In terms of
in terms of
clutch,
value,
clutch, probably that. But
What about the World T20 final in 2007? He played
yeah,
cameo, right?
yeah.
both those knocks.
India
Against Pakistan and
and then
Dhaka?
South Africa.
Like I would like to know something from Anirudh here. I think Blessing Muzarabani has already taken 4 or 5 wickets in the first over in this World Cup. So if Anirudh could basically tell us how many, or just display how many times he's taken a wicket in the first over he's bowled in this World Cup
compared to the rest of the gentlemen.
No, not needed. Just
not
how
needed. Only Blessing.
Muzarabani has been almost an instant, magic for skipper Irwin.
Right, so the king is out there, and speaking of royalty, we have CDC royalty joining us, who's looking at me baffled, saying, "What the are you wearing today, son?" I think he's just got his bike repaired and all of that. Virat! Whoa!
Nearly.
My heart was in my mouth. Jesus Christ, are we going to make it a foursome or a substitute?
Let's bring in Somesh as well. Let's
get it on. It's
क्राइम मास्टर गोगो नाम है मेरा आंखें निकाल कर गोटियां खेलता हूं मैं गोटियां
It's like these guys are
let's go to the queue again.
Why not don't you guys swap?
That's what. Let's go to the queue again.
No,
guys.
It's fine.
The two big burly
Play
men.
it again.
I need my chair, the green seat. And then Som needs his. That's like so much to ask you about, boy. First of all, Rohit just got out.
Guys, if you're joining us,
can we just have this and have that tweet if we have not used it already?
I said it.
ये पहले 2 ओवर घर से खेल के क्यों नहीं आते भाई? क्या problem क्या है?
Shubh, this is for you. Sorry, Shubh Agarwal, the biggest SA fan. Sorry, AB, even though you're besides us in the hotel, the Gardenia, we love you to bits, but I mean, South Africa. We spoke about it in great length. I just want to get your thoughts.
Let bygones be bygones. Let's focus on India. Can India win big games by just 19 overs of batting?
18.
I think they're preparing for that.
No, 18 and a half to be very honest.
But how many times have you seen Rohit get out like this in
Australia?
Across formats?
In Australia, yeah. Bigger boundaries is...
No, that's why I said when he got out, you said it in yesterday's Watchalong, teams won't mind this. 1-2 pull shots, chalega, but then they'll know they'll get Rohit. What has happened to Rohit earlier, it seemed like he had more time when playing his shots. Now it feels like his bat is too
This was the exact shot almost that resulted in his downfall against Bangladesh before he was dropped by Hassan Mahmood.
But I think he made it very clear when he got out to these shots in tests that he'll continue to play it no matter what, because it's like his run scoring option.
Very true.
But it just feels like the amount of dismissals have increased manifold in the last
2 years.
18 months or so.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not peak Rohit puts it away for 6. I just think.
Would you then compare this with Virat Kohli's drive?
Probably good parallel. But there's no other shot you can play against short ball, right? You can't just issue the pull. Maybe like what I said yesterday, he can try to hit it for 4 instead of 6. Cut the risk.
So we've seen already 2 games where India have not got off the mark till the 1.3 mark.
Exactly, which is crazy. Because most balls faced by India before scoring their first runs in the T20 international innings, 9, which is today, of course, against Zimbabwe.
Yeah, which is like almost 7.5% of your innings.
Yeah, and 9 against South Africa at Perth.
So that's what I'm saying. 2 games in this tournament itself.
Madness, absolute madness. By the way,
this is like seeing off the new ball to a next level.
India-Zimbabwe also is 90,000 mazak chal raha. By the way, what do you make of the change? DK?
No. I mean, that was expected because the thing is, if you look at the semi-final lineups, and even if you look at India, let's say if India are going to face Pakistan and New Zealand in the final, because they will have to.
Yeah.
In those games, India cannot have this right and heavy bowling lineup because of the bowling combinations that the other teams have.
Which will just run away with.
So, or England in the final if we lose today.
I mean, for me, India have just made this change 1 match too late. This change should have been made against Bangladesh as well, given that it's sort of left arm spinner heavy batting lineup. But as long as the change is done.
But what can Pant do to make it a good headache for the rest of the team?
Just score runs.
No, like what kind of a knock? 30th.
That depends on when he walks in, right? We can't just answer right now because
if he scores like a 5-ball 10 or 5-ball 15, I think that's enough to guarantee him.
No, but 5-ball 10, if he walks next, will you take a 5-ball 10?
Maybe.
And
If
gets
he's
out.
showing intent, yeah, definitely.
Maybe 10 ball 20.
No, if
Would
he's
Rishabh
showing
Pant have
intent,
played if
yeah.
this was a must-win for India?
So
I think so.
Okay.
Depends
Would
on-
you demote Sky for this match? Because like he's been doing all the heavy
Yeah.
lifting. Like, come on, aren't you tired of seeing Sky bash
Yeah,
others?
yeah.
Like, just give.
Sky-
And if you actually added Rishabh Pant just to give him a chance, then
Play him at
probably
four,
play him,
yeah.
give him as many overs as you can.
Easy pickings.
And actually, if you think about it, let's say our opening pair, they survive the power play against Pakistan or New Zealand,
Yeah.
and you're already into the 7th over mark when the 2 wickets have fallen. You'd want a lefty to come in
Because
and not a righty.
2 guys turning the ball away from the right hand.
Yeah.
Look at the leading run getter. Shanto is there.
Right.
Oh my God.
Now
We have
we will get our
Statsman.
Shri Stat Swami to give the
Yeah, Statswami, what do you have for us this morning?
Sarabani
Afternoon.
That's me through this me talking to me.
Hello.
Hello.
I know you have some fascinating nuggets in all 3 games, but what do you have first and foremost for us, sir?
blessing.
So, Anirudh asked about blessing Musrambani in his first over. So, throughout this World Cup, he has picked up 6 wickets, like including
We can hear
we
Jacqueline Fernandez
Yeah, we
singing.
can hear that ad. Can we please mute it unless we get copyright issues?
We are getting distracted by Jacqueline Fernandez.
Yeah. You can. Yeah, he's taken 6 wickets. Is it in the first over?
Yeah, 6 wickets in the first over. So,
Crazy.
out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 matches he has played, in 5 matches he has picked up a wicket of the first over.
And how many matches Taskin has picked up a wicket in first over?
0.
No, how many wickets? Sorry, how many wickets he has picked up in his first over? Let's forget how many numbers.
Surya's coming in.
Sky is
yeah.
coming in
So
next. Yeah.
Tuscan has 4 wickets in the first over.
And Blessing has 5.
6. Like,
6, okay.
Including
So I was just
the,
wondering, had Rizwan been taken?
Yeah.
Oh.
5 and 6 then.
Maybe.
Can we have Rohit's average in important matches versus average in most?
So
How will you classify that?
Akash is so much to spend also,
yeah,
boy.
no, just to answer your point, I think Rohit has not scored a 50 against a
Non-top 9 against top 9
against a test playing nation since
2014.
Since 2014
In World Cups.
T20 World Cup.
Mazak mat kiya.
In World Cups, of course.
Oh, cut away for 4.
So I mean,
And there we have India's highest power play score this World Cup.
40 for the first time.
40, bhai. Nanga naach karna hai abhi.
So,
Sab
like,
log.
even I guess India's partnership since the start of Super 12 stage, opening partnership has been really poor. I mean, they have the worst average
Those
as
are
well
just
as the
kind
run
words from you.
It's a
Really
joke.
poor
It's
is
a joke,
kind
innit?
words.
It's a joke, Martin.
rate.
40 for 1.
Not
Okay,
the best of starts from Musrambani today, even though he got the wicket of
Hmm.
Rohit. He's been kind of
Sorry.
off his lines, I guess.
Oh, and it's no flip there, but that's
If they had a deep first like how
Fly-
South Africa
fly
had,
slip.
Or short third man.
fly slip actually.
that
Oh,
was
So yeah, so India's opening partnership has scored at a run rate of 4.9, which is the worst for any team since the start of Super 12.
Yeah, I mean that was expected. So basically, it's like if you're not scoring any run for 9 balls, so it's
And it's crazy, bro.
it's
That's not,
25% of your power play.
and that's not even like Babar and Rizwan. Like Rohit and Rahul have the
And
capability
it's
to go
like it's
mad.
not a must-win
Short.
game. It's not Pakistan
Pressure
level
situation.
bowling lineup. It's like there is no explanation. I mean, it's just
No,
that
but
the point is, see, I don't mind this happening if the ball is hooping around
Yeah.
or you're chasing 130. It's like it's a plan that I don't want to score in the first over. No matter you bowl full tosses to me.
But that's
no
like
matter
having
you bowl
that's like
short-
having an
short balls.
AK-47 bazookas, and then you're still using your knives. Why? No, we want to reserve bullets for
points.
later. We want to
No, but
reserve
then-
bullets for later.
new comment
But
we have.
it's like see Rohit and Dravid talking to our opener कि भाई हमें पता है तेरे में बहुत potential है। तू अगर 6 बॉल में एक भी रन नहीं बनाएगा, तेरे को ओवर पिच मिले, तेरे को फुल टॉस मिले, तू रन फर्स्ट ओवर में आउट नहीं होना है बस। दैट इज एम्बैरेसिंग। उसके बाद भले ही तू 15 में 15 बना, कुछ भी कर, फर्स्ट ओवर में आउट नहीं।
First over is Dravid's blessing to Test cricket.
And you know what?
Take one over.
Honestly, this is what separates Butler and Hales from Rohit and Rahul. It's that they can play the situation. I don't think Rohit and Rahul look like they're capable of playing.
But are Rohit and Rahul just thinking, oh, we don't have batting depth, so we have to bat 4-5 overs?
What batting depth?
What more
We
can you
don't-
get?
Because like how England
That's why
have.
they play Ashwin.
No, they have Ashwin at 8. I mean, इससे ज़्यादा batting depth क्या हो सकता है
Wait,
भाई?
if Ireland can
England?
if Ireland can score 58 for 1 against England,
Bolo bhai, am I closet fan?
Yeah, so we have a comment from Aman. He says strike
Yeah,
rate of
I support him
88
overall, not
in
just
5
because
matches is
T20
just
World Cup.
unacceptable. How do you expect Kohli to perform in every match?
who has a strike rate of 88? Is it Rohit?
I think,
I think
Rohit,
he's hitting it, Rohit.
And let's not forget 2019 World Cup. Rohit was the only person. I mean, who was scoring centuries for fun.
For fun.
And according to Somesh's logic, he was very lucky, like Glenn Phillips.
Yeah,
Because he got dropped every.
so I think I'm fair that way. I'm not like I'll call a sitter drop saying, oh, that was not. I mean, a run out was easier than a
Loving
sitter
the
drop.
banter on a Sunday afternoon, right? I mean, Statsman Swami is also enjoying it.
Vikram, I feel we should not say Indian openers. We should make it singular because it is clear that only one of the openers is playing for the fear of losing wickets or whatever
Which is
you want to
Rohit
call
Sharma.
it. Yeah, I mean, whoever. I mean, it's very obvious.
Openers.
I mean, if Rohit is playing to not give his wicket and still losing his wicket, then it's like embarrassing. It's like the third quadrant of a number line.
Once I just to confirm and let Ani go, this is our best power play score, right? This World Cup.
Yes, it is.
By 10 runs.
37 in the last match was the best. So
Wow. All right. So Statsman Swami will, of course, catch you later for some more interesting information. But until then, have a good one. Right, guys. By the way, we're going to get guests shortly on board. I think the 10th over mark will have Amit Sinha.
Here in Melbourne.
Oh my God, Wellington in Melbourne.
Yeah.
It's Wellington in Melbourne.
Mazakadza.
And they showed an interesting stats, boys. We've only lost 4 wickets to spin the whole World Cup.
Time to change that.
And who are those 4, by the way? Dinesh Karthik. Oh, that's a run out, so it doesn't count, actually.
What?
Which one?
We only lost 4 wickets.
No,
apparently.
that's a stumping, I think. That was counted as
But
stumping.
he took it in front of the stump.
But is he a slow, spinner? I don't know.
Short, Virat. He's got the
4.
gap.
Oh,
and he's got 4. Playing in pockets is what Virat does for a living. And we're also playing for vitamin M today. Momentum is key. Hardik, what are you going to
I
say?
thought vitamin money.
That's a given. I haven't seen Sky play a lot of pull shots. Instead, he just uses the pace and bounce, works it over 5 leg. You guys see that as a substitute for a pull shot? Probably less risky too. In fact, he's put up a term for it, Sky that is, calling it the Chammat shot.
Chammat shot. But
So
Chammat
it's
shot,
more
I
of a
think,
scoop.
but that is for the fuller balls. I think what Hardik is talking about is for the
the-
shorter balls.
Even this is like
He sort of,
It's not
the rice
Chammat.
Chammat.
see, the thing with Rohit is, I mean, to play that shot that Sky plays, you have to make a lot of body movement to
Yeah.
rotate and all. Rohit doesn't want to do it.
Correct.
Itna kaun hilega? Bhai, khade maro na aise.
So who else does it in world cricket?
which
And plus,
That what I mean, Sky obviously has a uniqueness
more
about
like
that
you're
shot.
saying.
But to get in the movements
Pant,
that
probably.
Pant, I mean,
like that swivel that Kohli did to Haris Rauf, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
pretty similar. And also, I mean, Sky has
KL also.
steer as well. To
Exactly.
the short ball
Yeah.
over
And I
the
think
slip.
KL has one of the best pulls, right? In the
KL has one of the best everything, but
KL.
not.
except intent.
Oh. Aag bujha de, aag.
Yahi potential to hai, he's still playing. I mean, any other opener with half this potential would have been out of the team long back.
1 second, hold
With
on.
this level of intent.
Virat was just holding on to his heart over there, saying, "Oh my God, I could have got out here."
How?
Picturesque.
I think he nearly chipped one.
Beautiful Melbourne.
And Gurkirat is there, so we said that we'll promise you to get some Paji camp footage by the end of it. Gurkirat, if you're
Paji
watching, and all the viewers are watching, give us a subscribe because it's going to get even more fun right now. As I said, guests joining us. But right now, the crossword time. Hopefully, we haven't cocked it up so far. Let's get on with the first clue. It's a random mix of players. There's India-Zimbabwe, of course, with a heavy team. But there's a sprinkle of a West Indian and Australian. We'll figure it out as we go along. So the first clue is one across. I was born in 1983. I've captained my country. And I've also played the 2007 World T20. And we're looking at a 5-letter name. One across, as you guys can see on the screen. Think about India-Zimbabwe. Think about different players. Think about me making this as a last-minute crossword. So whatever came to my mind.
Is that person batting?
No. I will give you a clue saying that he's not at all involved in this match.
I thought he's not at all.
I mean, that's also a good clue, I think.
You know,
Me and Akash have fished out all the clues.
You know, Harshal Patel was in great form. And then suddenly one day he met Akash in front of Level Road, and then things went downhill for him.
Yeah.
Wheel of Time.
And recently, who met Deepak Chahar? I think Anirudh
Wow.
Yeah,
met
one
Deepak Chahar. So one more career is.
And I met Ishan Kishan also, but that doesn't matter.
Kevin,
I'm the
His career
blesser.
anyways.
New comment, new user.
Yeah,
Wheel
please
of
subscribe.
Time.
Wheel of Time. Can you assess our feeling, especially the way our throws to the keeper seemed lazy and we're not on top of the stumps? We held our chances against Bangladesh and we had gun run up, but that shouldn't be hiding the flaws. I think even before going to this World Cup, we showed you lots of stats in cricket.com. Catch efficiency, we're the second worst behind Sri Lanka. But obviously, like Somesh has tweeted, it's a worse feeling in terms of all sides. We saw South Africa made some howlers today in terms of the field. But India's feeling, what's the most diabolical feeling that we've seen? Virat dropping, Markram, Rohit missing the run out.
I think it says that.
But apart from that, it's not been...
Virat missing the run out in the first game, Pakistan.
Pakistan also.
Yeah, I mean, and that Ashwin attempt,
Ashwin,
it was a chance, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, at this level, that was a chance.
Yeah,
I mean,
if Prithvi Shaw
Dinesh
was the one,
Karthik
it would have
dropping
been-
Litton, I think it was.
Yeah.
Dinesh Karthik dropping
But
Litton.
that was at least.
Oh, here he is.
So Zimbabwe are
The
playing
Puma
matchup.
sponsored.
Matchup. Oh, it's a
That's
good
also
call,
like
bro.
Oh, so it's Puma versus Puma.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
100
all three of them are Puma. Virat, Rahul, and Ball.
and Kohli, 170 strike rate for him right now.
Wow.
Yeah, but I think, Wheel, to answer your question, it's not just India, right? I think probably Sri Lanka had a good crack at making it to the semis had they fielded better.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Wow, which cost them? What
New
cost
Zealand
them?
Glenn Phillips drop catch.
He was on 12,
Sri
he was on
Lanka, sorry.
12 or something. He
Sri
scored
Lanka,
100.
Sri Lanka.
And that was as sitter as it comes.
Yeah, 100%. We took Wheel of Time's question. There's also a landmark approaching. I think Shivam's hinted at that, saying, Chiku, we love you, 4,000. Echo those thoughts, my friend. 22 of 20, though. Typical
Oh,
Rahul Sub.
it's a
What a
googly,
wrong. It's a great fucking wrong one, a googly. They'll come back for 2. This is why these two love this ground.
Oh,
Look at their pockets.
field.
What a throw.
The
Talk
great
about
fielding.
fielding, and that is how you feel. You know?
That is true. I mean, we keep kind of labeling the Zimbabwe team at times, at least Twitter does, where it's Sikandar, Raza carrying the team. But
Which is actually.
there's been a lot of performers which have just grabbed everyone's attention. They're fast bowling.
Yeah.
I mean,
Absolutely.
options up front, like we just saw today as well. Which
They don't even have
other
Brad Evans.
team in the world has a 6'6" left arm?
And a
Pacer.
I
six
know.
right armer.
I know, but
Yeah.
you don't know if he's good enough.
How
Jason
tall?
Older.
Blessing?
Blessing is same.
Cameron
6'5",
Green.
at least.
Oh, has he
it's
found
on.
it? Long on. Oh, he's evaded Raza.
What
I
is
think
this
it
cam?
was.
Interesting
He's
cam,
evaded
yeah.
Raza. It was honestly one of those Cricket 22 glitch cams, but Rahul's got his second 6 and now motoring along. Wheel of Time, going on to say, and subscribe, Wheel of Time, tell a friend and the family. If you had to pick 8 players from associate nations from your respective IPL sides, who would you pick
Let's
and why?
pick one by one.
It's a
Let's
good
pick 8
exercise.
names by one by one.
One by
You
one.
start. I'm giving you the easiest.
Sikandar, innit?
See.
Sikandar,
Easiest.
Raza.
Let's go.
Razas.
Paul Van Meekeren.
Okay. Alright, sure.
Why you are?
For your respective IPL, I
Oh,
don't
now
have
Cow
IPL.
Corner. Gaushala.
Ah!
Evades him.
Oh.
Have they made a mess? Wellington, I know, is west of them.
That's not a
Melbourne,
I mean,
but
if you had
come on.
stayed deep,
Wellington,
I think
Another
it looks
bit
like a
code.
calculated shot.
Yeah.
There was no
Sean,
fielder there.
backstage, my lunch has come. Sorry, guys. Can you just pick it up at the door?
Wow, this is how he.
boss, एक मिनट, एक मिनट.
भाई क्या
What's
खा रहा
wrong?
है? हमें भी खिला.
Hara boss.
Chicken peppered steak and a Caesar salad.
Wow. Sounds fancy.
Come on, man.
Just like how.
It's Sunday.
Yeah.
Caesar
I mean,
salad.
I've worn absolutely whatever I could pick up from my house. I wasn't
Let's
planning.
order
Right.
a Brutus soup.
No, imagine having
Yeah, I
having
also
a
did
water
that.
when you can pick anything like this. I would be like,
The jokes that these guys come up with should be recorded and framed.
Record हो तो रहा है भाई करना फेम.
Bro, listen, matchups, kya matchups? India.
Matchup,
back with
no,
the
Right.
first
match.
let's pick that question. Come on.
Yeah, let's
your
go
name.
back to Sikandar.
I don't
Raza.
have an IPL team. Who do I pick for?
No, just pick. Just pick.
Mazak mat
If
kiya karo.
you're building a IPL team,
And by the way, your IPL team got Bas the lead. It's not Mumbai Indians, but like MI Emirates. So you could pick Bas the lead. Hello? Yes.
Associate nation.
yeah. Come on.
Yes.
There are plenty of people. Oh,
Yeah,
you forgot
I'm
one.
going there. Yeah, 1 second.
Zimbabwe is not an
Yeah.
associate nation.
So
Fair?
No.
he messed up.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
We can't take.
All right,
Sikandar
Raza has
Raza.
come in, the giant killer. Shauna, please go get my lunch, guys.
He basically did a
and he's come to collect the phone.
How was that?
He's taking it from Sean.
Yes, come on.
Okay, going back to this. So,
He's
Sikandar
still
Raza. Oh, he's
to
thinking.
associate nation.
No, you can go first.
You guys go.
If you
Karthik
have
Mayappan,
someone.
CSK. Easy pick. Play him in Chepak.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good shout. Karthik Mayappan,
Paul Van Meekeren.
Paul Van Meekeren.
Yeah, it'll make Punjab way
Not
better.
any team. I mean,
David Visa, man. He's also
Sorry,
playing.
I was thinking, I'm actually confused between David Visa
And?
Josh Little.
Oh.
But again, they're playing nation, no?
हाँ, island से नहीं ले सकते ना, वही तो problem है.
Otherwise, Josh Little is like definite pick. Left arm pacer.
So David Visa
Powerplay.
और कौन है यार?
You can pick.
think there will be a lot. Sterling is there.
Basilid is a good option.
Vasily is a great option. I mean, I would even go as far to say
Tim Pringle.
Brad Wheel.
Tom
Brad
Cooper.
Wheel. I was
Mark Watt.
thinking about
Mark
Mark
Watt.
Mark Watt, yeah.
Brad Wheel, Mark Watt, one of those guys. I mean, this question really makes sense to promote
Munce is also very good. George Munce.
George Vansi.
But he's a very one-dimensional, like, he's a hitter.
It's fine. I mean,
Who has more variations? Raza,
he's
Ashwin.
like Colin Munro, right?
Ashwin.
He's basically Colin Munro.
Yeah.
Ashwin, baap hota hai bhai.
Except he can't bat in the middle order.
Okay, Raza to Rahul.
Say,
What is he going to bowl? Let's guess.
In fact, me, Som, and Shubh were having a chat about
Great fielding.
best bowling spells of the World Cup yesterday's Watchalong, and then we all, I mean, at least Som thought about it first. 3 for 25 against Pakistan. That's a good shout. The other ones have been against tailenders. I was going through the Sam Curran, 10 bowled against Sri Lanka, Andrik Nokia. Which one has been a telling spell? Sikandar Raza is great because match winning calls.
Pakistan, right?
spell as in
Afridi today?
No.
will you consider just a burst also as a spell, or you're considering all 4 overs?
No, burst.
I mean, then I'll say Stark against Ireland.
Some good names from our very own Pramod Della Penna.
Max
Ruben
without, yeah.
Trumpelman.
Come on.
Zaur Khan is
Britya Arvind strike rate is
Britya Arvind, I mean, yeah.
strike rate might be a problem, I guess.
But he's a very classical batter, is what I've.
And multilingual.
Of course, can speak.
Well,
Four
I
languages.
thought Pramod named Charles Amini and all. Oh, that was a seam up to Virat.
See, teams who pick Aaron
Mark Watt-
Finch
Mark
can
Watt
actually do better by picking Maxwell O'Dowd. Honestly.
O'Dowd
Bro, O'Dowd even today was just
They
being
can
O'Dowd.
pick
Sterling,
Sterling.
100% they can pick Sterling.
Yeah,
Certainly, but again, not an associate name.
O'Dowd
No,
is not
I'm saying-
a...
he's not there.
That's why I'm saying
No,
better than
not-
Finch. I'm not saying.
No, not associate. I'm saying like,
Logan Van Beek.
they had to replace him. They can replace him with 1,000 other better batters. Even Australia could get.
But
Maxwell.
now we have.
The guy who used to comment in our watch-alongs, Sam Heasler.
Oh, Morris Hodembe.
Yeah, I remember. I was alive then.
Yeah,
Kenyan
man.
cricket is
Probably.
on.
Remember when Kenya beat Sri
I was
Lanka,
alive.
Nairobi? That was a great game.
And that guy's still playing.
What's a logistical nightmare for my lunch?
Collins Obuya.
Back in 2 minutes.
I think Kenyan cricket is on the
I
rise
just said
again.
Anish is getting replaced.
Collins Obuya is still playing, by the way.
Pramod might be able to
Since Anish brought
tell
up
more
Amini.
on about that. But it
Norman
is,
Vanua.
Norman
Yes.
Vanua.
Norman Vanua.
oh,
And I mean, Sandeep Lamisan.
Not now.
Yeah,
Wrong time.
Wrong time, especially on. But I mean, good to remember him on a day when another fellow cricketer has
Okay.
sort of broken the
Wouldn't
law.
call it good.
right.
Need to
So,
remember.
I mean, let's get back to this particular game. As I
Oh.
adjust my
So
chair.
decent over by Raza.
Good, very good over actually. 3
India's
runs.
opening partnership scored at a run rate of 4.9. It's the worst. Yeah. Super 12.
So it looks like Pant will come in at 4 by he is.
No, I think Sky is.
But again, it's like aren't you sick and tired of seeing Sky and Virat? And Sky has been doing it for
Shut up.
2 years now. Every single match.
Maybe they could. That's what I was thinking the other day. If they drop Dinesh Karthik, who plays the finisher role, and I think it could be Sky because
Oh.
of
See, I
what
think the
he has.
finisher role in this World Cup has been different. It's
No,
not your.
finisher as in like someone who has that accelerator mode.
Yeah.
I don't think Pant has that. He can't come out and score like 20 of 5 balls.
See, this is what I mean. When we were discussing of inclusion of Pant, in my opinion, if Pant plays, he should bat at 4.
Yeah,
And then
exactly.
just move
Score
everyone.
Try to.
Yeah, let him score at 130, 135
Yeah.
without taking too many risks, you know.
But
And,
he will
and
definitely
give
take a risk.
Sky the cushion of, there are some runs pehle ban chuke hain.
So
and
we have
I
a
just
tweet
come and-
box. You want to take that or Somesh?
match mein man obviously nahi lag raha because I mean nothing much to gain from this game.
About our fellow choker brother.
Fellow choker, I mean Or silly by field, India also chokes. And to be fair, there is a point because
Since 9 years, they have not.
Yeah, the last time India beat a team which is not Bangladesh in a ICC tournament knockout was 2014.
And who did they beat?
South Africa.
Exactly.
So
Joker.
So when was the last time they beat a non-choking team?
2013.
England.
That was a proper choking team. James Treadwell. Shot, but gone.
Oh, that
Yes,
started the gap properly.
He's on 40 of 28.
So, okay.
Would you take this now?
No, that's
40 of
fine.
28.
Obviously, everyone will take it. If you know, if you can guarantee that he'll be 40 of 27 balls in every game, then I'll take like 10 dot balls. That's not the point. There is no guarantee that.
Yeah.
I mean, just think about it. The chance that he took over
High risk
long
approach,
on,
right? Yeah.
if he would have been taken, that would have been a very average knock. So, besides the point, I have some other question. We've seen KL Rahul taking the strike in every game and just not doing anything with the first over, whereas Rohit is like 2 dot balls, 3 dot balls, and then he just goes for it. Whatever happens, happens. So, I mean, how difficult it is for Rohit to just say that I'll take the first over.
No, that's what we were discussing.
He doesn't
Rohit
want it,
doesn't
right?
want it. Maybe it's like this.
Doesn't want to.
Jinx or superstitious.
He said it. No, like he said it openly in interviews. Like he doesn't like facing the first. And even
doesn't like क्या होता है? You're the captain of the team. ऐसा नहीं होता ना भाई. Even I don't like to work. I just want कि भाई salary आती रहे. ऐसा नहीं होता. That's not how the world should work.
Maybe that's a good way for the world to work. Yeah, but it's superstition.
Because I mean, this is sort of unfair because I remember in IPL 2020, Prithvi Shaw was really struggling in the second half, and teams were just giving left-arm pacers up front to him, and he was just getting out in the first over. And there was Dhawan simply standing in the round striker and just take a strike, man, relieve the.
And Dhawan is even worse, right? Like Dhawan also says, right? He also never likes to take strike.
Yeah.
But then he takes strikes when he's playing with Rohit. But I've seen Rohit taking strike when India playing with Dhawan as the opening partner.
Because they have a
mutual agreement.
Can't they have a mutual agreement? I mean, if someone can have a mutual agreement with a player X, he can have a mutual agreement with a player Y.
Perfect. No, Rohit doesn't want to face the first over.
And Rahul wants to face the
dream is to play and maiden in the first over.
Clearly, even KL Rahul doesn't want to face the first over.
It's his dream to play maiden in the first over. It's like he gets off on those thoughts of playing a maiden in the first over of a T20. So
that's so bizarre. Okay, so we have the first guest who will join us now, and it's Amit Sinha. He was last with us when India were playing.
South Africa.
Oh,
yeah.
Not a good track record, Amit.
But why? I mean, today we are in a good position. Today I'm not joining at 40 for 5. So I'm happy to be joining at this time. So far, so good.
On you. If a couple of wickets fall, then these guys will blame you for sure.
No, the only not so good thing is that KL Rahul is still part of the team.
But okay. But do you agree that पहले 2 ओवर इनको घर से खेल के आना चाहिए?
No, I mean, just before entering, I heard what our friend said, that he, to put it mildly, I would say he said that he enjoys the idea of playing the first over maiden. So yeah, I think I connect with that sentiment. And again, look, it's a relatively easy game, and we are getting away with that start. But it's not the ideal start, and we are again going to face problems because of it. Yes, I know that again, KL will definitely get his strike rate up as we go along in this innings as well. But even then, that approach might be a little problematic. So yeah, but good to see Virat there. And again, the problem right now is Virat and KL are playing pretty much in the same gear. So how does that pan out in the next 5 overs? I want to see. 41 of 29, 22 of 18, very similar. And that's where the role of Surya becomes very important. But you cannot expect him to play that sort of innings every match. So that's where my concerns lie.
So would you prefer to see India promote Pant ahead of Surya today? I mean, we've almost been accustomed to seeing Surya do this for the last 2 years, every single match, right? And he's done it all through the World Cup except for the Pakistan match. So would you like to see? I mean, I know there is still something to play for, as in India can top the group and choose who they want to face or whatever. But they're in a slightly secure position right now. So don't you think it benefits them more if they promote Pant and say if he has a good outing, it will be more beneficial to the side than Surya coming in and scoring another 50 of 25. I mean, we know that he can do that, right? So why not hold him back?
No, very well put and valid point. I think no point playing Pant if we don't give him a chance in this match, right? So if we have brought him in and before, like now India is going to play semis, and if they win the finals, so two crucial matches. Before that, he needs to get some match practice. So it would be if a wicket falls now, I would like to see Pant come in and Surya can really relax because he has done his job for the tournament. He has gotten the team to this position. We are in the semis now. So yeah, I think it would be wiser to send Pant in, and also because Pant requires that amount of time to get his eye in. He's not what Dinesh Karthik promised to be, like a basher of the ball from the first few deliveries. So yeah, I think if a wicket falls here, it would be very important that Pant comes in instead of Surya.
Yeah. And even if you think a week down the line, and let's say India are playing the final at this particular venue, it will be against one of New Zealand or Pakistan. Both have two spinners who will turn the ball away from right-hander. So if India are one down at this point of time, they would rather have a left-hander come in to counter both of them. So just planning ahead of time also so from that perspective also it makes sense to send Pant in.
But Surya is all standing with his full gear on, gloves, helmet, and also I don't think it's happening.
I remember the last World Cup after the first two games, Virat was like padded up with all gear on and just sitting in the pavilion for entire 20 overs, and everyone else was promoted.
I'll just take this question from Darshanpreet Singh. Any football fan wants to predict Chelsea as Arsenal? Being an Arsenal fan myself, I would not like to predict anything, but
wow.
I would just say that I would be disappointed if Arsenal don't end up winning today. That's all I can say against this Chelsea team, which has been leaking a lot of goals. And given the fact that we won at Stamford Bridge last year, it would be highly disappointing if we walk away without a win. But I would take a draw still, but not a defeat.
I just love how fans of English Premier League and call every club B. We have done this, we've done that. It sounds so romantic. We can actually move on to the next clue. Yeah, Thomas, we are in the middle of the crossword.
I'm ready for the crossword.
Yeah. 202 runs.
So first clue was one across. I was born in 1983, captained my country and played the 2007 World T20. Next clue, please. That we already had. Yeah. So one down is I have the most centuries for my country with 17 in total across formats.
Okay, I think I know that. Okay, one down, is it?
Yeah.
One down, yeah. It's a 6-letter word.
Yeah. Most centuries, remember, most centuries for my country with 17 across formats.
Yes.
So it's definitely somebody who's played Test cricket also.
Yeah.
So that's something
No,
I'm giving away.
So yet another spinner into the attack, and yet another
almost
turns the ball away from the right.
So, is it safe to say now that Rishabh Pant will be India's plan for the next two games? Because now
I think now that they have got him in, I don't think it makes sense to not have him in the next matches. Next couple of matches.
Also, there is an argument of playing DK in Adelaide because Adelaide has shorter square boundaries, and that has been DK's. That is precisely where he has hit all his runs in the IPL and whatever good he's done for India as well. So that's the only argument that goes in his favor.
But I don't understand
the fact that he has yet to hit a 6 in a ICC World T20 ever, so that is a very big question mark.
I'm going to completely not look at DK's career before this tournament. I will. Honestly, a lot of us thought that he's not, a part of the setup, and he's not going to be part of the setup anymore. But he's done well to be here now. But this tournament was going to be one where he would have showed this is, the comeback. But somehow things haven't worked out. That Pakistan game, and I think the nail in the coffin for me was the South Africa game. Sadly, he looked in some sort of touch in the last game, but was adjudged run out. very unfortunately, not like it was definitely not out in my opinion. So yeah, not having the rub of the green as well.
Oh,
So do you think this is where
Kohli is
Kohli
gone.
departs.
And
Another
Sean
spinner.
Now,
Williams
I mean,
strikes.
one of the examples, right? I mean, people talk about players catching up. Now,
Yeah.
if you don't catch up, your innings just look silly.
Yeah,
Like 25 ball,
looks bad.
26 is not a T20 innings, especially when India will play crucial the two big games.
And yeah, this is what.
So if a player can guarantee that even if I'm 10 of 10 or 15 of 15, I'll end
But
up
I'll
with a
convert.
25 ball 40.
and
Which is Suryakumar Yadav.
But Surya is never 15 or 15
No,
in the
I know.
first
And
place.
you know, I think the thing is, we have this conversation whenever Williamson bats as well, right? It's if you're an anchor, it's
Yeah.
okay to give yourself 15 balls. Play at runner ball for first 15 balls even.
Yeah.
But when you're at runner ball after 25 balls, it's a problem.
Yeah.
It's,
And I think in this Indian batting lineup, I won't be surprised if Kohli and KL, when they bat together, have the lowest strike rate in terms of partnership. I think every other partnership pair have a better strike rate than these two.
you know, and I just feel that when Kohli and KL are batting together, KL should just go. I mean, try to hit every ball for six.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any point in,
Because
KL
Kohli is already there to
Exactly.
take the game deep. I mean, this is where it's very clear that KL plays for his position and not for the team.
And also a lack of game awareness, because if you know that somebody else is going to bat in a similar
Yeah,
manner,
Vasant, I mean, even we are missing his banter, but he'll definitely be with us in the second innings.
and now it'll be
Just give me a
interesting.
second.
yeah, take it. Yeah.
Yeah,
What was
I just
puzzling is,
need to.
if you look at Rohit's the toss thing, right? He said we wanted to give Pant some game time. I don't understand that point. Like, you just want to try him out. But then how about Harshal Patel?
No, but how are you trying him out if he doesn't walk in the 12th over?
Yeah.
Now the point is,
And look at Surya. Great
almost
finish.
a 4 to start with.
now he'll walk in at a time where he'll be expected to hit a boundary in the
Every
second
ball.
or the third ball.
Yeah, it's so. I mean, and again, India probably can only get to 180 max from here, and I'm being very,
Maybe
I'm
if
on the higher
Surya
side.
plays some.
But again, man, like how much?
Then again,
how
that's
many,
the thing. Too
and
dependent on him.
okay, like Surya is also due a failure, right?
Yeah.
And it's much better off that he fails today and rather than the semi-final from Indian.
And
Take a comment.
I agree.
Get
with this
the
comment.
username.
Yeah, I mean he's been commenting regular. Last game also he was yesterday he was very active. So
Yeah.
as his low stake game, for our lower batsmen to face a few overs. Currently, I feel we are pretty much all out. But the thing is, Pant himself, who's supposed to be number 5 batter, he himself looks like he won't get any game time.
Yeah.
So we need to Pandya, right? Pandya has not. Let's not forget, Pandya has been extremely scratchy in this tournament.
And
He
he
is
got a lot of
hardly- I mean, after the South Africa game,
Yes.
shot.
good shot.
And KL has
50 brings up 50 with a 6.
back-to-back 50s, and again, now you want him to kick on from here and score 90, right? You don't want him to get out next
Score a
ball
90?
like he did against Bangladesh, because 51 of 35 is still an acceptable knock. I don't think it's a great knock.
See, a knock like 51 of 35 will often
36.
require a bailout innings from the other end.
34 and 36.
Yeah, and
they
he
are
didn't get it
confused.
today because Kohli had a stinker, kind of 26 of 25.
Yeah.
So
And this 10 dot balls pretty early in the innings. 6 there.
I mean, see, gone.
6.
I think that's gone.
I think it's cleared by.
Second time in a row, second match in a row, KL has gone to 50 and got out immediately the next ball.
Yeah. Last time he got out exactly the next.
Jesus, man.
But I'm okay with this. At least Pant will get some game time.
I mean, what
Why
is
not
that?
Akshar?
First, let Pant get, bro.
But no, why? Why do you want to complicate?
but Akshar
ऐसा तो
is
फिर सब
gone.
option है, then why not?
No, but Akshar
Arshdeep?
has to play.
But why not Arshdeep?
But Pant is not like a confirm.
Why not Ashwin?
No.
Why not Arshdeep?
Ashwin
Arshdeep
got.
might be needed at some
Ashwin
point of
got,
time.
no?
Oh, yeah, let's
Akshar
see.
never got.
So Pant has now never played. So at least play him.
Oh, Rishabh.
Rishabh.
Akshar, I think Akshar got a chance to bat in some game for sure. Against Pakistan he was run out, but
Yeah.
after that also he.
No, after that he.
No,
never.
he has played. He was caught in deep cover. in one of the
Bangladesh
games,
match.
yeah.
Bangladesh.
And
Yeah.
he didn't bat.
But that was like a very.
No, he did
Small
have
this
3-4 overs. 4 overs.
Small is still better than zero.
No, I mean, 4 overs is all Akshar is going to face anytime he comes in bat, right?
Yeah.
Like, unless it's a stinker of a situation where you're like, 50 for 5 or whatever. But Kohli in partnership strike at a run rate of 8.4 in 27 innings and have scored. I don't know. I mean, we need more context, I guess, to judge whether it's good or bad. It's like.
And have to look at recent numbers, right?
Yeah.
This is like overall scale international numbers are
Very good.
Godlike.
Off the charts.
And actually, I don't even think these two have batted together a lot in the last.
I think if you check this since 2021, this run rate, I'm pretty sure is under 7.5.
I don't think they've batted together at all in the last 18 months or so.
They would have.
Very little, like,
Oh, Sikandar, Raza versus Rishabh
So this is the
Pant.
ideal middle order partnership for India, right? Surya and
on
Rishabh
potential.
Pant.
Left,
right. Two players supposed to be good against spin.
And the ideal matchup
So
bowler.
the only thing that Pant doesn't have to do is just be silly, try a switch it in the second ball and all. That just
one hand
frustrates
six.
everyone.
So I think he'll just get a single of first ball. Very simple.
Yeah, and
then
all
he'll
you
hit
need
a
to
one
do
hand
is
six.
this, right? All you need to do is this, right?
But I mean, would you not take this? He was at least trying to hit the ball. No, the Rahul dismissal.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with
Yeah.
it. But it's just like, but 51 of 35 could have been easily.
But if it was 2 6, then again it would have been.
Again, it's like at the end of the innings, if you just look at the scorecard, you say 50 or 35 is a decent now. But
Look at the situation now. India still needs the lower order deliver to get to a decent score.
Plus, the point is, a person is 20 of 20. There is, I'm just harping back. I've mentioned this point a lot. You can't guarantee that that person is going to kick on in every game. When he doesn't, then you ultimately, in this batting lineup, Sky is the only one who can bat like a T20 batter should. Then it'll always come down to him to bail you out, which is not going to happen. Right, and this is a relatively weaker opposition when India are playing England next, and
which is a very unhealthy relationship.
Yeah, I mean that Pakistan game required a god level knock to bail India out. Otherwise, they were done and dusted.
And Bangladesh needed a big brain fade from Bangladesh to gift India the match in the second inning, because 84 of 9 overs with 10 wickets in hand in wet conditions, you will take it, right? Bigger boundaries.
So guys, out of the four teams that have now made it to the semis, we now know all the 4 teams. Do you think any team has played like it deserves to win the tournament? Because honestly, in beat India, Pakistan, all of them have been scratchy. Even England, like it was such a nervy win against Sri Lanka. New Zealand has played decently, but again, we know how New Zealand always chokes at the semi-final stage. So it's slightly like it's a tournament where no team has dominated. South Africa looked like one of the best teams until last couple of games. So yeah, that's something that like neither of the teams here have completely dominated the proceedings.
So actually, Pakistan had an opportunity to make a statement today, but their openers again have been like the captain and vice captain. Basically, the two players that are letting them down are the captain and vice captain.
And that's the problem is that
Yadav is the vice captain. Okay.
They are in a situation where they need to find form, and they are like, in Babar's innings, we saw that he was really trying to find form today. And because the target was low, and even then sort of Pakistan huffed and puffed to a win. So he had that luxury to, play himself in and all of that. But he's still not able to find form. So it's going to be a problem for Pakistan in the coming days. I don't see like.
Although, I mean, I think they look the most dangerous side now, given the way they've reached. It sort of feels like it's meant to be kind of a situation.
Very 1992, man. It is very 1992.
Yeah.
So you're saying in 30 years' time, we'll see Babar as the
Prime Minister.
Prime Minister.
But I love the fact that this has been a very flawed World Cup. I mean,
exactly.
We have no idea who's going to win the World Cup from here, right? Like all 4 teams have their own holes, flaws. No one has been perfect. Everyone has been scratchy. Everyone has suffered.
Even the ICC umpires are not perfect.
Yeah.
And everyone have suffered, concerning losses. Probably New Zealand are the only team who have not, suffered a loss, which is alarming. Still,
what is this?
But I think I want to talk about that ICC umpiring thing. It seems so bizarre to me that a TV umpire is making an error. I mean, I'm always of the opinion, and almost everyone who's played cricket at certain level is of the opinion that the benefit of doubt should always go to the batter. But we have seen 2 occasions now that DK has run out, where it was I mean, at least a 50-50 call whether the ball has hit the stumps or this just the hands. And today also we saw with Shakya, but both these decisions went in the favor of the bowler, which is so unlike cricket, right? I mean, this is not how
Even the
cricket is.
Akshar Patel decision, even Mohammad Rizwan knew that was not out. And that's the end of Rishabh Pant.
He flies.
Oh,
What a catch, man.
good catch.
Rand well.
This is not looking very
I mean,
good for
this is-
India, honestly.
Bad
Yeah,
luck for Pant.
Yeah, he'll be criticized, but he took the right route,
This
right?
is-
I mean, it's like taking on your matchup. This is essentially what a player should be doing.
And obviously,
Probably
a
very good
part of the blame has to go to Kohli and Rahul for dismissal as well, right?
Should be, but I mean that's not how it will be looked, right? It will be like another failure for Pant.
Because 20 years down the line, you'll look at the scoreboard, it'll be like 3, 4. That's all you look at. You won't look at the context. And
Yeah, Abbas, I mean,
Did
you
he take
won
it
this
like
battle
this?
today, but I've seen Pant smashing left-arm spinners left, right, and
In
center.
white clothing, not in colored clothing.
against red ball.
But there is no reason why he can't do it in color clothing
Uh-huh.
as well, right?
Maybe there is a reason that we
Because
don't know.
in Test cricket, the fielder won't be placed there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's there. So
No, but
But
it is so
anyway,
surprising that
What do
the
you do
rope
after
given
this?
to-
Like, do you bring DK in after this?
I don't know.
India put them into a.
Because
maybe.
if
Again,
Pant had played a substantial knock here, he would have definitely guaranteed himself a place in the
Yeah.
side in the semis, right? But now that he's out, and of course he's out trying. I mean, I won't really blame him because the run rate is such that he would have needed to try. But at the end of the day, what do you do then? Do you again make him sit on the sidelines or bring DK?
If they bring DK in for the semis, like I mentioned earlier, it will be a tactical move given the ground dimensions. But I feel against New Zealand or Pakistan in the final, India should really go with Pant again, especially on these big boundaries and all that.
And it feels like heading into the semis, India are the only side who don't know what's the best 11, right? Everyone else pretty much has it fixed.
But
England
India-
have a slight headache, as in who they replace
See,
what is this?
Malan with. But
I think this is the case with India across formats, for years now. I mean, who could have thought that 2019 semi-final will come down to a point where you'll have players like directly taking a flight and playing that game.
Yeah.
2020, when we played the WTC WTC final, that was the first time Shami, Ishan, Bumrah, Ashwin and Jadeja played together
Yeah.
in a test
Exactly.
match. So, I mean, India, it has been historical now because the bench is too big. The downside of that is India never know their best 11.
Yeah.
so
That's
I'll
true,
And the
and
best 11
it's-
keeps changing, I think, over time.
substitution meanwhile.
Yeah.
Substitution and
No,
green.
and
Black for black. No, I mean,
even
of course.
Ahmed, good
before
to see you, my
IPL gave us
friend.
such
How
a
are
big
you?
bench.
Sorry, Ahmed. Carry on with your point.
No,
I
I'm-
just wanted to say pleasantries.
Yeah. Hey, Avnish. Hi. No, I was saying even before IPL gave us such a big bench, right? Like the pool of players got big. Even in 2007, we didn't know what our best 11 was when Rahul Dravid was the captain. So it's something that we have suffered with for a long time. And today, I mean, honestly, like in tournaments, like we have 5 matches in this league. Group stage 5 matches. We should have been able to sort that out. So
Yeah.
it's a little concerning.
I mean, ideally, you should have sorted it out 20 matches before. I mean, 20 matches you played before the tournament, but
Yeah.
it is what
No, but
it
it's
is.
like it's a big enough tournament. It's giving you enough chances to see which is your best combination and all. And honestly, like in a match like today, which is India went into the match having qualified for the semis, we had a good chance to see what would be like. Yeah, as they have brought in Pant and all, so that could have been a punt that they have taken. Now Hardik Pandya has looked a little off color after that innings against Pakistan, in which also he looked off color. But apart from that, in the subsequent matches too, not in his Gujarat Titans kind of form.
Yeah, we want the Hardik Pandya, the Asia Cup against Pakistan in that first game to come through. But guys, what do you make of the Cats so far? I mean, some of the wickets, since I've gone, 3 wickets have fallen. What are you guys doing, jinxing it?
No, it's fine. I mean, this is sort
This
of
is life.
No, this is a game where you wouldn't want. Would you have?
Oh, dropped.
He's dropped the World Cup.
Dropped the World Cup.
I mean, this is a game where you want Hardik and Aksar and all to get some game time.
I want
play
Pant
bat.
to do well, man. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's
like you were
Hockley,
discussing,
right?
this might
Oh,
go against him.
I think Zimbabwe in one of their warm-up games, they bowled all their 11 bowlers.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Obviously, I
Yeah.
think 1 or 2 can't bowl, but I think they still have 8 to 9 bowling options.
So Zimbabwe are like India's dream, right?
Yeah.
We don't have
if
anyone
India
who can bowl part-time these days. Unlike
Yeah.
2000s when we had so many part-time bowling options.
not really
I mean,
anyone can't
if
bowl
you
now.
think about it, Deepak Hooda is part of this team only because he can bowl.
Because of his ability, yeah.
It's not even like he will bowl. It's just that bhai tu kar sakta hai,
Yeah.
isliye chal. It's like that. No friend, we know he can't play, but he has the bat. तो उसको तो खिलाना ही पड़ेगा था.
Force him in somehow.
Bat तो इसी का ही है.
But I want to get
It's
Amit's
weird to see. Yeah, go ahead.
Amit, your
Abhish.
thoughts about when you woke up this morning, maybe having a cup of tea, you were rubbing your eyes, looking at that South Africa-Netherlands scorecard. Did you believe it for starters?
Seriously, very disappointed. And no, honestly, I didn't. I was like, what has this happened, man? And honestly, it's not a result anyone saw coming, right? And everyone thought that, okay, South Africa, with the kind of cricket they've played, and especially after that loss against Pakistan, that seemed like a blip, okay? It
True.
seemed that they could, go into the semis with a win over Netherlands. But yeah, completely surprised by the way things happened there. But very happy for Netherlands. But seriously, what is it with South Africa and World Cups, man? They just can't seem to find a formula to win it. It's been
I was
so
thinking
long
about
now.
that. It was almost like horrific for them to like lose out in Hobart due to the rain, because if that technically played on for another 2 overs, the way de Kock was
Yeah.
batting that day, they could have got the job done. And obviously, South Africa, they have it in their DNA to choke.
I think South Africa are Sanjay Leela Bhansali movie. You can be certain when you start watching that there's not going to be a happy ending.
But Savre also didn't have one.
No, never. I think Gangubai is the only one which had
Had a
sort of
climax.
a proper climax where you can walk out of the theater slightly, I mean, not unhappy.
Yeah. Arvind KS, good to see you in the comments. KL role is not to hit high-risk shots in the power play. That's Rohit's role. KL's role is to hit from the 6th to 10th over when spin is being bowled. His strike rate is around 150 plus in the last 3 games.
In my honest opinion.
Yes.
That's all.
Okay, but
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I mean, ठीक है.
No, go on, please.
No, but then if that's his role, that he shouldn't be opening, right? If your aim is to battle spinners in over 6 to 10, then what are you doing opening the inning?
By the logic that you guys are speaking about, and none of Rohit, KL, Kohli and Hardik are fit to be in the 11.
Which logic?
What is that
I
logic?
think the logic
What
of,
logic?
This is our stats,
anchors.
man.
I mean,
Anchors probably.
Oh, I think
Yeah.
I heard him say it when I was eating lunch. Oh, hold on.
Sky.
Oh, it's a Chamat shot. It's a
if we're
Chamat
talking
shot.
about anchors, Rohit has clearly not been an anchor. So by that logic, he certainly
No, I
qualifies.
think
to
Anirudh's
play.
point is the fact that we don't have finishers.
No, I don't think so. Anirudh, I mean, would you clarify what
Which
our
is the-
logic,
yeah.
which logic are you talking about? Because right, we have big mouths, we just keep talking. Even we forget our logic.
Oh, God. Humility
But-
on the CDC Watchalong.
हमारा काम
Surya
क्या है?
keeps giving us these shots, man. It completely like
हम यहाँ क्यों आते हैं? जीवन से frustrated हैं. चलो निकालो गुस्सा.
I think Melbourne should just keep Surya in their museum. Just preserve Suryakumar Yadav.
Mid-off is up, and he will, of course, take full advantage of that. Suryakumar Yadav, 116 for 4.
He's like
and
the-
normally on the CDC Watchalong, we do the Sweet 16 soothsayers predictions, and I would
Okay,
love to
You're
get.
already in Sweet 16.
Yes, we're approaching that. Amit has normally kind of gone optimistic, but more often than not, he's right. Amit,
Slow
what are we
start.
feeling today? 170? Oh, sorry.
Let's take Anirudh comment. Slow start and conversion by top 3. Anirudh, I mean,
Oh,
I don't think
he
Rohit
stoked-
has ever
stoked
had
the
a
fire.
start. It's just that he gets out, but he's not starting slow. I'm pretty sure Hardik plays the situation. If he comes to bat at over number 16, he won't start slow because he has that game. The only 2 players that apply this logic applies to and holds are KL and Virat. And coming back to the point of, I mean, it's okay. It's because it's Australia. It's turning out to be a low-scoring World Cup. It's working fine.
Yeah.
But there is an argument that does a T20 team needs 1 anchor? Even that is question mark. Now we have a team with 2 anchors, which is absolutely unjustifiable.
Moment of silence for all those KL and Virat fans over there.
But honestly, like one thing, how dependent are we on Suryakumar Yadav's fireworks? I mean, it seems like in all the matches, we are really dependent. It didn't come off against Pakistan. That's one match where it didn't work. But otherwise, there is a lot of dependence on him to, take us. Like his innings is going to be the difference, which will take us here. I think from 150 to 170.
Yeah.
If he gets out
But
now,
I
I think
the
we
difference,
struggle to
Amit,
get
is the fact-
150.
The fact that Sky, out of all our top 6, has the ability to park his ego. You know what I mean? All the others have an ego. I mean, Rohit, as a captain, to be fair, let's cut him some slack. He's kind of been going at it. But everyone else playing for their place.
I don't think that applies to Hardik, to be honest, because Hardik has gears.
He does.
Because we saw it in, I
but
think,
we haven't seen
Australia.
it like how Surya kind of goes.
No,
into
but
those
we saw
games.
it in Australia.
He against Pakistan, he exactly batted what the situation required. He was the one who took down Nawaz in the first place, and that is why he was taken off the bowling attack. So I mean, blaming Hardik is like, Hardik is not even
No, Hardik is in this
you can't
conversation.
make an India 11 without Hardik Pandya in the
True.
team.
Because of the rare
in
breather
either of the
he is.
white
No, that's a
teams.
different, argument. The argument here is that I think Hardik has the gear to go from first.
But Anirudh again throwing a spanner amongst the works. Nope, sorry. Tell me an innings in which Hardik started off immediately. Off late, that is.
I think the Australia one is
Against
12 of
Australia,
9,
man. Do you remember the first T20I against
The first
Australia where he
T20I.
ate? Yeah, first
Mohali.
T20I against Australia. If he has found a platform which has already been laid and he comes in at the 11th or not 11th, 13th, 14th over, he really takes off.
Yeah.
And he
And I
has
think
that
something-
ability.
Innocuous dismissals, the way he's got out this tournament as well. Against a run of play, I think the one that he chopped a backward point in one of the games. So, I mean, Hardik
That
could
was
probably
the-
come good.
And actually, if you think about it,
Catching
when
practice.
when KL Rahul plays ODIs for India, he bats at 5. And at 5, we have seen him. His strike rate at 5 is, I'm sure, 120 plus.
And that's
So
for
when
ODI.
he walks in a situation where he can hit from ball, he has to hit from ball 1.
Yeah.
He
why
can
is
do
he
it.
not? Yeah.
So it's again the case that if the point is we keep questioning his approach is because we know his ability.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
who would you fault there? Him personally or the messaging from the management?
See, to be very honest, that is the reason we're not questioning Kohli's the style of play, because we know
He'll come good.
he's of that Dhoni mold where he'll need. Even Yuvraj Singh needed 15 balls.
Yeah.
Yuvraj Singh, if you look at his knocks, apart from that, obviously
England freak show.
freak show of 12 ball 50. Obviously, growing up, Yuvraj Singh was my favorite batter to watch, even if when that side had a lot of other cricketers. And my logic was always कि ये 15 ball निकाल दे बस, उसके बाद ये match निकाल देगा.
But then I can only think of 3 proper Indian T20 pros who start their game off without giving up, honestly. And that's Sehwag, Surya, and Raina in the peaks of their work.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I think
Everyone else, what a shot that is. Oh, nearly gone the distance for 6. Holy hell. I disagree with Somesh about the requirement of an anchor. I think teams still require one anchor. Kohli is that dependable anchor. Only KL's approach in the power play is a big question.
Yeah, going back to the point that I made, I said that whether one anchor is needed or not is questionable, but definitely 2 anchors is out of the question, right?
yeah.
You can't defend having 2 anchors in the team.
Mm. Unless you're England.
Yeah, and that's what what has worked for India is that on a number of occasions I'm just talking about the past, past couple of months or past few months, Virat and Surya have batted together for a lot of time, which has allowed Virat to take his time to construct a big innings, and Surya has gone about his business the way he does.
Exactly.
Okay, so we end up with big scores. And this is the problem which could have happened had KL Rahul been in good form, where Rahul and Kohli both would have played together for a long part of the innings. And there the run rate would have come down, which has happened today. So that's a risk that we are going in with, even into the semi-finals. Right? If Kohli and KL play together for a long period, and the way it happened today, that both of them got out without KL. Okay,
One
he
second,
did his
hold the
50.
phone, Amit.
Oh my
Hold the phone, because
God.
we've seen Sky produce another miraculous shot. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that there is a problem there, 2 anchors actually coming together and then sort of putting a halt on the charge. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm
But
saying.
isn't
That
it funny
a
because-
lot that has gone right for India has got to do with Surya's form in this tournament.
100%.
True, but right now the semi-finalists are essentially Pakistan, India, New Zealand. All those three teams have two anchors, right? New Zealand have Williamson and Conway to a certain
Conway is not
degree.
an anchor.
But Conway is an
Conway
anchor.
is not an anchor.
140 strike rate, right? He's not an anchor who is
He
gonna.
played a very uncharacteristic
But
knock
Virat
in the
balls,
last
they need
match.
like 20 balls to get going.
He
But Conway
plays
is great against
risk-free cricket.
True, but
I
like
won't
Virat-
say Conway is an anchor.
So and to be very honest, we have been equally. I mean, we have been more severe to Kane Williamson. Truth be told, he doesn't even deserve the spot in the 11.
Yeah.
We are not saying the same about Indian anchors.
No, true. All I'm
Because
saying
at
is
least, see, the
sometimes-
point is both KL and Virat, the difference with Williamson is they have a high ceiling.
Yeah.
Once they are 25, they can actually score the next 30 runs of 10 balls, which
Yeah.
Williamson can't unless and until you bowl short to him.
Yeah.
Because if you bowl short to him, he can't duck, right?
Yeah.
You can't defend ducking in a T20 game. You can still defend scoring hitting a front foot defense or just playing a grounded shot. So he just attacks the short balls.
I think the best thing New Zealand should do is roll the clock back to 2018
Yeah.
and be like, Williamson, play.
So Anirudh,
Same with India.
I saw you
KL
put up,
player.
you put up the first 10 ball strike rate for Hardik this year. I just want to know, just compare it with all the Indian players in this year. The first 10 ball strike rate, include everyone, include DK, Pant, Aksar, whoever can bat. I'm pretty sure Hardik would be in at least the top 3.
117.1 is not flattering though.
No,
It's not bad either.
It's not
I'm
bad
pretty
either,
sure
but-
KL Rahul and Kohli would have first 10 ball
108, 105.
below 100.
Below.
I can bet.
Oh.
No, the one thing with
Oh,
Hardik is since he's come back to this Indian team, right? Everybody's roles have been very fixed. Dinesh Karthik, finisher. And you have Suryakumar Yadav, who's going to get most of the overs against spin. But with Hardik Pandya, I don't think he has a fixed role. He has to play anchor at times.
Yeah.
He has to play. It's not like he's a finisher and he just goes for a
No, that's a good point.
He's
I
playing
mean,
the
I asked
situation,
Amy
man.
this last Watchalong. He obviously doesn't have
Yeah.
an entry point like how DK has an entry point, right, Hardik? He can mix and
True,
match it
true.
at times.
Yeah, and that's why, and he is a matured batsman, and it hasn't gone his way in this World Cup, but generally we have seen in the last this year at least, that he has played according to the situation. Whatever the situation has demanded of him, he has done it. So he has the ability to play either anchor or to go from ball 1. Okay,
Yeah.
here he tries a shot,
What
doesn't
guys-
come off.
talking about abilities.
Yeah.
Here is your ability to, note your third answer down so
For
that
the crossword,
Yeah.
but before the crossword predictions, before that goes pear shape, Amit, quickly, 138 for 4. So I'm guessing 17 balls remaining. India 180 or no?
No.
Okay. So how much do you reckon? 170?
176. Closer.
176. Oh,
169.
169. You?
172.
172. I would say 180. I'll be the brightest, optimistic lad as ever in this panel. Speaking of brightest, let's see if they're bright chaps in the comments because we have the crossword going on. And Surya's pulled out the chamat shot again, and he's potentially got another boundary in his
I
kit.
think the fielders are hating him. They're like, why are you making us run?
Yeah, Nagrava.
Dude, that was a slower ball. I mean,
Yeah.
105, and he has still managed to get it to the boundary.
Greenwich
Yeah.
173. So Zimbabwe fielders would be like, भाई अच्छे से ही मार ले, पूरा चला जाए. हम भाग भी रहे हैं और तू भी
This is
score
the
कर
worst
रहे हैं.
way, for a fielder
This
to
is
go to the
something
boundary.
Sri
especially
Gavaskar always says, that I like to hit
teasing the
boundaries
fielders.
that would make the fielders run.
Yeah. Tenna Chitara bowling his final over. Let's go to the crossword right now. Wabba Labba Dubba Dub saying 162.
Baba bhai is slightly.
Realistic, pessimistic, I don't know what the word is, but yeah, 162. Appreciate it. Right, talking about the crossword, let's get cracking with the third clue, I'm guessing, because you guys are 2 down.
4 across maybe.
4 across it is, and it's a one phrase thingy. Oh, again, he's going. What's it mean?
I really want to know which player.
This is a
Yeah, which player has more runs than Surya in that region? Like he's so many of his runs come behind the wicket.
Yeah, has to be one of the tailenders who just keeps getting outside edge.
Has to
Joe
be
Root in Test cricket.
Douglas Marilio.
No, Joe Root in Test cricket.
Yeah, maybe Joe Root. Dabbing his way to greatness.
So the third clue was 4 across. I was the ICC Emerging Player of the Year in 2011.
Ooh.
Googleable.
This.
But
So
it's a very
you guys
tricky one
prepare this
because
quiz?
not a lot of people know
It's
them
not
in.
straightforward.
Avnish has.
Sorry?
Our
So
regular
no, I'm
crossword
saying
guy was-
you guys prepare the quiz so that people can't Google, right? Like you make it slightly ungoogleable.
Yeah, but except today it was a very last minute scribble. But I'm sure like it will challenge the guys in the comments.
And initially the clue was West Indies cricketer. I'm like, how can people guess with that?
To be fair, in my defense, it was West Indies spinner, and knowing it's a rare breed from the Caribbean, you could have thrown a host of names.
Itna
out.
rare
Listen,
nahi hai, right?
you've given extra hints now, man. You've given extra hints to what is already there.
Yeah, actually, it helps him out. But look, let's not take our audience
मतलब rare वो होता है
as
कि
jokers.
the only player who can bat, bowl, field, wicket keep.
I
तो
mean,
फिर भी डाल
Glenn
देगा
Phillips.
तो भी चलो ठीक है rare है का.
no, like a rarity in India is like a fast.
Pramod is like very optimistic. 185 easily. Vikram says 175.
Not bad. Everybody are okay.
Abbas,
188.
Abbas Mastan.
188.
188. Hectic.
But you know, bowling in, I mean, just my observation in the past few games, the ideal bowling here, as in Australia, across grounds has been quite predictable. If you're changing pace and bowling cutters, it's very difficult to
Yeah.
That is
hit
true.
them.
Another thing which caught my mind when I was eating lunch, my mom's going on to say, what's the projected score? Ma, we're all predicting, have your fun as well. Bro, because next Sunday, touch wood, India are going to be playing the final against whoever. Obviously, we need to get a sense of dimensions and
Short.
stuff, right? Like
Six.
Surya goes for 6.
Oh my
He can
god.
clear the
It's-
FCG with
It's
ease. man.
1,000 runs, man. It's 1,000 runs in 2022 for him.
At a strike rate of what? 175? 170?
So he has potentially 5 more games to go past Rizwan.
Rizwan at 1388.
Go past who?
Rizwan.
Rizwan has most runs in a calendar year. Last year he scored some 1300.
1138, I believe.
No,
1-3
1-3. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying
1,300.
it's
Yeah.
300. Oh, low strike rate. Oh, once I will go back to my conversation because this is going to throw some sort of fireworks in the comments.
So
There's
DK,
Dinesh
DK is your finisher, and then Virat Kohli. So 3 players in the lineup who, and it's a big gulf, right? From Virat to Hardik, it's a jump of 10 percentage points, 10 absolute points, not even percentage points.
And even though, I mean, I think Anirudh said 22 innings, I think these guys will have pretty much a lot of innings for them, a minimum of 10 innings.
No, I think that's minimum of 30 balls, 30
Yeah.
plus balls. So
183, guys, the strike rate on which he has played. Oh man, this was a terrific shot. How does someone play this at MCG and get a 6?
It's honestly, it's a joke. It's a joke. Look at the
Dude,
final.
that pose.
भाई इसके बैट में पक्का स्प्रिंग है बता रहा हूँ.
Is he
Yes,
using one of those
Abbas,
sporting
that's a
aluminium
shot.
bats?
black
Graphite.
Graphite bats. It's quite ridiculous.
time to put the rumor back again on newspapers.
Right, 2 overs to go, and Hardik now testing his strength and got
Shot
6
four.
nearly. 1 bounce 4.
Very good shot.
So India, of course, trying to achieve what Abbas Kunde wants them to achieve, 188.
हार्दिक के बैट में स्प्रिंग थोड़ी छोटी है.
Don't know if they have the same manufacturers. But yeah, we're doing plenty of things during the mid-inning show as well. So join us then.
This is also pretty unbelievable shot.
This is a great shot.
Yeah, exactly.
This
Like
more-
considering the bigger boundaries on the side, these are some
And considering
really
this is
great
hard-
shots.
This is one of Hardik's weakness.
And considering
Weakness,
this,
Back of them,
exactly.
high pace. Yeah.
and considering
Exactly.
this is next to the Melbourne.
Oh, ये bread and butter था उसके लिए जो छूट गया.
Oh, yeah.
It's like in the
So he
slot for it.
compensated
Oh, the
for
run
it.
for 2, the comeback for
Oh,
these.
great running.
Great running. That was almost like a tennis shot. Even though Australian Open vibes. Guys, we'll come back to the crossword. We already have made our predictions, and now we're essentially going to get a lot of questions running because there was some fascinating conversations you're having even in the watch-along. And I want to ask Amit before he departs about the best T20 11 we conjured up. So the rule that we made was basically picking one player from each team. And we have to pick
For
11
the
plus
Super
your
T20 World Cup.
T20 World Cup this
Team-
year.
Team of the
Yeah.
World Cup.
All the Super
Right.
12 teams.
You can take your time, come back
Yeah.
in the second inning.
You want all the 11 names.
Yeah.
So you can only
Okay,
pick one from
fine.
India, one from New Zealand, obviously, like that.
Do we have the 11 teams or what?
We have 12, no?
We have 12, Super 12.
Yeah, we have 12 teams. Like, that's what I'm saying. Then, okay, fine. That, like, one from every country, that makes it slightly tricky, but cool. We'll do that.
That is why. Otherwise, we would have said,
I mean, should we help Amit and the viewers by showing us the graphic from yesterday?
Yeah, maybe that, and you can have a 12th man as well. So, guys, we can pull up the graphic of the team that we...
Yeah, it's already there, Sean. Just put it up.
Larte, we came up with this.
I think there's 2 changes after looking at today's games.
Okay, okay. So that was still yesterday.
I have no clue what is the team. Let
Harry
let
Potter
me
was
also
at
check
home.
it. Yes.
Let's see. I'm very interested.
Okay, we'll put it up
is the limit?
shortly after this delivery. Suryan 37, straight down the ground, and he's got 4. He's going to get another 50 here. Suryakumar Yadav, he's absolutely dazzling it up.
We're talking about the sky in Australia, and then there is this sky in India.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Look,
like
he has
Amit
been the
said,
difference, man. He has been the difference for us. And I just fear like on the day it doesn't work, it doesn't come off for him.
You know, I don't want...
go on.
Yeah, I don't want to say this, but I mean, if you guys go back to the 2009 World Cup, it was the World Cup of Tilak Ratna Dilshan. That was the moment he started playing those Dil scoops and all, and he just performed in every single game.
Oh, mid-off
Wait,
was up,
loud.
remember? And that will save him. Guys, some great Surya numbers. I'm just trying to think about it. If we have to criticize him for these numbers, go back to those numbers. I think the only thing which pops up to your mind is conversion rate.
Why is it not 200?
I mean, why is it only 100? But no, jokes apart, man. I mean, that's
what is his 4-to-6 ratio?
What is his 4-to-6 ratio? Oh, good grief. But yeah, coming back to that chat that we're having, best T20 World Cup 11, the one rule that we're asking you guys also to make your 11s, pick one player from each team. We will show you the graphic right now.
So, Shaunak, if you have it, just pull it up, no? The one that we had yesterday.
Oh, he tries to go for the Chamach, but he gets away with it. So last
My
over,
169 to gaya.
165 is out of
Who
it.
called it? Who called it Chamach? I want to know who called it, like who coined this Chamach shot.
He himself, basically KL spoke to the BCCI in one of those videos that these guys do, Chehel TV, one of them. And he said, okay, so here we go. Interesting shouts. We've still not figured out a captain, even though I think it should definitely be Kohli.
Is Kohli opening in your best 11?
Because think about it, there's no openers.
Because I mean, every other opener has struggled.
And could have gone with Babuma.
Yeah, captain.
Maybe we can replace Miller with Babuma right now. I mean, we were actually discussing that does Miller qualify again because he missed the game against Pakistan, did not perform today.
See, I think we can get Nokia in for Miller because we don't have raw pace and we don't have a left-hander.
But why would not get Lungi and Giddy?
No, we have a left-hander. Miller was.
I mean, if we're talking about removing Miller.
And do you want to take out Minmikaran? Why?
Oh yeah, we can't take out Minmikaran. Oh, and Sam Curran's a left-hand. Forgot that. What are your thoughts, guys? Whoa.
Is it a no ball?
No ball.
They call it a no ball. That's the question.
No ball, white ball, or a ball?
It's a no ball, but it's not a free hit, right? Yeah.
Oh, it's a no ball for height.
Oh, it's a no ball for height, so it's a free hit. It's a free hit. Wow.
What a slow free hit. He's like, yeah.
Mohsin Ali, Park reach semi now. What Indians do? I think one of the comments earlier said...
Play them in the final.
And one of the earlier comments said, repeat of the 2017 Champions Trophy. No, repeat of the 2007 World T20. How about that?
No, I think India should prepare for bowl out.
Man, they shouldn't have removed the good old bowl out, dude.
Man, it's fun.
Oh, hit wicket. Hit wicket,
I think the keeper has hit the ball.
Oh, okay.
Hit it with the ball.
Hit it with the ball.
Okay, wait. If you had a bowl out in this current scenario, who would your best 3?
This is the most random question. I mean,
but again,
very true.
DK.
Akshar is wicket.
DK.
You're going with the Uttapa.
Yeah. Why logic फिर से लगाएंगे ना?
I would go with Rohit.
Oh man, that would have been a wide.
Somesh just fly slip coming into effect. But yeah, it's a decent knock. I mean, run a ball 18.
Not really.
After having criticized KL, we can't call this a decent knock, guys.
So the stats have spoken to Somesh. This year, Surya has hit a boundary 4 to 6 every 3.7 balls and hit a 6 of every 9.6 balls. Wow.
Incredible.
Incredible. Of who can compete with them all, Livingston.
See, Akshar getting a chance, 4 balls.
4 balls.
And who knows?
Yeah,
This is the
please
perfect
give the strike to Surya.
सबका एक ही काम है भाई इस बैटिंग लाइनअप में.
So, guys, I mean, if you're wondering what stands you to win an Amazon voucher 500, we're, of course, doing the crossword. If you're joining us a little late in this watch-along, we'll put out the 4th clue. But we're also doing a exercise in the parallels, which is building our own best T20 World Cup. So lots of things happening right now. Green is Gonzalez is already kind of stating his 11. Litton Das, Nisanka, Kohli, Glenn Phillips, Stoinis, Miller, Raza, Yadav, Karan, Josh Little, Van Meekeren.
Yeah, not a bad shot.
Not bad.
Nisanka is my only question.
No, Nisanka is a good option.
That's yesterday. I mean, what do you
I
do?
think Nisanka has played well as an anchor.
Kept, dude.
But Nisanka has caused Sri Lanka not to make it to the semis.
Not really. I don't think it's
he dropped
Nisanka's
Glenn
fault.
Phillips. What do you mean? He dropped
But now
Glenn
they're in the same team, no? So he won't.
Maybe in the nets.
Now 4 deliveries for Surya. That's the good part. This is such an unfortunate dismissal. I mean, again, I won't call it unfortunate, but yeah. Like he also is smiling on his way out.
Oh, that's ridiculous. So, yeah, I mean, Amit, any names sticking out in your head in terms of World Cup 11s? Do you agree with us pretty much?
There are a couple of... Yeah,
is there a
still
player
3
you
games to
like?
go.
ये तो मुझे चाहिए ही चाहिए. इसके अलावा बाकी I'll just build a team around these players.
Like Sky over
Very
Virat for
controversial
you?
opinion. Very controversial opinion. I would have...
Oh!
Oh my God! Stop everything and watch this.
See, I would have picked Sky over Virat in my 11, but I mean, I
knew he was going to say that.
But I think it's obvious in my opinion, but I had only so much energy to fight. I was actually fighting a couple of people for certain players.
No.
Yeah, sure.
Because our fellow wanted Mohammad Wasim Jr. ahead of Shadab, and that for me.
Little Shub.
Oh, wow.
And Little Shub wanted
Man, he has
Josh
taken
Little.
it out from outside, like not outside the off stump. वो tramline के बाहर से लिया है उसने.
No, that's just
I think he will play hockey equally well, I think.
So once at 21 ball 49, it's a slow sort of approach from his standards, to be fair.
What?
From his standards, bro. Surya's
What is
standard
Suryakumar
is-
made up of, guys? It's literally everywhere underground. 70% bottom.
But you know what? Something about Surya is that, like, we've had big hitters before Surya, right? Like the likes of, say, Yusuf Pathan, Yuvraj Singh. They were big men who sort of instill that fear with their physical presence. Surya doesn't look like someone who can do that. And of course, his ability to, play those shots behind the wicket also make him so dangerous. But yeah, he doesn't look like someone who can, strike at 183 and over 1,000 runs. Incredible guy, man. I'm such a big fan of him now. And to have done this in Australia in the World Cup, like, I also had my doubts whether he can translate his form in India to, to the big stage. But yes, I think every time I am on this show, he does something incredible.
I think Sky's mentality, as much as we kind of look at his skill and admire his premeditation and range and all these batting terms he'd like to use, bro, his mentality has really impressed me.
Yeah. But I just hope that just how India found Kohli.
He's all played in Australia.
When Sky failed against Pakistan.
Oh my God, he's done it again. He's done it again. And there's my 180, gents. Woo! Come on.
Yes.
Chal bhai, 5 run le, promote ka 185 kar. Anyone but Avnish.
Even Abbas actually 188, but unfortunate. Man, watching Surya bat is like watching Chenko.
Yeah, check his bat, man. Check his bat.
Look at that fan. He's like, gone.
So, what this tells me is we keep on picking the T20 team based on reputation. Sky is someone who's done this in IPL day in, day out. And there are other players like Rahul Tripathi and Sanju Samson who have done this in IPL. I mean, not obviously of not this level, but at least better than, their numbers are way better than Rohit and Kohli in IPL. So, let's just start giving IPL performance some weightage as well. At least after this World Cup.
Then
that's what I'm saying.
Gaikwad should open.
Not really. Gaikwad has just had one good season. Rahul Tripathi has like 3 good seasons.
Okay. Now they're
so I'm going to be the closest.
I know you're CSK.
No, now they're rubbing it in.
They're rubbing it in now.
ठीक है भाई, कोई बात नहीं है.
ठीक है, होता है.
Prediction ही तो था.
But yeah, 180 for 5 wicket.
White डाल. Avnish तू हार तो रहा ही है. कुछ तो होगा इस बॉल में.
Come on, lads. 180.
You want him to get out?
180 is basically. I didn't make a score prediction. I made Ravi Shastri's peg measure.
selfish are
Woo!
you?
It's a 6. Whoa, that's a shot.
How do you set a feel to this guy? How do you set a feel to this guy?
This is, I mean, bro, this is like.
See, I am telling you, Pramod is the prediction champ. I'm not saying this in hindsight. I've seen him make crazy predictions before.
Crazy.
I've seen Hardik also make some
What
crazy.
does Pramod know that we do not? Pramod,
Bro,
tell us what is this insider information?
He's like Nikhil. He has the script.
Oh man, what a great innings!
Ooh,
6.
186. So Abbas and Pramod really fighting it out. Well done, lads. Very well done, in fact. And that should be it. I was the closest. I'll take my.
बिल्कुल भाई बिल्कुल वो मोनोपोली के पैसे देना है.
Oh God, that is quite ridiculous. Right, let's focus all our attention on the crossword because there's a lot to win there in terms of making the right decision. Abbas Kunde, yes, 188 close, but no cigar, unfortunately. Let's go back to that fifth clue. I think the all-important fifth clue that we're looking for on the crossword. Shonak, what do you have for us? Okay. You have eyes
in
for us.
2000, I became the first fielder for Zimbabwe to take 4 catches in innings. अबे कैसा clue है भाई?
Bro, this is a good clue. This is a real head scratcher. I mean, to be fair, one second. Akash, were you even born then?
Yeah. I was 2 years old.
Guys, I apologize for this clue, but it is what it is.
But to be fair to Somesh, I mean, he's normally kind of
Did this happen against India?
Series.
I have a feeling this happened against India.
Yeah, RS Sodhi, all of those good old guys.
Yeah,
Good old
when
guys.
India
They
played
played
that
only
series in
in
whites.
whites.
Last series played in whites. Rajkot
exactly.
ODI where, yeah. Okay, I think I
All
have
I
an
can say
answer
is
like
that. All I can say is that this guy who we just gave out the
I think
clue,
this is that Zahir Khan series. No, he hit 4 sixes of Olanga.
maybe.
Yes,
Maybe not.
exactly.
That was 2000
That
or
is-
2001. Yeah,
That was
So I'll
2000.
say
That
let's
is the
go back to
exact
that
one.
clue.
yeah.
We'll go back to that clue. So basically, we're looking for. Meanwhile, Abbas Kunde going on to state his team. We'll come back to that. Go back to the clue. We'll take one thing at a time. The clue is, of course, like Sobesh read out, we're looking for 2 down. In 2000, and I became the first fielder for Zimbabwe to take 4 catches in innings and ODIs. So 2 down meaning he's an 8-letter name, and it's his surname. I'll give you all a clue. Think about 90s cricketers, 2000 cricketers. He's a household name in Zimbabwean cricket history. We all loved him. And then people will say,
Except
like,
Zahir Khan.
कौन देखता है? कौन है
Guy
ये?
Whittle, Andy Whittle तो fit ही नहीं हो रहे यार.
That's a good
Except
shout.
Zahir Khan, everyone loved him.
That's a good shout from Zomesh, pretending to be smart and.
कौन थे यार वो लोग? Murray Goodwin,
Ooh.
Alistair Campbell.
Ooh.
Who opened with Alistair Campbell?
Stuart Carlyle was the captain.
Yeah.
Stuart Carlyle,
Guys,
Alistair Campbell.
All you guys watching this screen, get in the comments and tell us.
See,
Why?
I mean, sorry.
So Alistair Campbell opened with like Grand Flower,
Hmm?
and then Stuart Carlyle, Murray Goodwin, Andy Flower.
Hmm?
No, Murray Goodwin did not come to India.
He didn't
Murray
come to
Goodwin
India.
was not on that tour.
No, I'm
Yeah.
just talking about players who were in the Zimbabwe scheme of things back then. I don't remember who
Oh,
was.
that so there was Gavin Rennie, John Rennie,
Yeah.
Andy,
Whittle
Guy
brothers,
Whittle, Andy
Guy
Whittle.
brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys. I mean, all I can say is that the
And
answer has been said already by these guys.
For me, Mbanga.
Thrice.
Thrice
For me and
thrice
Bangwa.
times they mentioned the answer
Yeah.
also. So it's fine.
Yeah. The answer may have been mentioned thrice here on this
Yeah.
show.
Edo Brandis.
Edo Brandes did not come to India. Douglas Hundu did, and there was this guy called Nkala.
Yeah.
Nkala.
Mukeli
I
Nkala,
can't.
something like that.
I don't remember. It was M. Nkala, and very difficult to, like, the first name was a little.
Yeah, 1 second. In all of this hullabaloo going on with the crossword and the predictions, we're also going to show you some fascinating stats, so stick around for that. And right now, I think I've just peered to it. Suryakumar's wagon wheel, which will be really interesting.
Yeah, we can pull that up. You know how I remember Douglas Hondo?
4 chapters.
2002 Champions Trophy. India were like 5 down for nothing.
Yeah.
And Douglas
When
Hondo
Mohammad Kaif made 111.
Yeah, Kaif played a very good knock.
But Andy
Absolutely drenched in
away,
sweat.
bro.
Absolutely drenched in sweat, and with that white thing around his neck. Yes. But do you know why did Douglas Hondo leave cricket?
No. I don't.
So in 2007, all these players were asked to cut off their hair as part of, something that they want. Like Zimbabwe cricket asked them to cut off their hair. The players with the braids, yeah. And he refused to do that, and he walked out of the game.
Fair play. I mean, hair is important, lads.
It's like a school.
Not to me and Somesh.
So that was the Zimbabwe version of the Iran revolution.
Oh my God.
Good grief. Soam's making some weird parallels.
Okay,
but if
I
you guys
will
know,
be
you know.
back.
Yeah, you go take a
with some
breather.
Food in
Yeah.
my tummy. See you, Amit, in the second.
Even
inning.
Yeah, I'll also take a breather and be back.
Sure. Amit, we'll see you in a bit.
Hey,
And
get Anirudh in.
well, of course, going to get Jamie Alter on in a while as well. Send in Jason Gillespie /Raza Jesus Christ. But we have the presence of me and Akash, both, of course, still recovering from that South Africa funeral. We'll show you Sky's wagon wheel. We'll also take the crossword as well.
Yes.
Sky's wagon wheel from today is quite ridiculous. It's honestly quite ridiculous. I mean, he scored basically 26 runs behind the wheel.
You know what you should just do? Just look at your watch. Look at how it works. That's how Sky plays. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Look at the 6, 20, 11. It's like every...
Dude, it's crazy. It's a joke. And we love Silly Point, the fantasy cricketer, Siheyu that he is, putting out this timely tweet. And who always kind of joins us in the Twitter spaces, but unfortunately we can't get him on the bloody watch-alongs. But if you guys are watching him, do of course
Please
ask him
prompt him to
join
be
us
here.
for sure.
Yes.
What were the highlights, Akash? 184 for 6, apart from Sky. Kale getting runs.
Yeah, Kale getting runs is a very good thing. Apart from that, I think
Still questions for Rohit and Hardik to answer in the tournament.
for Rohit more than Hardik, I would say,
Yeah.
because Hardik usually faces 5 or 6 deliveries. On worst day, maybe he'll face like a 15, 20 deliveries, but Rohit has more concerns than him at this point.
But sometimes don't you feel like Anirudh, I would love to have this guy here because he keeps saying, oh yeah, let them have a bad one. Don't you think Rohit can actually come good now in the semis and finals?
Yeah.
Or do you think it's become like a problem where it's skill more than the mentality issue?
No, I don't think it's about skill. I think it's just maybe they're finding it tough. Sitting here, we can't really predict what.
But let's
what's
actually
happening there.
look at how he's got out in the tournament. Edged against Pakistan, shot ball.
Two pull shots.
Against
got out.
Zimbabwe, also shot ball.
Against Netherlands, also shot ball.
Yeah.
Against
South Africa also.
Bangladesh was a cut.
South Africa also shot ball.
Against South Africa also. Yeah.
So is it a double-edged sword?
Yeah, it is a double-edged sword. I mean, with most players, right?
Yeah.
Their best shot is, they say, right, your strength is also your weakness.
Correct.
With Rohit, that applies perfectly because his strength, the pull shot, is also his weakness. But the only issue is that strength we talk about, right? Like the 20 runs he gets off 4 balls or 4 shots like that is what is missing right now.
Yeah.
That's why the weakness gets glorified and then people are talking about it. Like, that's the only reason we are talking about it.
Correct.
For example, if he scores 60 runs of pull shots and gets out twice, we're not going to talk about it.
Correct.
Because that's a high-risk shot. We all know it's a high-risk shot. And if it's getting him 60 runs, we won't talk about it. The reason we are talking about it is why is he not able to execute the shots that he normally executes for a 6
Yeah.
or a 4.
And sometimes it's been like almost flashes early on, and we're saying, oh, okay, this is the day for Rohit. And then invariably the next ball he kind of gets out, which is shocking. We'll take a comment right now who, of course, is probably touching upon Arshdeep Singh and looking ahead to what India do with the ball in hand.
Look at that. Most 50-plus scores in a calendar year. Suryakumar Yadav, 10. Only Rizwan has more than him.
Oh, my good grief.
And all this... Okay, we
Yeah.
have a question from...
Take it. Wabba labba.
What if Arshdeep fails in next 2 matches? Don't you think Arshdeep and...
Don't forget Virat, Baba.
But that's the thing, right? If somebody like Arshdeep fails, you can't do anything about it because they've been your best performer.
True. And you can't drop him. It's too late in the tournament.
Ideally, think about this. You're building a team.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you a football reference. For example, somebody doesn't perform in a semi-final, but he's been your team and you're building towards the future. You wouldn't drop him necessarily.
Yeah.
Many of players have played in the final. For example, Ronaldo, he's played in many a final.
Yeah.
And he's lost in some final. He's won in most of it. So it's all about like you building towards that.
Yeah. Having
For
faith.
example, after the first few seasons at United, they could have said, no, he's not scoring 30, 40 goals that we want.
But what goes in Arshdeep's favor is the fact that we don't have another left armer now.
Not just that, always the important factor that, okay, why do we consider Suryakumar Yadav? Okay, not just the abilities, but the mentality, right? We
Yeah.
talked about the mentality, how that's a cutting edge over everyone else in this country.
True.
The same with Arshdeep Singh. The way he processes things, the way he has the skill set, it's second to none.
Yeah.
That's the only reason that we have so much hope on him, saying that he's probably one of our best. Like he's the best bowler in this World Cup for India.
So just imagine if we had Bumrah then. I mean, this World Cup. I know ifs and buts and hindsight and all of that, but he's actually spearheaded the attack. Is that fair to say, or would you still think it's movie?
No, I think he's spearheaded. Look at how he's been used, right? Last game, Bangladesh were a great start, and they brought him back in, and he bowled 3 overs in those tough conditions.
Yeah.
That's where
With a wet ball.
Exactly. I mean, that's the tough condition. That's where you need somebody of his mentality. The same with Sam Curran, right? Butler said he's okay to bowl those tough overs. He wants that pressure. It's the same about Arshdeep. He wants that pressure. He never says, don't give me those final overs. He wants that pressure.
Yeah.
You don't find players like that come out easily in IPL who says that I want to take the pressure.
Yeah.
You find a lot of bowlers who would happily bowl out in the power play. I mean, not power play, but like in the middle overs and get away with it.
Yeah.
But bowlers like Bhuvneshwar Kumar or Arshdeep Singh who have a skill set. See, for example, bowling in power play is also not easy.
Exactly.
You can concede like 40-50 runs because of the field restrictions. That's where these skill set are invaluable for a setup like India.
Yeah.
So others can come in and chip in with wickets. The only reason that others are having success is because
of Arshdeep.
Because Arshdeep is bowling those tough overs, because Bhuvi is bowling those tough overs in the power play.
No, absolutely. There's some pertinent points, and it goes without saying that he's an all-phase pacer and all of that. And you guys can tell us what more you guys feel about Arshdeep, because we had a chat with Dan Weston as well. Zimbabwe going on to chase 187 right now. Before they start their innings, let's get on this man.
Sasta Pritam.
Yeah,
it's sub.
Right, we have Anirudh with us. Surprised with the final flourish? Not really.
Not at all. I'm just worried that India are like so reliant on Suryakumar Yadav
That
right
he's
now
bound
that
to do one.
what if he fails in the knockout?
No!
I mean, India are basically a one-man team right now.
Arshdeep?
2-man. Like Kohli and Surya. Kohli
Arshdeep.
doing like 40% of the work, Surya doing 60%. It's like that right now.
I would say 50, 30, 20. 50 Surya, 30 Virat, 20
look, at
Arshdeep.
the end of the day, I don't think Arshdeep's contributions will matter as much as Surya's and Kohli's,
Yeah.
Because if India fail to put on a decent total, it doesn't matter how well Arshdeep was. I think
That is true.
batting sides will still get through this thing, and he's gone.
Oh, he's gone! What a catch! Talk about great catches! Virat Kohli, you absolute beauty! Oh my God, first ball wicket, and as nonchalantly as that was, and wow, what a start for India. And they've got the man, Wesley Madavive.
Is this Bhuvi's
What a catch that
first
is.
power play wicket in this?
I just can't believe it.
Bhuvi took a wicket in the power play in
Yeah, yes.
Netherlands. Vikramjit Singh, I think.
Vikramjit Singh. I mean, Bhuvi and the power play is honestly like their two best friends. King Kohli reigns supreme. We were just mentioning it in terms of how we have like 2 or 3 contributors this World Cup. Virat being one of them, clearly not with the bat, but just in the field as well. But even Sky scored impeccably well. That Bangladesh game, I think he took a Sky of Yadav in the first game. So Sky's been a safe pair of houses. Going back to the question that you asked the viewers at the top of the show, biggest positives that India want to get out of this match.
Yeah.
What have we seen in the first innings according to you?
0.
0, right?
0, because what? You've already seen this for the last 2 years. Sky saving the team's ass after they've put themselves in an uncomfortable
What did you make of
position.
Pandy's 18 ball?
Yeah, Pandya is a concern,
18.
I feel. I mean, if you remember that Pakistan match, he did great to form the partnership with
True.
Virat, but he was abysmal in the last 10-15 balls. He couldn't hit a single boundary. And that's one of the reasons why the target came to 48 of 3 overs, because Pandya was basically doing nothing in the last 3 overs.
But if you look at his dismissals this year's World Cup, it's all just innocuous is the word that I use. Even today, I mean,
It's not about the dismissals. The fact that Pandya is batting 18 balls at the death and scoring at run-up ball, it's concerning,
It's
right?
questioning,
So, that... I mean, I just feel that right now Sky is masking a lot of issues with the batting.
huge
So,
paper over tracks.
if he fails in this knockout, I think India will be in trouble.
But then you'll
And
find
if-
someone to bail us out. Hopefully it's Rohit or Rahul.
It will come to that we need someone to play an out of the world knock like Kohli did against Pakistan.
Oh my God! Speaking of Kohli, what a catch! Oh, is that gone? Is that gone? Is that gone?
To
Kettleborough thinks it's going drifting past next stump. Bhuvi reckons it's a review. Surely will Rohit take it or not? Rohit normally likes winding the clock down. He's questioning Bhuvi. He's questioning Pant,
he's
but he
taken it.
takes it. He takes it. And I think, to be fair, we could see all 3 reds here, even though umpire's call is not out. It looked. I mean, this is not an Indian bias, but it looked out. Look at India's DRS record. Honestly,
nothing.
66.
It's fine. It's just 2 successful 1
Can't really
Don't
pick
look
the
at
boards out of that.
percentages.
Bhuvi, has he got a second?
Nah, bro, it's going down like zip.
Bro, but like, look at you can see stump there.
I wonder how many.
Bro, that's dead. I'm sorry, lads, but that is dead. That is 3 reds.
Could be. It's either clipping or just hitting. That's
Oh
it.
my God. Has Bhuvi struck again?
Missing.
Well called, Anirudh Suresh and Richard Kettleborough, first and foremost. That was way too much swing. But yeah, Chakabawa get a life over there. I mean, not pun intended, but getting a reprieve of some sort.
187. Wow.
It's something that I mentioned in the watch-along. India potentially, obviously this is a biased statement, will be playing the World Cup final next Sunday at the same venue. How important is it? Oh, that's gone. Oh,
No.
bad. How important is it to just understand the dimensions of the MCG? I know they played Pakistan here.
Yep. From a bowling perspective or batting perspective?
Both. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I think it's if you're when you're bowling, fielding in MCG, it's important to
get your angles right.
get your best fielders in deep positions. We saw what happened with Ashwin at deep third man against Pakistan, deep final leg at Pakistan when Shan Masood pulled it and he couldn't even get to that catch.
Correct.
So,
oh my God, it's 3
like
bodies.
all over Chakabwa. It is over so far.
3 bodies. Kohli's
And
having a laugh.
interesting, very decent amount of swing for Bhuvi in this over.
Decent.
Very decent. So,
I mean,
but remember that India will be playing in Adelaide in the semi-final. And
Yes.
I don't think Adelaide has seen any movement.
but at least India played 1 game in the Adelaide Oval that
And in
came from
which
Bangladesh.
would have lost if
Would have
they-
lost, but England haven't
like-
played a game in Adelaide. We're facing England in Adelaide.
Yeah, but I think these teams have spent enough time in Australia to get adapted to conditions quickly.
Yeah.
Did England play in the SCG before yesterday? I don't think they did.
No, they didn't.
They didn't, right?
Yeah.
So Sri Lanka did
Yeah, Sri Lanka
for a
did.
while, but Sri Lanka couldn't do anything.
No, but now I'm
else.
just thinking about it. Adelaide, we know how Adelaide historically has those dimensions, shorter square boundaries. Will that play in the hands of? It's going to be a bat v bat contest, bro. India.
It's going to
England.
be great. It's going to be blockbuster. I mean, bat v bat, yes. India would ideally
Great
want,
time for the question, guys. Let's focus on the That's exactly what
Yeah.
we're talking about right now.
assuming
Assuming it's India, England, New Zealand, Pakistan.
Yeah, I mean, unless Zimbabwe pull off one of the best chase of the World Cup, it's India's England. So Butler and Hales both are in scary form. We just saw how, and Hales especially, the way he just dismantled Sri Lanka in the power play yesterday, it's alarming.
Would you be comfortable with India chasing if they had to?
I think so. I think India will be better off.
But we've
It's a
chased this one.
catch-22 situation because England are poor at
Defending.
chasing. England
we've
are poor
chased
at
only
chasing,
once.
but England's bowling attack is such that you would fancy chasing anything against them. They don't have an X-factor bowler in their lineup.
That is true.
So
But then the way we saw Sri Lanka spinners go about their business yesterday to make it a possible choke, do you fancy India putting the runs in a scoreboard? I mean, big pressure game, scoreboard pressure, all of that? India getting 180
I think
and
India
then
will
banking.
bat first. I think India will bat first. I mean, if
they
Rohit
win
is
the
batting
toss,
first
yeah.
today, I think he'll bat first in Adelaide too because otherwise they would have tried to chase,
Yeah.
for sure. So, just coming back to this match once, I think Zimbabwe are by far the worst batting side in the power play in this tournament, in Super 12s as well. They have lost at least 2 wickets in every match.
Really?
In the last 3 matches, they've lost 3 wickets each. So it's they're
In
averaging
the power play.
they're averaging 11. Before today, they were averaging 11 in the power play, losing a wicket every 11
That's
balls.
not possible.
Yeah,
11?
they were averaging
Holy
11 in the power
shit.
play while they were losing a wicket every 11 balls. So,
That's terrible. Vikram Mohanty, good to hear from you as ever. Does it swing or seam in Adelaide? Because that helps our bowlers a lot. Without it, we don't have the out-and-out pace bowlers to attack. Good points. But look, cast your mind back to that Bangladesh game. Obviously, the overhead conditions played a huge role. We saw Taskin Ahmed cause huge problems to India in that start of that first game. Then we also saw how it could go the other way, right? I mean, Litton Das and Chanto, they played circumspect, but Litton Das was obviously terrific.
I think Adelaide has the least amount of movement, in terms of, I don't think there's any swing. We have not seen any swing so far, at least.
What about spin? Because Adil Rashid is probably going to be the bowler to watch out there, even though he's had, shit numbers off late. And Rishabh Pant.
If it's...
It's conceded the first runs.
If it's spin, then England have 3 spinners, right? They have Moeen, they have Livingston, and they have Rashid. And although Moeen seems to be the kind of bowler that Butler is using exclusively against left-handers, so unless Pant plays, I can't see Moeen bowling.
But Moeen likes to bowl to like Virat and KL. We've seen that in the IPL.
Yeah, but I would be more worried about Moeen in a ground like MCG, where if he's turning into the right-hander, it would be difficult to clear the square boundary. Yeah, so I won't mind facing Moeen in Adelaide, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, spin will be kind of interesting. And we've got Harry Potter, or shall we say Harry Peanuts?
He's nuts.
Guys, it's bowl him, lads. Bowl him. And Harry Potter, magical entrance. Sing is king. Swing is king. Swing is sing. Which one are we looking for?
Anything. No. At this point, his skill set is probably the best in the country.
That's a joke. I mean, look at the position.
That's a like you can't ask for
more than
late movement.
Exactly. Srivatsan saying, "Jaldi khatam karo. 5:30 to London derby hai. Chelsea Arsenal. Hoping for a cracking game.
Srivatsan, please tell us who you're supporting. Like today and in general, which club do you support? And all you football fans out there, please. Since this match is over, done and dusted,
let's chat about Super Sunday.
Let's talk about a real sport.
And honestly, in terms of cricket.com, we've got the 3 best football brains right now.
He said real sport.
Let's talk about a real sport and
not fixed WWE sports,
not rigged sports.
No, we love you, cricket. I mean, we of course draw salaries.
All your football fans out there, just tell us if you're going to be watching the Arsenal Chelsea match. Tell us who you'll be supporting in that match, and tell us in general which club you support. We could have a conversation.
Yeah, we could
about that. And guys, I think we said it yesterday itself, but now we are saying that in case we get 100 thumbs up likes in one of the watch along we do for the knockouts.
Yeah,
we will do a football watch along for you
for the World Cup. For the football World Cup.
Any match, like let's see any big match within the next 2 weeks.
Senegal Qatar is the opening game.
So guys,
will be interesting.
Spread the word. Just help us. Spread the word. Just help us get to like 100 likes in one of the watch alongs we do for the next 3 matches.
And we promise you
2 semi-finals and 1 final, and we promise you a football watch along.
One of its kind.
Yeah, I mean
absolutely. And just to give you more football context, United fan, Barcelona fan, Arsenal fan. I think Arsenal fans right now the happiest of them all.
No, I'm nervous.
No, but at the end of the day, let's give credit to Arteta because he's taken everyone by storm. And he's ripping it up. I mean, if they go to Stamford Bridge, bro, and they win tonight there.
Did anyone see Aubameyang's promo?
Arsenal against Arsenal.
Nothing personal. But I'm back. I'm
hoping Liverpool beats Spurs tonight. If you guys know, because then United can meet Villa and then climb up the table.
I think you would actually prefer a Chelsea victory. Liverpool victory, right?
I would actually hope Chelsea Arsenal a high scoring draw. I really don't care.
You'd hope for a Liverpool win, right?
Yeah.
Because Liverpool are behind you guys.
Down in the
and Tottenham.
He's Chelsea forever. Srivatsan, Glory Hunter.
All right.
Srivatsan, I mean, post Mourinho or what, Ranieri days?
No,
if you had Ranieri days, then full support.
Fine. Ranieri was after Mourinho, wasn't he?
No, before.
No. Which Mourinho? I'm talking 2004, 5?
No.
Yeah. So Ranieri was 2003.
Was he?
Yeah.
All right.
And then he got Chelsea into the Champions League. Mourinho came, Bob Drogba, all of that.
I mean, it's fine.
To be fair.
Being a United fan, you can't call Chelsea fans glory hunters.
Oh,
So
come on.
you-
Because we've already got the glory without.
He can call all of us glory hunters because his team
He doesn't
know what
have,
glory
yeah,
is.
he doesn't know. So honestly, Srivatsa, Akash and me, we know how it feels to win a
Just
Champions
got a
League.
call from ICC writers. India will back next week. Yeah, that's why we go and watch a real sport like football. Yeah.
I didn't know Pramod called you, but yeah.
So yeah, I mean, Avnish is the biggest glory hunter out there.
No chance. I
When
at
he
least
started
know how
watching
to win.
football-
I mean, I know how to see how it is to win a Champions League.
When he
after.
started watching football, United won the treble for Christ's sake.
Exactly. That
Exactly,
year. It's a
so
coincidence.
It's not a coincidence.
We didn't win the treble before I started watching.
Guys, let
so
me see which is the most successful team, and I'll pick them.
7 years old, watching it.
And and let's not forget how Mr. Fergie kind of bullied every referee out there, and Mr. Fergie, kind of.
Whoa. Subish making directions here.
See, if Liverpool finish top 4, I promise a Carl's beer for everyone in office. Just
Carlsberg,
remember.
love the branding, bro. Love the branding.
So that's Pramod,
Carlsberg.
our ICC writer.
I'll take Carlsberg Elephant.
Carlsberg Elephant. Once,
Liverpool finish in the
I mean, if
okay.
Pramod was a Everton fan, he would have been saying
Yes, tell
Chang
us,
beer.
what
to be
is more likely, Liverpool finishing in the top 4 or Rohit performing in the knockouts?
RCB fan होता तो क्या RCB
Wow.
fan Kingfisher मिलाएगा.
Kingfisher, right? 1 second. You can comment in the questions below, and we're also doing a crossword as well.
I know what is highly possible.
Okay.
Me getting subbed out because
No,
Somesh
I'm
is
going.
wait.
I'm
Okay.
going now, and I'll come back for alter.
This guy,
No, I've ordered, so it'll take time.
Okay.
When it comes to Avnish, the whole him supporting RCB's glory hunting gone wrong.
Not really. We have
So
3
yes.
titles ripped off us. But back to this.
Which title? Imaginary ones.
No, wait, I'm coming. 1 second. 3 for 2. I'm just taking a break because it's day 2 second session. Zimbabwe playing for stumps.
And there he.
क्राइम मास्टर गोगो नाम है मेरा आंखें निकाल कर गोटियां खेलता हूं मैं गोटियां
So more. Crime master.
So that this match is done and dusted already. What do you want to do now? Like, just talk about some of the match.
I just dined and dined.
Talk about the semi-final.
Should we play book cricket?
Sometimes I'm thinking we should play office cricket here and people should comment. Honestly. Take the camera out there and be like,
Mike, ऐसा
After
comment
that-
आएंगे इतने भी वेले नहीं है हम.
bro, his team's already gone. He's simply coming here to keep the tournament alive.
He has the contract.
So you happy
Yeah.
with facing England or not? Or would you rather have faced New Zealand?
Obviously, if given a choice, I would face New Zealand.
Ooh.
And England, I feel England will give better competition to Pakistan. I'm slightly wary of India facing Pakistan, possibility of India facing Pakistan yet again in the final.
And that'll be how many ICC tournament finals we face them?
Okay, bro, he's saying, Avnish, we have an interesting comment. Look at the comment.
So
He-
Conte, when we won the Premier League, I'm not that old and we're winning 3-2 today. Oh, what has gone?
Front flip.
When Conte ka fan at 2016, Srivatsa. You're
Yeah.
joking, bro.
He's young, so he's fine.
Yeah, at least tell me Avram Grant, I believe him. Mazak.
Also, last time United won the title, I just got out of college.
Okay.
That's what Pramod says, yeah.
Yes, last time United.
I was in school the last time United won
Which
title.
team won the title? I mean, latest, United or India?
Mm.
India.
Yeah,
India.
2012,
12 was the last.
11,
United.
12, 13.
Yeah.
13 May was when
Yeah, 12. I think
almost
that was
the
at
same time.
City.
Yeah.
Almost
City
same time. Just India and United have not won a major title since.
They'll call Europa League also major title,
So
no?
basically,
Yes.
neither India nor United have won an ICC title since the guy who's the Prime Minister of India became the Prime Minister of India.
Okay.
So you saying it's his curse or?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying. I'm just iterating facts.
Okay.
All right. So now, I mean, it's just that we're going to have to go through the motions for the next 17 overs. There's no
Yeah.
choice.
Is India getting the most swing amongst?
We wish crickets
Yeah,
will have
because
a data. We won't.
I think that the reason behind that India are slowest
One of
in
the slowest,
pace
yeah.
among all other teams, and
Yeah,
that can be a reason.
but they won't
Plus,
get.
we have proper swing bowlers. I mean, Bhuvi is a swing bowler, so he knows.
Arshdeep is
RCB is on the swing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you give the ball condition and a wicket that swings, definitely Bhuvi will swing it more
Yeah.
than any other bowler.
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
world. So that's
which Butler also acknowledged, saying
We
that
won't get any swing. We won't see any swing in Adelaide, though, I guess.
oh, this is
We have
gone
not seen any
miles
swing
away.
in matches in Adelaide so far, right?
Mm.
Pretty much zero swing.
yeah. But I mean, all of this just tells us that whenever Sky fails,
Mm.
India would need that Kohli versus Pakistan kind of a knock.
Yep.
And very good bowling.
Yeah, which in itself was a once in a lifetime sort of a knock.
Or a very like outstanding bowling effort that you rip a team apart.
It's just, I mean,
I think
look at him. This must be the best year anyone has ever had in T20s. I don't
Yeah.
have a doubt. 1,000 runs at an 183 strike rate. Like, what the hell is that? Like, come on.
Oh, Shami. It was interesting to hear.
India has a few jinxes to break in this World Cup. One, choking in knockouts, and two, if Pakistan fails in winning against them.
That's not a few jinxes. I mean, like they won in 2007.
Yeah,
It's
and
not like
yeah. I think the biggest jinx India have to break is that their top three letting them down in the knockouts.
Yeah.
That's been a repetitive pattern since 2016.
Yeah, even 2013, I think openers failed. Only Kohli performed.
2013, yeah.
Kohli scored a 50.
16 again, Kohli.
2013, we're not even sure if you would get a game. Just that way.
Yeah.
20
Yep. So I think we can get on with the crossword.
Yes.
Have the next
next clue on your screen.
Oh, 99, father of two, and Arjuna Award. 99 ka age hai.
Yeah, I
It
know.
can be
I
age.
know.
It can be age. It can be jersey number. It can be wickets.
Yeah.
It can be catches.
I think I know who.
Yeah.
You're literally asking about him, I guess. Oh no, it was you or Hardik. Somebody was asking about him.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's your next clue.
It's a name. It's a name that several people chanted over the last few weeks. That's all you can say.
We'll give another clue. It's related to the stream, I guess.
No, that's enough. It's a name that many fans have chanted over the last few weeks.
Yeah.
We won't say which country fans, so that's up to.
And this is and you know, like, should we give another clue? I don't think we need.
No,
to,
it's
right? It's enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So yep. So
So you guys had it muted, right? And the commentary, I think Ian Bishop was talking about how Arshdeep has been learning how to swing the ball both ways. And I think Bhuvaneshwar, he's getting some tips or something from Bhuvaneshwar, and that's how he's been nailing those, which is actually incredible because now he's looking more threatening with the new ball. And we all like already know how good he is with the death over this thing. So it's
sharp
just
swing into the left.
Yeah.
By the way, Craig Irvine has absolutely been horrendous in this World Cup. He's been dismissed, I think, every single time inside the power play. So let's see if he can survive
repeat
the power
the pattern.
play.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's funny, right? 20 years ago, almost 19 years ago, his elder brother playing against India at the MCG, almost winning an improbable, pulling off an improbable chase now. And I was surprised to learn that Sean Irvine is just like 3-4 years elder than Craig Irvine. He's like still 38, 39. So, but he gave up cricket a few years ago itself.
It's becoming more, because Avnish is making them so.
He will,
We will make them tougher, Srivastava.
we'll make them tougher from the knockouts. I mean, proper tough.
We'll make you earn your $500.
Right, semi-final 2 at 12. So India are playing semi-final 1 or semi-final 2?
If they top the group, I think semi-final 1.
2
right?
only, I think they're playing.
They'll be playing the semi-final in Adelaide.
Group 1
Yeah,
2.
2, semi-final 2. So, I mean, looking at Arshdeep, Sky, so what is one thing that is common between the two of them?
Confidence.
And they had like more than 2 IPL seasons back to back.
Yeah.
In which they delivered.
Yeah.
So a lot of times we see either player picked right after a one good IPL season, and they've been given a run in an international squad and they don't perform. Then they sort of daggers are thrown that it's IPL wonder. You shouldn't pick a squad based on IPL performances. Secondly, we have so many players in the team who have not even been among the top 20 batters or top 10 bowlers, and yet in the team because they carry a reputation.
Yeah.
And clearly, we're seeing that Sky is the best batter in the lineup and Arshdeep is the best pacer. So this tells us, right, that while you should, selectors should definitely read into IPL numbers, but also take a bigger sample size and not get carried away with just one season wonders.
So which tells me that someone like Rahul Tripathi
exactly.
needs
Rahul
to be
Tripathi, even Sanju Samson. Sanju Samson has three good seasons.
Oh,
I mean,
at least 2 definitely.
Yeah, the kind of knocks Sky played today, and to be honest, the kind of knocks Sky has played all tournament, I don't know, since making his debut. I mean, I just can't see any other batter in the world.
Yeah, and
doing
I
that.
feel, Rahul Tripathi, if not, can be at least 80% of what Sky gives,
Yeah,
clearly, and which
definitely.
will be above than what other Indian batters are offering right now.
Yeah.
And
For
it will
sure,
solve
yeah.
a major problem against spin because he's excellent against spin.
And pace both. So I mean, imagine Rahul Tripathi at let's say after this assuming
Cycle.
Kohli and Rohit step away or whatever, like Rahul Tripathi at 3, Sky at 4, Samson at 5. It's a flexible batting lineup also.
Yeah.
All three can bat in
Yeah.
all 3 positions. Then
And
you have
all three can hit everything.
Pandya at 6, probably Sundar at 7. It's like it's a very nice. Pant obviously should be in the mix as well. Maybe Pant opening, who knows?
Opening or 3 or whatever. Yeah.
Like I mean,
But then I think it just tells us that Pant needs to deliver at the IPL level too, right? He can't just keep
Exactly,
on not
yeah.
underperforming in the IPL and expect that is
yeah,
because I think most of the players who play in other formats like Pant, Kohli, KL, the IPL is the only T20 cricket that play outside the international circuit, and T20 is a format where you have to adapt pretty quickly, right? In a test match, if you're batting, even if you don't score even a single run in a session, it's okay. I mean, it's fine. I mean, obviously,
Short.
I mean, at times we've seen Pujara not getting off the mark of 50 balls, and
yeah.
there have been some question marks around his approach and all. But at the end of the day, if he converts it into 100 or a high 50, big score of 50, that just cancels out, which is not true for T20 cricket, right? You need to evolve, you need to adapt really quickly.
Yeah.
And this is where I think these guys who want to, succeed at this level should also need to deliver high IPL numbers as well.
Yeah. Bhuvi is deadly the amount.
I mean, if you look at just IPL numbers, there is no argument to make in favor of the selection of Rohit, Pant.
Yeah.
In this
Kohli also to
an extent,
but in Australia, obviously, context is important. But
and even KL strike rate,
it's
the same thing, right? It's just a reflection of how he's playing at that level versus this level. It's almost the same. It's the style of batting is almost the same.
But fair play to Kohli and even Shami to an extent.
Yeah.
And Bhuvi also, I would say.
Yeah.
Everyone, all these 3 players have lived up to their reputation.
And Bhuvi has a decent IPL throughout. I think IPL 2022. 2020.
Yeah.
No, not 2020. 2021 first half, which got disrupted. That was the only bad phase of IPL that I've seen from Bhuvi.
Yeah.
Apart from that, he has been on the money.
In that way, I think India have been slightly let down by Rohit's returns in this tournament. He's one of the. Can you believe that Sky before this World Cup had never played in Australia?
Never played in Australia.
It's just ridiculous, right? And you have other guys who have played in Australia who are struggling, and then Sky. He scored a century in England. Now he's
almost
bossed Australia. He's bossed India, bossed Sri Lanka. Sky has
bossed UAE.
Yeah, is there anything?
No, not really.
Is this the
he was
best
good,
peak?
no? IPL.
This is close to
a complete batter.
This is probably right up there as the best best peak any middle order batter has ever had.
Ever.
It's peak as in. I would argue that even AB has not had this kind of a.
In T20 A's, no.
T20 A's, T20s both together, I would say. I just feel that this might be the greatest ever peak any batter has ever had.
And with that, we have Avnish replacing
you guys are blaming me for the bloody crossword. I'll tell you what Srivatsa has done. He's taken a screen grab and one of our producers literally showed the bloody answers. Jesus.
I did dream of, just like I'm sure like many Indians dreamt of being a cricketer.
Tone behind this. It's my life. It's now or never.
So Avnish,
22.
क्या वो करके आया तू? Powder order जो भी.
White line fever.
Before you came in, we made a statement that this from Sky is the greatest peak any batter has ever produced in T20s.
That's a question I wanted to ask you. In fact, when we were talking about him, or I think Akash, they were asking that no batter has taken the world by storm like that
ever.
This in any format.
I can just find one parallel, which is Gale in 2011, 12.
Yeah.
11 and 12 across those 2 years, Gale was untouchable.
I can think of all formats in a year. Virat's 2016 stands out.
I was just waiting for
That's true.
when Virat will come into
That's
this
true.
conversation.
2016 Virat
He's
was
talking about
untouchable.
T20Is, dude.
Sky.
T20. Let's talk T20s also.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh.
Oh, nearly. Shami nearly doing non-Shami things. Yeah, but T20 internationals, you guys are spot on. Who else comes to mind?
I mean,
And especially for someone who bats
No
at
AB
four.
also.
yeah. I mean, that's what makes it ridiculous, right?
There are countless analysts in this world who will tell you that number 4 is the trickiest position.
And
to
that's
bat
what we
in
kind of
T20.
use the case with Rishabh Pant, right?
Yeah.
Oh, in T20s he bats at 4 and 5.
Because you'll never know when you'll bat.
Exactly.
At times you'll be in the power play. At times you'll be in the middle over placing spin. At times you'll be at the death. You have to just hit it out of the park like 12 runs, 13 runs and over.
Oh, that's a good bumper that, but it's gone for 6.
In a podcast with Jared, in the Red Inca podcast, Brad Hodge once said that his career basically got ruined because he was asked to bat at number 4, number 5 as his career went on, because it's like the toughest position to
It
bat.
is.
But
And knowing Sky sometimes, like he mentions, all the various positions,
You know,
he could walk in the second ball also.
and we are forgetting that this guy took the IPL by storm by batting at number 3.
Lots
And he was
of
asked to bat
after
number 4 at India to accommodate Kohli. Now he's become the best number 4 batter in the world.
Is Sky the best number 4 batter of all time in T20 internationals?
Who else?
See, only person we can compare him with, at least in the
Maxwell.
middle order, is maybe AB de Villiers. When it comes to T20 cricket, I'm not talking about international
Yeah,
cricket.
T20
Internationals,
cricket, you're right.
AB de Villiers do not have the enough credentials to maybe even be in an all-time T20 11.
True,
Maxwell,
true.
I would say. Maxwell is the only one.
T20s, AB is a good shout.
T20 is Maxwell. In terms of, but again, that's why we have this discussion, right? T20s and T20s are almost like different sport.
But it's crazy. Sometimes if I ask you guys right now, talk to me about the best T20 cricketers of all time.
Changing the ball.
You think of Gale, Malingas, Narines, Pollards. All the batsmen we're mentioning, they have brute power, but Surya can get into that conversation with his pure aluminium bat, but like skill.
Yeah, it's just that, he has this aura about him. He's like, I can't fail. You try doing whatever you want. I just won't fail. I can't fail. It's like, this just changes whenever he plays Pakistan, but
the sad thing is that
only that.
He's 32 years old. I wish he was like 28 right now, because then we can see another 10 years of Surya. We could still see it the way
Kohli in 2016 had averaged 106.8 at strike rate of 141 in just 13 innings. He has scored 641 runs.
Yeah, only in T20s, but I'm saying if you look at all...
Ice,
I think he's talking about T20 Ice.
Okay.
Yeah, if you talk about players having...
that was ahead of
at their
his
peaks,
time,
probably...
but 1,000 plus runs at 180 strike rate, that's just out
Next
of
level.
this world.
Out of this world. Shami into the attack. It's super important that Shami also just gets a little bit of things, because obviously India are not going to make many changes. And there's the man, the Vince McMahon of cricket.
ACC president is here. Bastub's buddy.
Vimal, our good old friend.
Yeah.
Hello, Vimal ji. Did you see the cake that the media guys bought Virat?
Yeah.
And the knives, some butter knives from the local.
Don't you think
hotel,
whenever cricketers see that, they're not concerned about, they're concerned about food poisoning or whatever? Why would I eat a random cake?
Oh, third man in business, you betcha. Bhuvneshwar Kumar gets another catch that we so often associate him to see in that position, and Zimbabwe imploding.
At this rate, we won't have any rant for Jamie.
We won't have any rant for Jamie, but honestly, from a football perspective, and I sympathize with the lad, the London Army is coming faster than before.
That's fine. The match will
And
get
so
over anyway.
we can go on our drinking spree tonight a little earlier. Chalo, why? Yeah, sorry guys, no invites, only special lads. If you guys don't have hair, you qualify. So Amit,
and Avnish will be shaving
Now
his head.
I'll have to go home and shave
It's
my-
time for the Raza
Raza.
entry.
But that Sean Williams innings, sorry, Sean Iowa and Craig, that came at MCG.
I think so. Or was it Gab? I don't know.
It
But
was one of those.
in Australia,
In Australia, let's just.
but it's just cool that, brothers are playing 20 years apart at the same minute.
What?
Was any Indian player who's active in that team? No,
We're
right?
just playing in this team. No. Can't think.
No, DK started 2004.
DK would have been close.
2004 he started.
If Parthiv had been active,
Yeah.
then
DK's
Parthiv would have been
burst onto the fame of that stumping of Michael.
Just
Vaughan.
after Parthiv, DK came into the scene. Yeah, that stumping in 2004 when India went to England.
Yeah.
And then he opened in tests as well.
I remember that.
I don't know if you guys follow Tanmay Bats. He did a video at Cricket Crazy Memes or whatever, and they got Parthiv and GK. So he's like, talk to me about your debut in England 2002. And the funny thing is, so Ajay Ratra was a keeper at the time, obviously coming back to the great 100 that he scored in West Indies and all of that. Yasir Arafat, who's Pakistan's bowler, was a net bowler that day. He's bumped out Ajay Ratra, who was facing his final ball of the net session. And that's why little Parthiv trolled into the 11. And every time apparently he sees Yasir Arafat, he'll be like, thanks, bye, for the debut. But yeah, straight things. Imagine seeing that right now, right? Like Pakistan net bowler in India, all of that.
Yeah, Yasir Arafat has ended a lot of people's career.
Which Yasir?
If you know, you know.
Don't want to go there.
So, remember that Zimbabwe team with Stuart Kurla, Mark Vermeulen.
Carlisle. What a man that man was.
Mark Vermeulen. Zahir Khan got Mark Vermeulen.
You know, I used to absolutely love watching Andy Blignott play. I think he was ahead of his time.
His bowling, he was a good bowler.
Yeah, I mean, he was a proper all-round.
He was like a more polished Justin Theron.
He was like a Lance Klusner, mini Lance Klusner.
Exactly.
I think if he had been born 10 years later with his skill set, he would have been an absolute asset in T20s. Like
who's Zimbabwe's best player of all time? Like how we can name Sachin and all these guys. Andy
Flower, Grant Flower, and then Brendan Taylor.
Each streak comes close.
Taylor will be in top 5, I guess.
Top 5, yeah.
Duncan Fletcher. The good old Duncan Fletcher.
But देखा नहीं ना खेलते हुए तो कैसे होता है?
Do you think Raza is getting
Neil Johnson, bro? Neil Johnson.
Sean Irwin will be there.
He had a couple of good years.
Sean Irwin must be there somewhere.
But was that a yesteryear thing? I mean, remember you saw those bats of the things where it was always a red mark with the bat. Like right now, you see bats which are just pretty faced.
You know, I was
Neil Johnson always had a bloody bat which was seasoned.
20 years ago, Zimbabwe had. 20 years ago, Zimbabwe had Craig Irvine. Now they have Sean Williams. They had Sean Irvine. Now they had Sean Williams and Craig Irvine.
Like names swapped.
But when did Zimbabwe's decline start? Post 2007?
No, earlier. I think.
Yeah.
2004.
2007 they still beat Australia and all of that.
But that was
whenever Mugabe.
2005, you don't remember TVS Cup, India, New Zealand, Zimbabwe. Where Shane Bond went bad in Harare in Bulawayo. We played Venugopal Rao.
अरे वो मेरे घर पे केबल नहीं होता था. That game was not telecast.
Whenever
so he couldn't watch that, but he could watch the 1997 Nehru Cup. If you guys know, you know. Nehru Cup.
I'm watching cricket.
Oh, catch that! Another soft cotton ball. What are we seeing? And Rohit can't believe it. And it's a hugs, it's happiness, and 4 down Zimbabwe. Ooh.
Rohit talking about back. Bhai, देख कैसे cat पकड़ते back ना चला जाए.
Don't jinx it.
And Hardik is like, तुमने तो कोहली को उठा लिया था, तब नहीं सोचा back के बारे में.
Oh, but good thinking by Hardik. And even Hardik, the bowler, should just like get some wickets, even though he did damn well in that
Pakistan match.
Pakistan as well.
And also in Bangladesh match, he bowled a very crucial over. I think took 2 wickets, right?
1 second. So I want to just get a conversation back that Somesh stoked rather in the first innings about Indian players that we have right now who could potentially replace Rohit, Virat, and all of that. And I'm saying this in good jest that say India hypothetically win the World Cup, and now we can say goodbye to certain careers, so Rohit, Virat, and all of that. So Tripathi is somewhere close to the sky mold. Shaw also.
Yeah, Shaw.
But then Shaw doesn't pass that test. Shaw has consistent IPL season.
True, but then if you go by Rahul Dravid's logic of giving longer ropes, imagine he gives Shaw a long rope, bro, like KL.
No, but see, the players who've gotten longer rope are Avesh Khan. He had 1 good IPL season. I think Prithvi Shaw is yet to stitch 1 entire good IPL season. He's done well in patches. I mean, 2 IPL just started well and sort of tailed off. This season he was actually looking good before he got injured.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I feel Prithvi Shaw, I would see, whenever I make an argument about Prithvi Shaw is when India select B and C teams, whenever Rohit, Kohli all are rested. And even then he's not selected is slightly tricky. But in the first 11, I don't think Prithvi Shaw walks into either of the first 11 right now. But doesn't
Prithvi Shaw have the X factor that you keep hinting upon?
That's true. But I mean, you have to be consistent in terms of selection.
Yeah.
The point that I made earlier was Sky debut for India was in 2021. 18, 19, 20, he had stellar IPL seasons.
Yeah.
3 back-to-back.
Yeah.
And that's why he was just ready.
Correct.
Arshdeep, I remember he had a very good 2020 season.
Yeah.
he played half season, but it was very good. Then 2 good seasons in 2021 and 2022. Now again he's ready.
Yeah.
So that logic has to be applied to everyone, and by this logic, even Rahul Tripathi qualifies because he has been having good IPL.
So then, what would you say, like players like Gill and Iyer, who've had one season?
Iyer is a different story. Iyer has already played for India in all 3 formats.
So do you think he'll come in? He'll be in the conversation.
But Iyer is. I don't think Iyer would be in T20.
Personally, I wouldn't. But
I agree
you never
with
know.
you.
And
he should definitely be in the ODI scheme of things because he's an exceptional player.
Similar with Gill.
With Gill also, I feel like
Gill would have been a perfect fit in this World Cup given the conditions.
But he also has only one good season under his belt. And he's done well in patches.
Okay. What about the name of Ishan Kishan, lads?
He needs
again
one good season only.
He's just had one good IPL season.
Yeah. I mean, and we also have to keep an eye on how guys like Jaiswal, Padikkal, Gaikwad, yeah.
Again, one and a half.
But all these guys, I mean, yeah, sure, it's a similar point that you're throwing. But I'm trying to compare them to fearless, non-ego approaches out there for India, because we're seeing it with KL playing for this place.
And that's why I brought up Jaiswal, the name of Jaiswal, right? Like, he was an absolute intent machine in for Rajasthan last year whenever he opened.
True.
And the boy is clearly a special talent. Like you see what he's been doing at the first class level.
At this point of time, I think the next player who should, I mean, let's say Rohit retires after this World Cup. KL is not going anywhere.
Correct.
But I think the person who's most eligible to partner him at the moment is Ishan Kishan. And I think it will be a perfect foil for KL as well because Ishan Kishan doesn't give a damn about his wickets. He'll just go for it, which is good.
Yeah.
And then you'll have your Samson, Sky,
Samson. How did I forget Samson?
And Rahul Tripathi. And then you back to Hardik at 6. And there goes 7, Jadeja, Aksar, whoever. And
7, maybe the man that Somesh mentioned to me yesterday.
Even Washington Sundar at 8, replacing Ashwin.
The only man in our country who can bowl leg spin and bash it too.
Riyan Parag.
Rahul
Tiwati.
And Riyan Parag.
I mean, technically,
see, the only thing that goes against Rahul Tiwati is he doesn't ball that much. That is why he's not seen as a proper all-rounder. Otherwise, he would have played for India for sure.
But I feel India need to do everything they can to the people who take care of the players coming through, they need to do everything they can to get the best out of players like Abdul Samad, Riyan Parag and all, because they clearly they come with a special talent, like it or not, like Riyan Parag.
Oh, that's out. That's hitting middle.
It's a very special
leg.
talent, right?
Rod Tucker agrees.
Maybe we can ask Jamie to prepone his...
Yeah, Jamie, if you're watching, we want to have a chat with you about this diabolical game. And of course, the Jamie Alter Derby, which is a potential semi-final number 2, India-England.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Please hop on before at the 10th over because I don't see this game lasting.
We need an alternate view. Or an alter case.
If Parag can just work on his bowling a bit, maybe become like a Sikandar Raza.
The same thing with Shivam Dube. If he can work on his bowling a bit. And India, he's been capped, right?
Yeah, he's been capped. I mean, if you're an all-rounder in India and you're not capped... Then
and you're bowling at least 120 plus.
I mean,
like Vijay Shankar.
Parag is special. I mean, when you see the matches he finishes off where he has the ability to hit over extra cover.
Yeah.
Like, do you think that's another thing which goes against Shaw? Not a big match player. At least what have we seen of him? IPL knockouts.
How much has he played?
Shaw is a sinusoidal curve. He has to find some level of...
He's like Gilchrist basically, right? Like... As in, like, he'll fail more often.
He's like Gilchrist at the domestic level, not.
I tell you, as in Shaw will fail more times than he succeeds.
Yeah.
Because of his style of play.
Yeah.
So what you have to look at is whether the team is winning matches in the games he's succeeding, or whether he's putting the team in a position where they are ready to win matches whenever he's succeeding.
Correct.
From what we've seen, whenever he clicks for Delhi, he always puts the team in a position where they are very good, but obviously Pant and Iyer have not been good in the last couple of seasons.
He's a game changer, essentially. Yeah.
I mean, whenever I see, nothing against Rituraj Gaikwad, but whenever I see him being selected ahead of Shaw, I sort of find it unfair because I think Gaikwad still needs to have, a lot of good seasons under him.
And he's also that kind of player where you mentioned, like 10, 12
and
balls.
Maybe, honestly, I don't mind if Gaikwad is groomed to be a ODI player, or even at the test level because he's technically very correct.
Yeah, but
I'm
just thinking.
Again, it might come back to bite me, but I mean, the way T20 is progressing, I mean, we still have a lot to see from Rituraj Gaikwad, and in that matter, Ruturaj, yeah, and I would think, I mean, Shaw deserves a look in ahead of him.
I mean, like Gaikwad is the kind of fullback who's very good defensively, but you're not excited about him because he can't
cross the wall.
Yeah, exactly. It's
basically like a trend. Great.
No, trend is different. Like trend is Shaw, I guess. Right?
Yeah, maybe. But do you think Shaw, Kishan, and Samson is a batting lineup we can all relish in the years to come, or do you think that's ship's passed?
Hopefully,
with Samson
unless they decide that Iyer is the guy who should play number 3.
Shaw, Kishan, and
Samson.
See, the thing is, I don't see KL Rahul going anywhere, and nor should he. I mean, if you have intent merchants
and Pant
around,
also is there.
If you have intent merchants around, maybe KL can continue doing KL things, play out the first over maiden, and still be an asset to the team.
And Pant is also there. Don't forget.
Maybe he'll find someone who is ready to take strike in the first over.
Pant is also there. Yeah. Hardik will be there.
But then Pant has to stitch good IPL seasons together, which he has not been able to.
Given how random.
Also, Abhishek Sharma has been having a good smat left-hand bat and can bowl. Yeah, good point, Sanjay. I think Brian Lara was very impressed with the youngster. We spoke to him.
Yeah, because see, the only anomaly was Rohit Sharma, who never had good IPL seasons but still doing good for India. But now even that has gone out of the door. Yeah. So, I mean, it just tells us.
But I fear for people like Samson, people like Hooda, because like you keep mentioning, he can just bowl, he'll get them out.
Let's not talk about Hooda at all, because Hooda is not here.
But he has age on his side, no?
I'm saying let's not talk about Hooda at all right now, because he's picked for a certain reason, because he can add value in department 2.
True.
It's not it's not because of his IPL numbers or anything.
So
no, but I'm saying after like certain players go out of this scheme of things, is Hooda automatically because he's number one?
Not really.
Because he's had half a good IPL season under his belt, one good season.
Yeah, even Abhishek Sharma is a good shout.
Very good.
Very good shout. He's a left-hander. He can bowl. I mean, basically, if you're okay to carry Hooda, why not Abhishek Sharma?
Yeah.
So Abhishek Sharma kind of took the first step towards breaking into this talks by having a run accumulating season last year.
Yeah.
I think he really needs to kick on next season and have a season where he kind of scores 350 runs at a strike rate of 140, 150.
Yeah. And to be fair,
and take 6-7 wickets at an economy of 7 or 8, so that he's.
And about all the youngsters that SRH have bled in so far, I mean, you talk about what's the guy from UP, Garg, and then Abdul Samad, and then of course Abhishek Sharma. I think he actually has the potential to go a lot of places.
I feel still Abdul Samad is the X factor among all, because he reminds me of Hardik from 6-7 years ago.
We're not even mentioning people like Shah Rukh Khan. I know Raj Bava is what Vasant's pointing out, but
let's see. I mean, Raj Bava needs to perform in the IPL first. Whatever we saw of him last year, it was not. It's always like he's not ready for that level yet. So maybe but yeah, I mean, we did see one report that they are fast tracking Raj Bava and grooming him or whatever. But
would you have Ruturaj or Padikkal?
Right now, you have to go Gaikwad, yeah. But I see a lot of potential in Padikkal. I mean, let's not forget that before KL Rahul became...
Sanjay disagrees on Shaw over Gaikwad. He says Gaikwad's temperament...
They are not like-for-like players, right? They offer very different skill set. It ultimately comes down to your team combination. When you have other players who can anchor, why do you need a Rituraj Gaikwad as an opener? See, my point is...
Go back to that comment, sorry. Yeah. Carry on, so.
See, let's say you have a batting lineup which has a Virat Kohli at 3.
Yeah.
Then is Rituraj Gaikwad a very good opener for that batting lineup? No.
Yeah.
And more often than not, if I keep saying that KL is going to still be opening, then Gaikwad is definitely not the perfect partner.
It's about team construction as much as anything, right? It's about team construction.
And we're talking about T20s. If you're talking about ODIs, then I would probably pick Gaikwad over Shaw, because...
No, but if, say, there's a case of playing Gaikwad, then you have to partner with KL. That means you have to have, Kishan at 3 and Sky at 4. Intent merchants at 3, 4, 5 potentially.
Yeah, then
Samson.
Then rules out Samson, because I mean, obviously, if it comes down between Samson and Gaikwad, you should be picking Samson by every logic.
But players evolve, right? So we don't know. Gaikwad could turn into a basher.
Yeah, definitely. So that's what I'm saying.
It's about. Let's see. I mean, what will be interesting to see is.
Let's add Jamie.
How many of these players actually, take a step towards evolving and showing a different side of themselves,
Hello, Jamie. How are we?
A Dutch fan.
Very well, boys. Very well. How are you?
Good. I mean, surprising Sunday to say the least.
Shocking Sunday.
Shocking Sunday.
Depends what angle you're asking me from.
I mean, if I'm asking you from a South African perspective, I might as well use shambolic Sunday.
They were never in my top 4 for this precise reason. I said this before.
They were in mine.
This was not a rant. This was not a rant. It defies logic when you talk about South Africa in these tournaments. And I've been going back and forth with guys on WhatsApp all day. It's not about any cricketing logic. It's not about skill. It's not about paper. Something like I was joking with one guy. Inke upar kala saya hai. He's like, what are you saying? I'm like, it's beyond any logic. If you expected them not to choke, you're living in a fool's paradise because they have done this. Like but I'm saying you, all 4 of us, we can sit here. There's no, it's my logic nahi hai. Something just goes wrong. You can argue two wrong calls at the tosses against Pakistan, against here. But I'm saying they had no business blowing this match. But where do you find logic when it comes to them? We've seen this. I'm not going to count 92. I think that was bad luck. But 96, 99, 2003, 2007, 2011, 2015, 2019. Now it's always something just goes wrong. So I'm utterly not surprised that I had them blowing the Pakistan match, which they blew. I had them blowing this match, which they blew. And now look at it. I mean, potentially we're looking at an India-Pakistan final. I think stars laughing their way to the bank.
Absolutely. I think ICC and the BCC have got their wishes.
And the funniest part is, for a team that has a history of chokes, this is like the chokest choke ever
of all time.
So it is because there's no DLS, there's no one tripping, there's nothing. I remember Hashim Amla, he cut Nathan McCullum a bottom edge onto his boot there's nothing like you just could not chase whatever that I forgot the total, whatever it was. 159.
The thing is, how did Netherlands end up scoring 150 against that bowling line in the first place? I mean, that is where they lost the game for me.
So again, now if we try to look for some semblance, Rabada has been their worst bowler all year. Like it's not, he's been horrible all year, right? But like Nigiri not getting wickets, Parnell not getting something, there's no logic to it. I don't know what it is, man. It's bizarre.
Yeah, sometimes I think the football parallel which struck me this morning is how I think this African shaman put a curse in Guardiola to not win a title with Man City. It's something in those lines with South Africa, because I think their biggest regret and rue down under would be about Hobart and the rain falling there, because if they got the points against Zimbabwe, we would have been having a different conversation right now.
Yeah, but I mean, a team who's lost to Netherlands.
That's true. They don't deserve to go
and failed to beat one of the 2 good teams in the side. And against India also, I mean, had Kohli taken that catch, they lost the India game as well. So I mean, there can be no argument.
One more thing, right? If they had collected 2 points against Zimbabwe, for instance, there is no guarantee that they might have played the India match with the same motivation. They could have been slightly relaxed, thinking that, okay, this is a match we can afford to lose.
I think at this point, Pakistan have a better net run rate than them. So even if they had Zimbabwe game in the bank, Pakistan would have qualified.
Look, the truth is that everyone overestimated South Africa.
Yeah.
Just because of how lethal their bowling looked. Because just look at it from practical perspective, no team can have Wayne Parnell batting at 7. No champion side can have Wayne Parnell batting at 7, Keshav Maharaj at 8, and Tristan Stubbs at 6. Tristan Stubbs has one good knock in his entire T20 career that came on his debut against a cooked England bowling lineup on a very small ground.
Yeah.
Apart from that, he's done nothing. So, and
but it makes me think about who they'll be throwing the daggers to, at least when they go back to South Africa. Obviously, Temba Bavuma, everyone's painting in them this brush, but people like De Kock and Rabada. I mean, you're talking about 2 T20 veterans here, Jamie.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think De Kock did have a few good knocks, but in the 2 big matches where he had to, that shot he played against Pakistan, I mean, that's a shot the whole tournament that's been going over the fielder into the ground. So something, I don't know, like whether a sports psychologist has the answer, but something like David Miller, we talked about Miller, he's been the biggest thing for South African cricket all year. He's like finds a fielder. He was weeping. I think there's a comment from Anirudh saying some dropped catches. Again, yes, they dropped 2, but they took 4 outstanding catches. So it's the team just wanted. It's a cliche. The team that wanted to win more ended up winning. I mean, I mean, of course, we know Bavuma. I'm not even going to go there. But Rabada having a bad year. Markram, up and down. Heinrich Klaasen, I thought might finish the match because he's a good player, but you just knew, yeah, when the third wicket fell, gaye kaam se. It's that obvious here.
No, but they had to actually take into consideration that Netherlands were African killers, right? I mean, they beat Namibia, beat Zimbabwe, and they beat
So
South Africa.
it's like how Ireland are English killers. So.
English killers. But yeah, I mean,
Coming on the topic of putting the blame, it has to go to the bowlers, because if you just look at grander scheme of things,
he showed me a Rabada stat in the pre-match. He's the worst pacer this World Cup has witnessed.
Yeah,
bad.
and if you think of it, the game Afghanistan played against England. Had Afghanistan scored 20 more runs, they scored like 112 or 13. They had just scored 20 more runs, they would have won that game.
Yeah.
Had Bangladesh scored 20 more runs, they scored like 120. Had they scored 140, they could have beaten Pakistan. Netherlands ended up scoring 158 on these pitches, like a match-winning total.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Against the best bowling lineup, like as everyone was saying. So
overrated. Sorry, Jamie, continue.
I woke up. I look at the scoreboard. 150. I woke up. It's like 158. बना लिया इन्होंने. ये तो match on है भाई.
And they played with bravado.
I was watching from like 6 o'clock. I got up 5:30, saw what's happening. At that point, I'm not gonna lie and say, oh, I knew. But when they got to 158, because their middle order finally stood up, and 158, like you said, it's a very good score. And against these teams like South Africa, 158 suddenly seems like 188. And when De Kock got out, you thought, chalo, theek hai, there's a lot of batting. But I mean, just Rabada has been a massive disappointment, not just in this tournament. I was seeing his stats throughout the year. But still, I will go back to what we discussed. They had this bowling for these conditions. Nagidi, Nokia, these guys are good bowlers. But something, I don't know, man. I don't know. Very weird.
And actually, if you think about all these lower ranked teams, if you pick Netherlands, Ireland, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, even Zimbabwe, they are stronger on the bowling front and not on the batting front. So if you're giving them advantage while they are batting, then you're out of the game.
Exactly. Yeah. We even saw how Netherlands before Sky played a crazy knock. Netherlands had India tied up. Had they got Sky, they could have easily restricted India to a 150, 155-ish score. I'm not saying they'd have won that match, but that's what Somesh was saying, that once you concede 160 to bowling lineup Netherlands, which has, by the way, the best seamer in the entire competition
in Van Meekeren.
Yeah, in terms of bowling average.
In terms of bowling averages, let's just put it out there. Plenty of questions for Jamie, which is trickling through. But before we take those, I want to ask him about the Pakistan game as well, where they got the job done, many would say. And if you look at it from a fan perspective, they would be thinking, you know what, we gave India a run for their money. We gave Zimbabwe a run for their money, didn't go against us. And then we beat South Africa and Bangladesh and, of course, Netherlands. So technically, they would be happy going to the semi-finals, and they might even fancy New Zealand, Jamie, right?
Oh, absolutely, guys. I mean, this is Pakistan. We've all spoken about the unpredictability. But I mean, the parallels with 1992, I mean, these did crop up in the 2009. Exactly. And the same theme, this yearly cropped up during the 2019 One Day World Cup when I was in England, but it didn't go. But here, I mean, Australia, 30 years, Imran Khan, poor guy, he invoked the spirit of 92, I think like 36 hours ago, There's a lot happening. And just this team, there's no team, like the best team in the competition could be 5-0, everything going, no injuries, everyone scoring runs, everyone's taking wicket. But Salah, Pakistan ko khelna padega semi-finals mein. Half the battle is lost because you just don't know. I mean, look at the 2007 Champions Trophy, right? They lost that first match to India. Things were gone. It took 3 balls from Mohammad Amir to take out India's top 3, right? If that happens again, and these guys are so dangerous. So, I mean, New Zealand, yes, they're good guys. I root for them. But right now, it's like, from my perspective, if you're asking me, the momentum is with Pakistan and the momentum is with India. I actually see a thrilling India-Pakistan final
line.
Go
back to that 92 reference, Jamie, because if you remember the semi-final, there was New Zealand-Pakistan. Martin Crowe played a blinder, but I think Inzamam bailed them out. And then they met England, who could be a potential finalist. And there was a certain left arm on changing the game, so it could be Shaheen Shah Afridi.
And Imran Khan was out of form throughout the tournament, but he delivered.
So that's a barber.
Exactly. I'm telling you, it's eerie, man. It's eerie, guys.
Oh my God, that should be clipped, guys, for sure. Prabodh Anand going on to say, had South Africa played India anywhere but Perth, we would have not needed Netherlands.
And is Muhammad Haris like the Inzamam,
Yeah, just added. or maybe like a Myanmar, I guess, because Myanmar did not start the World Cup. He was added after 5 games or something like that. So Mohammad Haris can turn out to be that player.
But Jamie,
Sorry guys, I mean I feel very old now talking about 92 with so much detail.
I feel Pakistan.
I did not watch that World Cup. I mean, for the record, I was not watching TV when 1992 World Cup happened.
So, Jamie, I feel Pakistan have, actually, it's like a blessing in disguise for them that Mohammad Haris has kind of come into the lineup and added almost a new dimension to their top 3. We saw how he batted against South Africa again today when things were like going extremely shitty for them. He just came in and showed so much intent.
Impetus, yeah.
Exactly. So now they are probably more dangerous than they were in the group stages.
And last time, I mean, even the semi-final that we cast our mind back in 2021, we saw how Fucker bailed them out of jail, and it was not really the Babar Rizwan axis, right? So
yes,
do you think it's actually positive signs of Pakistan? Sorry to keep harping on the same point.
No, it's a very good question. In fact, even before I joined this stream, I was thinking about it, right? Because you can argue that on the basis of this Aaj ka match, they are a new number 3, a new number 4, so they still don't know after the openers are. It could be anyone batting 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Is it a good thing or a bad thing? I think even they're not quite sure, right? Because we've seen, at least since the Asia Cup, because I mean, you guys know this, our viewers, I hope they know, they hardly played like 1 or 2 T20s before the Asia Cup. I think won the whole year.
Yeah,
so discarding that fact, won. So Asia Cup, all the trying they did. Mohammad Nawaz worked out once against India, didn't work out the second time. But even in this match, having a whole new rejig lineup, it's very dangerous because a team that doesn't know what they can do, what's the opposition, how do you make plans for this team, right? Mohammad Haris could walk out at 3, Shadab could walk out, Shan Masood could walk out, Iftikhar could walk out, Hyder Ali might come back in the 11, you never know. So, बहुत dangerous team hai yaar ye.
Let's throw light in that Jamie Alter derby, which is England.
Ryan Ball just hit an 80-meter reverse sweep for 6.
And
quite something.
Amit as well. I mean,
Let's get Amit.
Discussion about Mohammad Haris takes me back to something that my father keeps harping about. He doesn't give a damn about statistics and numbers. He's just like, he just says one thing. जब बैट्समैन मारना चालू करते हैं तो बॉल स्विंग होना बंद हो जाता है. So
यही तो है, क्या बात है सर, यही तो है.
So it's like, see, if you are someone who's batting at 4-5, you watch Babar and Rizwan bat, you'll feel like the ball is doing all sorts of things.
Like Rohit and Rahul.
You can't hit boundaries. Yeah. Bowlers are on top. Their bowlers are gun.
Yeah.
Harris comes in, hits 2 sixes, and it's like, oh, मार सकते हैं इनको. जब ये आके पहले मैच में मार सकते हैं तो हम भी मार सकते हैं. तो
Harris gives you the impression as Imran Nazir.
Yes, I was about to say
Imran Nazir. Honestly, Imran Nazir vibes. He has it written all over it.
Yes.
And funnily enough, Imran Nazir used to perform against South Africa also.
Oh,
like,
I mean,
in multiple scenarios.
if Imran Nazir wasn't run out, I think Pakistan win that match easily 15 years ago.
Guys, add Amit as well, no, please.
Add Amit as well, and then we'll of course talk about the India-England game. Good to see the spinners getting some miles in their legs, so to speak.
Coming back to this match, Ashwin none for 12 of his first over.
Yeah.
What do you think? Like, he's not had the greatest of tournaments.
He'll come back. He'll come back, mate.
But I mean, Ashwin is not going anywhere.
Hello, Amit. How was lunch?
Lunch was great, and it looks like, I'm back to the India-South Africa match. This time it's Zimbabwe, say 76 for 5. But yeah, happy to be here in this position. But Ashwin question, Jamie, you want to feel that?
What was the question? I know something popped up a while ago. Now it's gone off the screen. Something about being defensive or something, right? Kya tha? There was a question.
What's on the screen, boys?
Because I know
what should his role be against the batters. I think something like that.
I think I've addressed this a couple times at least here. To my mind, he's just doing an extension of the role he did for Rajasthan Royals in the IPL. Let the other spinner take the wickets. My job is to restrict the runs and use all my experience not to take wickets. If wickets come around, like he did when he bowled that ball to Andre Russell, that's a fantastic ball, one of the best balls bowled by a spinner. But if Ashwin is not taking wickets, and in a game where the team has scored 188, if he's gonna, if they get anywhere near that, I go back to those 2 matches against Australia. Both times they got to 200. He had like none for 37 and none for something. That's golden. In a team where every bowler is going for 10.5, he's going for 8.3, 8.4. That's fine. I'm totally okay with Ashwin playing the restrictive role. Of course, he'll want to take 5 for 2. nahi hota har baar, but the role he's playing, I'm totally okay with that role he's playing. He's playing because Chahal had a very bad last 2 months. Had Chahal been taking wickets, Ashwin would probably not have been played one game. I'm not entirely convinced of the Ashwin versus left-handers argument because he's not doing that job as well. But he's just there to not give as many runs as the other bowlers. That's my simplistic view on it.
But
And let's
isn't
not
he
forget he's
giving
playing
them
as a
those
finisher.
runs?
Yeah, and he's playing as a finisher.
He's playing as a finisher. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, you
that's what
talked
has
about-
tilted the scales in his favor also, with regards to him being included in place of Chahal. So, but at the same time, he is giving away runs. I think, of course, we expect him to play defensively and be rather economical, but that is not something that has happened.
Yeah.
England will be a real test because, he's not been put under pressure I think he did well against Bangladesh, but
Did
after
very
that,
well against
he was
Bangladesh.
pulled back after those
See, but
overs he bowled,
actually,
right? Couple of overs.
again, I think Amit, so Jamie, in the first innings, we were actually discussing about framing a 11 based on tactical decisions. Now, against England are definitely a batting heavy unit and a bowling light unit.
Correct.
So against a batting heavy unit, you would rather strengthen your bowling attack.
Yeah.
So there is actually an argument that you might not need an Ashwin at 8 and would be better off playing a Chahal against England.
Yeah.
So let's
His best
see.
figures also.
Let's see. I mean, you don't have to. So
Yeah.
I just hope they don't make a rope and all that ego issue.
Yeah.
And even if you can play someone straight in the semis because tactically it makes sense, they should just go for it.
But will they be flexible is a question, and then we can of course ask Jamie Vasan's point as well. Jamie, hop on.
I'm just saying, I agree. Like in all our previews, I'm sure we all said they bat 1 to 10 and the bowling is weak. The bowling has actually been far better than the batting in this whole World Cup.
Right.
So will India maintain that same approach? I'm not so sure. I think inki batting bahut farzi hai. Liam Limson hasn't done a thing. Moines had one good match. David Malan's not there. Stokes had one good match. So I think the batting is a definite weakness. So that logic might not apply to England right now. Had it been maybe 3 matches ago.
Yeah, maybe also they might think that England have too many lefties. So
That
they
is
might
true.
need Ashwin.
Amit? Oh, go on.
No, go on,
Jamie,
go on.
sorry.
No, go on.
Amit, I just wanted to ask you about the venue, right? I mean, England haven't played in Adelaide. India, we saw them play against Bangladesh in Adelaide. And the most common thing talked about is the short boundaries. We keep saying it could be a bat contest. So having said that, do you think India will factor in these kind of things, or they'll just be like, you know what, this is what we're going with. We'll bring DK back in for Pant, and whatever happens, happens.
Nah, I don't think. I mean, look, something that this team has done, and this is not just this tournament, over the years, it has backed people, right? And I think now that they have gone for Pant instead of DK, I have a feeling they will stick to Pant. DK has had his chances, and again, 3 chances, didn't do anything of note. So I think they will go with Pant, not go for the tactical changes. As we were talking about in the first innings. That's my feeling.
Potentially facing England and New Zealand with the spinners, maybe Adil Rashid, Sodhi and Santner come to mind, and Pant would be definitely a better pick, right, Jamie? I mean, knowing that you obviously don't like DK as well.
Meanwhile, Aksar is having a stinker out there today. He's conceded 28 of 2 overs.
Holy shit.
Which means in MCG, he's bowled 3 overs in this tournament
For
so far,
49.
and he's conceded 49.
So that's the thing. I know that Ashwin has not been economical, but considering India have only played 2 spinners the whole World Cup, he's by far the better spinner all throughout, right? He had one good match. Akshar had one good match. Overall, man to man, Ashwin has done better than Akshar. So he's still the most economical spinner. Going back to the Pant question, I'm sure you guys discussed this at the start. What did you make of Rohit's comments? I didn't buy this. Oh, एक ही player है जो अब तक नहीं खिला, मैं खिलाएगा उसको. Bollocks, man, bollocks. There's something more beyond this.
No, for sure. I mean, by that logic, why can't you give Harshal Patel a game to see how he goes?
Exactly.
So something is. I think they've lost. I think they move beyond DK now.
Maybe.
Yeah, and that's what we have also talked about, how Pant has this ability to, do well when, like, he's a person who plays the stage very well, right? So big moments, big matches, you expect Pant to do something now after the kind of history that he has, reputation that he has developed. So maybe that's the reason that now they are going to back him for a while. I mean, for a while, yeah, up to 2 matches. But yeah, coming back to Ashwin and Akshar, okay. going
You can
to
take this
what
comment as well, I
Jamie-
think.
Yeah, take this comment, Amit. I mean,
Yeah.
that is pretty much it.
Exactly. I was going to say this. So that's what I was coming to. That the English batting lineup, as JB pointed out, it hasn't really batted
Fired.
the way you expect them to, right? So, and you can see that they are not like there is some sort of nerves around that batting lineup for some reason. And that's when I feel, you get a leg spinner in, like screw with their mind. Because again, Akshar is a
Bowling.
defensive bowler itself. Yeah, Ashwin has got a wicket. So
He's got
I
a
think
wicket.
instead of Akshar, we can get Chahal, and I mean, in front of England, we should definitely put two spinners.
Yeah. See, the only issue with that is then Ashwin walks at 7, which makes your tail very, very long. I mean, I have another argument. I mean, I have a suggestion. In fact, maybe India can go it with Harshal instead of Akshar, and because if they have Pant in the 11, they don't really need a left-hander. And we've clearly seen pacers have done far better than spinners in this entire tournament. Plus, Akshar has those cutters and all. Which I mean, last game was it? Where the pace was, if they put pace on the ball, the economy was 8.5. Whenever they were bowling cutters, it was 4.5. And Harshal Patel is a king of cutters, right?
Yeah, Jamie?
Yeah, I mean, look, there is logic, and I think the fact that this team is not, I mean, they like you said, I mean, they back guys, but all of a sudden to not play the guy who you back more than anybody else, that could actually be an indication that that something is there. So I would not be surprised if Harshal Patel does get a game. Point is, he's not played, and Chahal is not played. Pant had not played. So आज जब Pant को मौका मिला, probably between the two, I would agree with Amit. The case for Chahal at that ground against this shaky lineup does work better. But again, with this team, after Aaj ka decision, I would say anything is now possible here because I didn't see this coming. I thought they had DK locked in until the final straight, but I don't know, man.
GS,
No,
just
I
to
think
answer your
it was
question, how the hell
like
did we allow Zimbabwe? I
Ryan
mean,
Ball happened.
Burl and Raza happened, but it's
Against
definitely
India spinners.
it's definitely out of
Yeah,
Zimbabwe's reach now. But yeah,
It's out of reach, but they can inflict a
and these are
psychological
good
blow
players,
by-
man. Let's not disrespect them. Both Ryan Burl and
Yeah.
Sikandar Raza are like really decent players. So give credit where it's due.
Yep.
I think
Yeah,
Ball.
definitely. And in fact, this day, I wanted to comment when Zimbabwe 36-5 that this day has gone in a downward spiral in terms of entertainment. The first game was top notch, second game was okay, but this game like fizzled out pretty soon.
a dead rubber.
Burl wishes that he just connected the ball this cleanly when they were chasing against Bangladesh that day. He just couldn't.
Absolutely.
He just wasn't able to get the ball away on that occasion. And you just think of that, if Zimbabwe had beaten both Bangladesh and Netherlands, they would have qualified with 7 points. It's just,
Which is quite crazy.
Yeah,
By the way, all you guys,
this World Cup has had so many of these close shaves that you can always say, what if that happened? What if this happened?
Superb World
That's
Cup,
also-
man. Superb.
ICC hired the WWE scriptwriters, is what we went on to say. But also after yesterday's result, the theme that we found out for the T20 World Cup history, no host nation has won it. No one's been
Correct.
able to defend the title. Can we put a finger to why, gentlemen?
Not really. I don't think there is. I mean,
Yeah.
you can't put except for the fact that, like, if we talk about this World Cup, Australia didn't have. I mean, they just didn't inspire confidence because of how Aaron Finch was. I think a captain's form, it has a lot of impact on how the team is playing because it's playing around him. And Finch's form in the lead up to the tournament, there were so many question marks around him. I think his confidence itself was quite low. And it just did not look like an Australian side.
Yeah.
And with regards to the last World Cup, we also talked about it earlier also, that last World Cup, to be brutally honest, was a farce in the way how every time the team that chased would win, or like how the toss became such a big factor there. So yeah, I mean, that World Cup, not really. I won't really. I mean, of course, I can't say I won't count that, but still, they were slightly lucky on that occasion.
That
There's a balance
last World Cup is that last World Cup is the most someone has won on a coin toss.
Exactly.
I can find parallels between Australia this year and India last year. It felt like they didn't even get out of second, third gear. It just, especially the
but to be fair, Australia and England should have happened. I know it got rained out, but that game would have really decided who actually
England would have
deserved.
smashed Australia, man.
You
Come
think
on.
so?
Yeah, I mean, they played a three match series just before the World Cup, and England won 2 and would have won the
Would have
third as
won
well
3-0,
if not for rain.
Yep.
So I think the better team is in the semi-finals.
But
Who starts favourites, Jamie?
even in that series, Australia was
Yeah.
experimenting. I don't know why. Even in the second ODI, they were experimenting. So it's just that there was a lot of uncertainty until the World Cup began, right? And it reflected in the way they performed. And a lot of it has to do with how Aaron Finch's form has been, not just in T20, even in ODIs and everything.
And I think, I probably won't be that harsh to just pinpoint a single person because Warner sort of, under-delivered would be an overstatement.
He did under-deliver.
Yeah. So, but under-delivered to that particular extent. And I think even Mitchell Starc, they couldn't identify the proper role because Mitchell Starc, you'll always think of him as a new ball swing bowler, but then they wanted to turn him into a middle-over enforcer all of a sudden. So
Hazelwood had a very bad tournament.
Yeah, Hazelwood was a T20 player of the year for me last year because he won the title with CSK and then won the title with Australia. And he performed in both of those. But he had a very bad World Cup this time around. So a lot of factors. Maxwell was out of form apart from the last game against Afghanistan.
Yeah, and Stoinis being your leading run getter doesn't spell
and the Tim David card did not really click because none of the 6-hitters have performed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Jamie, go on.
No, I'm saying like I went into this World Cup with a very different view. I actually had Australia as the favorites along with England, not based on any solid fact. I thought the fact that Warner, Wade, David, on paper, these guys look very good. Yes, they had struggled of late, but I thought they would want to send Finch off. I didn't expect Finch to score runs. I thought his job will become to the toss and make the right call. They still got some runs out of him, more than half the other guys. But it's just like you guys just said. I mean, David Warner did not show up. David Warner was like Sunil Gavaskar in the 1983 World Cup. His job was just there to take some catches.
The team won there.
Glenn, they won, but I'm saying they didn't win because Gavaskar was there. Maxwell, I mean, this team still backed Maxwell when he was averaging about 3 going into the World Cup. He didn't do it. Like you said right now, Avnish, if Marcus Stoinis is your leading run getter, that's a problem. Zampa got COVID. I think he missed 2 matches. He didn't take much wickets. So on paper, I thought they were a very strong team, but it just didn't work out. I had England on paper to being a stronger team, but clearly they've not played anywhere like a team in the Final Four should, which is why I have Pakistan smashing them. We're playing them. I think we're going to smash England. And again, like I said, Pakistan being so unpredictable, they're going to take care of New Zealand, and we're set up for that mother of all finals here.
Really?
This happened in 1987 World Cup when it was India-England semi-final and Pakistan-Australia semi-final. And eventually it was England-Australia that played at the Eden Gardens. So it's if it happens in Australia, just imagine how it's the other way around entirely.
Yeah.
So,
and actually, there are a lot of
parallels.
If you go to 2000 Champions Trophy, India played South Africa in the semis and Pakistan played New Zealand. And Wasim Akram, before the semis, went on to say that we are expecting an India-Pakistan final. India won the semis, but Pakistan lost to New Zealand.
Yeah. Which is quite crazy.
It's like a lot of parallels.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how it really unfolds. But I'll tell you what else is unfolding on this watch-along is our crossword. Let's bring that on the sets right now for all you guys. And Jamie, of course, has a curious face that he's painted. Let's see if he can, of course, chip in with the answers in terms of the crossword clues. And we're looking for, I think, the 6th clue right now, guys. If you guys can feature on your screens. By the way, if you guys are watching, there's another wicket which falls and is gone to Ashwin. No, I think it's the left-hander. So Zimbabwe imploding. Inevitable death, some would say. DK Kaliga is just going mad in the comments below.
By the way, Zinchenko starts.
Right, so one sec. For Amit and Jamie, we've kind of course, put out 6 clues. I think you guys can just go through it accordingly. And the viewers who've joined us late. The latest clue is yet to be reflected. Guys, if we can have the latest clue right now. Or is that... okay, fine. The latest clue being plural of former Oz captain.
What?
Wow, that's interesting.
I'm guessing it's things like...
Clarks.
Clarks.
You could have had a shoe brand.
Yeah, there's quite a few over there. I think Srivatsan went on to say it's an easy one. I think we should ask him to get that one. If he can get that one, smart lad.
Is the guy, I think he gets all the crossword answers, no?
For sure. And we're having multiple games in the CDC Watchalong on a Super Sunday. The second game of which is what we showed Amit earlier, and I would definitely want to get Jamie's attention to it, which is the best T20 World Cup 11. And we are, of course, asking the viewers, and Jamie, that is you as well, if you had to pick one person from each team, the Super 12 teams, 11 members, and then the 12th man, who would it be? So this is what CDC have conjured up in the last two watch-alongs. If we can reflect that on our screen and then think if Jamie and Amit can do
Amit
better.
should be ready with his...
Yeah, Amit and Jamie jump in here because there's no clear opener, as you can see, because all the openers have not impressed. We also don't have an out-and-out pace bowler and a captain. But
I'm okay with Sam Curran opening, actually.
Yeah, to be fair.
It's Kusal, man, it's not Kusal, so that's one.
Max it out.
Max it out. Okay,
Max
for
it
Man
out.
Meekman.
Yeah, can't remove him. Jamie and I think you and I have to make a combined team here.
Once I go back to the graphic, guys. Go back to the graphic. So,
please,
Jamie
can you show me once?
Yeah, we can go back to it. So we've gone for Kohli from India, Kushal Mendes from Sri Lanka, Glenn Phillips has to be there from New Zealand because they had a couple of choices, to be fair. David Miller is a suspicion because after today, we were making this after yesterday's watch-along. Stoinis is a no-brainer, as we discussed. Sikandar Raza, I'm guessing, from Zimbabwe. Pakistan, Shadab, maybe Naseem, but Shadab definitely. Then Sam Curran, Van Meekeren, Tashkin, and Little. And 12th man, Fazlak Faruqi is a left-arm option. And we had to pick someone from Afghanistan. So
you can only pick one from each team, right?
Exactly. One from each.
Guys, just one thing. Would you not pick Santner? I know Phillips has been impressive with the bat and all, but Santner has been really economical.
100%.
And he has done the job. He has done the job for New Zealand,
100%.
like his captain.
Okay, one of the fans
we tend to go towards the batsman, right? I think it's the bowler's efforts often, and when it's an orthodox slow left armer, it does get a little obscured by what the batsman has achieved.
No, true.
So
I mean, Abbas
I would
Kulli
pick
is in the
Santner.
comments below, and I think he's already made a mistake because Ashwin's got another wicket. It's honestly it was. It kept really low. Abbas, basically, you can't pick two players from the same team. I've realized you picked Kohli and Surya.
He's picked Kushal
And Arshdeep also. Also
and,
Arshdeep.
Now, what's happening, Abbas?
He's basically picking
Also, one thing.
11.
Yeah, I know it's a T20 World Cup 11, and I know like Stokes has not done anything of note except for the innings in the last match. But I would still I think in the semi-final, and I hope it's not against India, or even if it is against India, it's in a losing cause. But Stokes is one of those people, you have to bring that big stage to him to get him to perform. So I have a feeling that he might be the key man for England.
Okay, I want to get some controversy out of Jamie right now. If you had to pick one Indian player to fit into this team, would it be Virat, Surya, Arshdeep?
You should have asked DK.
Suryakumar Yadav. Woo!
Suryakumar Yadav. The role, again, since you only won the role the Kohli is doing, you can get half the other number threes to do it. But what that Surya does, the second guy is only Glenn Phillips. But I have to go with Mitchell Santner because he's just done such a fantastic job. So for me, Suryakumar can do what this guy's doing. Nobody can do what Santner is doing. So I have to go for Surya. And then Santner would be the Kiwi for me.
So, Jamie and Amit, to both of you, I have a question, which is related to the knockouts, semis, and final. Are you kind of dreading the match in which Surya kind of fails because it's almost like as if he's been dragging in? I mean, I feel like he's been masking a lot of issues with India's batting, and he's not just masking it, but he's in such a form that he's turning match-losing situations into match-winning ones single-handedly. So, what happens if Surya fails? Like, is it kind of
100%, man. I'm afraid.
That?
I'm afraid that minus Surya, we are a team which will be like 150 for 4 at the end of 20 overs. It's the Surya factor which is taking us to in excess of 118 pretty much every match. So if the day Surya fails, I don't know. It will be. Of course, there is Kohli, and of course he did what he did against Pakistan, and in a match where Surya did not play well. But at the same time, those kind of matches, you don't expect them to happen over and over again. So yeah, I have my doubts, and as we have talked previously, also the sameness of the batting lineup, like the top three, when Rohit is not striking, and Rohit is also, because he's out of form, he's also trying to take his time and get his eye in. That means that we have three batters in the top order who are doing the same thing. So that sameness is quite. I mean, to be at the, I'm like 15 over mark, we might be at like what 110 for two, which is not really ideal. So that's what I'm afraid of.
Jamie, we were asking Somesh, and I was asking the lads as well, in terms of if you've seen a batter in T20 internationals who's taken the world like how Surya's taken it this quickly, this rapidly, and the numbers that he's churning out. We can't even think of an AB de Villiers or a Chris Gayle, because who else has done it in the international arena in this format?
And I mean, yeah, both
Jamie?
T20s and T20s. Yeah.
Any
No,
names?
absolutely. I cannot think of any names. And if we cannot do it in like 15, 18 years of this format, I think the answer is there. This guy, by the time he got that chance, yes, very late, but I think he'll be the first to say, yeah, you know what, it's worked out well for me. I got rid of the fear of rejection, dejection. I was so ready that, I mean, the guy's first shot in a one-day match was a six, wasn't it? Over fine leg, right? And when you say, like he did that lovely interview with Nagaraj last week, where he said, I have 3-4 shots to every ball. It's not the first time I've heard someone say it, but you actually believe that, ye jo bol raha hai, mere paas 3-4 shot hai. You actually believe it. So just to go back to the question of, are we all worried? I think we are, but I've been thinking about this like all day, like, because I mean, if he fails, yes, he's due for a failure. But conversely, he can barely put a foot wrong, so maybe he gets 100 also, right? It's very tricky to call the way that Surya is going to bat, because it could easily go both ways. I think we know the problem. The problem is going to be that power play score for India. I had some stats before this match started. Obviously, it's changed a bit because KL Rahul got some runs, but his striker in the power play in 4 matches prior to today was 79.62. That is abysmal. And Rohit was 82.22. That is abysmal. India before this match was the third worst team, and one of the teams ranked higher than them was Namibia in the power play. So the problem, we can talk about Kohli and Surya, openers. I mean, and we know KL Rahul is going to play. He's going to rock up and say, I got 250s. But the dependency on Virat Kohli and Suryakumar Yadav. So if we talk about failure, I have to put them both in the same bracket. Conversely, if we talk about success, I wouldn't be surprised if they both got big runs. So let's hope it's the latter, man, because it'll be so fun to watch.
I'll bring up one more name, which is, okay, we've talked about the openers now. And Amit gave us interesting scenario where he finds India being at 110 for 2 at 15 overs or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say India are 110 for 2 or 3 at the 15 over mark, and let's say Surya has been dismissed already. In the form Hardik is in right now, do you actually feel confident? I mean, if you remember the Pakistan match, Kohli had to carry the side over the line because for the last 10-15 balls, Hardik could barely put bat on ball, and he could not cross the 30-yard circle.
And even today.
And he seems to have a problem with, hitting balls which are on a length, and, it's just being targeted to his...
And to be fair to Hardik, I mean, innocuous shocking dismissals or whatever against the runner play, whatever you want to call them. But is there a cause for concern there?
Is Hardik ideally in the form you would have wished for him to be heading into the knockouts? That's
his question.
That's the question, basically. With the bat.
Amit?
Yeah, so no, sorry. I thought it was for Jamie. But yeah, of course, that's a big problem. And I think he is not in that form. He's looked out of touch, honestly. So that's a big concern. Who plays that Surya kind of role? And then do you get and then it depends on whether you have a Pant waiting or a DK waiting. And DK is definitely not does not have the highest confidence considering how things have panned out in the last couple of weeks. So in that case, that will become crucial. So yeah, I think if Surya and Virat both do not do well, we are in a very bad state. It's like back to that situation of 5 for 3 in the 2019 World Cup.
Yeah, potentially.
So I think I get it. He's looked far from ideal. But if beyond these two guys, if there's anyone I expect to have that day out of all these guys, it's him. Because I have a lot of time for this guy. He's come along. He's changed my opinion of him. Yes, he struggled, but the credit that Virat Kohli gave him after scoring that 83 runs, saying "Ye nahi hota to main nahi marta wo." I think if anyone could have that day, I don't think it's going to be Pant. I don't think it's. I think we move beyond talking about Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. They're not going to score big runs, and if they do, there's not going to be fast runs. If there's one guy who can rock up and play that blinder, I still would back Hardik Pandya to do it more than anybody else. So hopefully that faith lasts a couple days from now.
Yeah, man.
So
I mean,
would
that's what we all
you,
hope.
would you say, would you compare this situation for India with the 2003 World Cup where Sachin Tendulkar was doing everything for India and then suddenly he fails and then everything goes to doom?
In that tournament, Sachin did score 673, but Saurav also scored against crucial matches, 2 centuries against Kenya. So we got runs from even Dravid also scored, Yuvraj Singh also scored against Pakistan. We got runs from everyone. That was a very different scenario where we were chasing 360 and Sachin got out in the first over. So even if Sachin was there, 360 was a huge total to chase. So it's slightly different here. And again, the problem here is that like the runs are coming from the middle of the order. It's not that the gates get shut when the Rahul and Rohit get out. What do Kohli and Surya do after that? And most importantly, when do they come in? Like, do they have enough time to sort of, settle in and do what they have been doing? Kohli and Surya, as I said before also, they have worked very well in tandem. Kohli has given the strike to him to, get his, settle in, get his eye in. And Surya has just gone about his business, playing his shots. And then Kohli changes gears after Surya gets out. So that has worked very well. But again, if you put them in like quite late where, say, Rahul has a 50 from 40 balls and Rohit has a, I don't know, whatever, that makes it difficult for them also.
So what is the messaging then the team management is sending out to Rohit and Rahul? I mean, just play 2 overs because like they're obviously not like England blessed with batting depth till 9 and 10. I know Ashwin bats at 8 for us, but talk to me about the stats that even you showed, Jamie. Surely people are showing Rahul and Rohit these numbers and be like, what are you guys doing? Oh, and that's the end of the game, by the way.
And before that, let's get to a couple of crossword prompts. We have still 4 left.
Oh, we still have 4 left. Sorry, Jamie, I'll just come back to that thought. And the big breaking news right now from the MCG, India winning by 71 runs, invariably topping the group. That means India
feeling
will
like
take on
2015
England.
World Cup now.
India, England, New Zealand, Pakistan. We have our 4 semi-finalists. It's going to be absolutely lip-smacking. And hopefully, we will be doing, not hopefully, we will be doing the watch-alongs for sure on Wednesday and Thursday, respectively. Let's get on to the crosswords, and then Jamie can rant about the openers a little bit more. Crossword time then, gents and ladies, lads and girls and boys. What do we have left? Show us the last 2 clues, please. So 6 across was plural of former Australian captain. 7 down, ex-RCB raw pace bowler. So 7 down, that's a 5-letter we're looking for. I can think of few. Obviously, me
You're
being
looking only for surnames.
Yeah, we're looking only for surnames.
Or first, whatever fits the
No,
box.
it's more surnames, to be fair.
Yeah, that is your clue.
That is your main clue.
8.
Okay, so let's go to the clues one by one. So the first one, I was born in 1983, captained my country and played the 2007 World T20. I can tell you for a fact that's a Zimbabwe player. It's a 5-letter name. So that's your big clue. 4 across, ICC Emerging Player Award 2011. That's slightly Googleable. So if you guys can do it, do it. 6 across, plural of former Australian captain. You have to be a little cheeky with thinking out of the box there, but I'm sure all you guys will be knowledgeable to get that. 8 across, the final clue then. CSK legend in St. Lucia memories. I think that's a straightforward one too. It's a 5-letter, so if you guys know, you know. Down 1, or 1 down rather. I had the most centuries for my country with 17 in total across formats. I'll give you another clue, but then that's pushing it.
No.
Yeah, I don't want to fix it. So
yeah, you don't stitch for clues.
And then of course one bizarre clue, which is in 2000 I became the first fielder for Zimbabwe to take 4 catches in an innings in an ODI. And I think Amit and Somesh shouted this answer out loud, but they were not confident with the name themselves. And then 3 down, he wears the shirt number 99. Father of 2 and an Arjuna awardee. 5 down, started off my career as a batsman, former SRH player, and Ruhan Arshad Song, if you guys know, you know. And the final clue, ex-RCB raw pace bowler. So get a screen grab, and whoever in the comments can let us know all the answers will, of course, thrive and get a 500
We conveniently forgot one more.
Oh, one more, sorry. Once hit 6 fours in an over in the IPL. And
many have.
And that's a 6 letter. So lots to consume, lots to take in. But you guys know best what to do, especially when you're watching on YouTube and stuff. Screen grab it. And Amit and not to forget, Jamie can jump in too. Coming back to Jamie's rant right now and the numbers he showcased about Rohit and Rahul. Because look, the only blemish right now going into the semi-finals, guys, and we'll make a substitution as we get Somesh back on. Jamie, Rahul Dravid must be looking at the data. Rahul Dravid must be looking at these starts in the power play and be like, listen, what's happening, guys? Even though we want to kind of preserve our wickets, there's something to address there. Surely it's the elephant in the room.
I don't think Rahul Dravid is doing any such thing because he's surprised me and disappointed me as a coach. I think they're not aware of the elephants in the room, right? They've just given such a long rope to so many people. I think we discussed this before. Do we really know what is going on in that dressing room? I don't think we have a clue. This has been credited as being the most open, the most supportive environment. It's also one of the murkiest ones as well. We actually don't know what's happening there. And if they've not addressed the problem of being the third worst team in the power play yet, and we're heading into the semifinals, I think the only thing going good for India is that they'll be happier playing a pretty average England team than against that New Zealand team right now.
Yeah,
I was just going to introduce Dan.
I just introduced Dan because ultimately it's a 50-50 household here. 3 with hair, 3 without hair. But bold and beautiful, 1, twice, and thrice.
I just hope Jamie was not talking about the fielding standards in the team by using the phrase.
I want to pick Dan's mind straight away right now because a lot's been made of India, England. First and foremost, do India automatically start favourites in that one, Dan? Surely they do.
Yeah, for me, yeah, but I don't think it's a huge advantage. Maybe 55-45 or something like that, which I think is actually, that's pretty reasonable in the T20 knockout match anyway. I mean, the vast majority of the time you won't have a favourite who's over 60-40 against one another. So yeah, 55-45 India. Looking forward to it on Thursday. It's going to be a cracker.
And we've already kind of spoken about it, laughed about it, sympathized about South Africa. I mean, you didn't see that coming, surely. All the T20 cricket that you watch, Netherlands wasn't a winner in your mind, was it?
Well, you know what, right? I'm someone who values my 8 hours sleep. And this night started, I think it started about midnight UK time and finished at about 3:30 in the morning UK time. And I woke up at about 4ish, checked the score, and I was like, wow, I couldn't get back to sleep after that because I was absolutely stunned. I mean, I did not see that coming at all. And I mean, South Africa, they find new ways to knock themselves out of tournaments, don't they, every time?
Yeah, fascinating subplots. I mean, Rudolph van der Merwe was one name being shouted out in office and how he's come back to bite the nation, which gave him everything. But yeah, I mean, let's just talk about the semi-finals, guys. So which one do you want to dissect first and foremost with the 3 beautiful and smart men?
I think let's talk about the side which is sort of being feared the most, Pakistan.
Oh, okay.
And I think, Dan, just want to pick your mind. Pakistan had an opportunity today. They were chasing a total which probably they would have chased down 9 out of 10 times. They had an opportunity today to actually make a statement and actually make everyone feel that, this Pakistan team, we are scared. But again, their openers I don't know what they were planning, but they've given the opposition to a room to actually think that no matter what, this Pakistan team is beatable.
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely fair. I mean, 92 for 3 they were after just over 14 overs. I mean, that's they're going to win that match. They're going to win that chase. Well over 9 times out of 10. But it just gives the critics more ammunition to fire at them, really, in terms of the lack of scoring pace. So, sneeze.
Bless you.
Thank you. Just the pace that they score at is just a continual criticism for them, and they could have made a statement. What I do like is Mohammed Harris is certainly bucking that trend, and I'm very pleased to see him get continued run in the team and scoring at a much more of a brisk pace. But let's see what happens in their game against New Zealand.
But where was he hiding? He didn't play any of the 7. The T20 series that went on for 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, we knew about him. I mean, he was someone like for example, like I mean, we chatted about him in the summer with one of my teams, just as a replacement player and stuff like that. You know, like he's someone who wasn't completely unknown. You know, like and the coaches who I work with, they knew who he was. Like there was no. Maybe their knowledge of world cricket is better than most other coaches, but by the same token, they knew who he was. He wasn't some unknown, complete unknown. And you make like a look at this now, and you think, oh, what about if Azam Khan had played as well? Could that have the two of them? Well, that would have been a different ballgame, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, he was 4th or 5th in the pecking order after Fakhar Zaman ruled out. Asif Ali lost form. Haider Ali lost form, and that's when. And he's like.
Yeah, but it goes back to the point that Amit and Jamie were mentioning, right? Like, and what Calm Duke in the comments mentioned, the unpredictability of these Pakistanis are quite ridiculous, and the parallels that we draw to the Australian 1992 World Cup and all of that. So Amit and Jamie, our team's looking at Babar and Rizwan saying, if they present a chance, just drop it. Honestly, just drop it.
Don't appeal.
Don't appeal.
If it's a bold, just I can put the stumps back on. Like, no, it wasn't a bold.
But jokes apart, guys, would that bite them? Amit and Jamie. Jamie, you can go first and then Amit can follow up.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I've said this a couple of times. Their strength all year has been Babar and Rizwan. And like I said, they played one T20 before the Asia Cup, right? But their form, their strength often ends up being their weakness, right? And part of the reason why they don't have a set 3, 4, 5, 6 is they never know. Oftentimes you've seen Babar and Rizwan have batted 16, 17 overs. But again, that score is nothing great. It's about the 7.2 mark, right? So the onus that falls on 3 to 6 to score runs quickly, I have no doubt that has led to Asif Ali being shunted out of the team. He was one of the best finishers going around in the world till 6 months ago, right? For all these factors, Shan Masood, they had dumped him from the test team. Forget about, playing T20. But to his credit, the guy goes and has a couple good seasons. I think it's for Derby, and he comes back, right? Yeah. Thanks. So they do that, but it just underlines the unpredictable nature of this Pakistan team, right? You mentioned Mohammad Haris being 4th or 5th down the pecking order, but they've given all these guys, enough chances. And I go back to what I was saying earlier, because we saw again a new 3, a new 4, a new 5 in today's match. New Zealand are going to be wondering what the hell are these guys going to do to us and what's going to play. And this is why this team is so fascinating to watch, guys.
And just look at it. If you, after Babar and Rizwan, you have Iftikhar who is in good form. There is Shadab, and now there is the new guy. So all three of them are in good form, and they are people who can go right from the ball one. So Pakistan suddenly looks so dangerous. It's just one of these two have to find form, If Babar and Rizwan, either of them can find form. And the others can play around them. I still do not, again, both playing out the entire innings or a good portion of the innings could be troublesome for Pakistan. But if Rizwan plays the way he does, a 70 or 50, the rest of the backs, like the middle order batsmen, can play their game around him. I think Pakistan can still notch up around 180.
Yeah.
Dan, having said all of this, will New Zealand then fancy Pakistan? On the day, or do you think vice versa?
Yeah, I think Pakistan go into this match with the often derided term of momentum in terms of
with an M.
Yeah. In terms of, I think we spoke yesterday about being equivalent of a playoff team in the championship going in, sneaking in 6th position on goal difference or something like that, and then going out and winning the playoffs and getting in the Premier League. And I think that this is equivalent a bit of Pakistan. They've got nothing to lose, but it still strikes me as we sort of spoke about with the Azam in particular compared to Rizwan, playing with a bit of fear. And we talk about the elephant in the room in terms of the India opening partnership. How much of an elephant in the room is Babar Azam's the way he's been playing in this World Cup right now? It's certainly not positive.
Yeah, but one thing that works in Pakistan's favor is their openers at least are not playing the first over maiden.
Yeah,
but they're getting
but also on this kind of the very slow lack of hitting approach and stuff, right? In England, you have this around the world, but there's this saying that it's better to have loved and lost than not have loved at all. And in terms of take the risk, try and take the risk in life, Bangladesh, they didn't do that. They're going to have so many regrets today. Surely tonight,
it's not just Bangladesh.
Yeah. They sit in
No,
that
but it's
hotel
just what happens when people are trying to find form. It's like Babar Azam was desperate to find form today, and I think that's what he saw. Okay, this is a target which is like 126, so if I can get a 40 ball 60 or 50 ball 70. He was trying to do that, and it just didn't happen. So when batsmen try to find form, they put a lot of pressure on the other batsmen, and the mini collapse that sort of happened. It should have been a very comfortable win for Pakistan, but it was not that, right? So it happened because of that.
Okay, before we just finish this Pakistan chat, I just want to ask Akash and Som in terms of if they look at it from the larger scheme of things, and we can pick out the nitty-gritties of every team, of course, and we'll talk about New Zealand, England, India just to finish up. They can look at it and be like, no team this World Cup has comprehensively beaten us. So they can actually go into the semi-finals as favourites and be like, you know what? We won the World Cup in Australia before and all of that, right? Is that a good way to look at it from Matthew Hayden's lens and Saqlain Mushtaq and all these guys?
See, I mean, absolutely. So it's like they have 9 players performing, which I think the most that other team. I think definitely that it's more number of players that are performing in India, England, and
100%.
New Zealand at this point of
Maybe
time.
New Zealand have enough. New Zealand have almost had everyone performing. Williamson last game, Glenn Phillips, then
Finn Allen in the first game.
So we can name 11 match winners there.
No, James Neesham, Daryl Mitchell. So
yeah, exactly. They can come firing
but
against.
Neesham also in the first game played a blinder.
Yeah.
That leads me nicely to New Zealand then. Will New Zealand, because this is a stat that I've been throwing out in all these watch-alongs, barring the 2016 and 2017 ICC events, the T20 World Cup and the Champions Trophy, they've made finals in all of them. 2015, 2019 World Cup, the 2021 WTC and the 2021 T20 World Cup. So can New Zealand actually get over the line here? Dan, Amit and Jamie, we can go in that order.
I look at this and I think on ability, Pakistan are around 60-40 favourites. However, I think when you look at the sort of the New Zealand ability to play a bit above the sum of their parts and Pakistan's inconsistency and literally, could be anything on the day. I think I go more marginal in terms of the favourite status, but I think Pakistan still is slight favourites.
Amit? New Zealand?
I think a lot would depend on whether they choose to play Adam Milne over Tim Southee, because Tim Southee has been out of sorts. He hasn't been in good form. And if you put Adam Milne, Trent Bolt and Lockie Ferguson, you're really pushing that batting lineup hard, the Pakistani batting lineup, which is already at the top of the order. They're struggling for form. They're going to, try to... They are not at the peak of their confidence. So I think that's going to decide a lot. And otherwise it's Pakistan for me.
Yeah, I'm so glad that no one is going to say it all depends on who will win the toss.
No, not at all. I was going to ask Jamie, is something to factor in the fact that New Zealand have played most of their cricket in Sydney? We saw that as opening game. They played Sri Lanka there again.
Yeah.
Sydney is something to go in their advantage, Jamie, you feel, or not really?
I mean, it depends. I think it all goes down to what kind of track we get. And I think on that Sydney track, I think bowling attack to bowling attack in current form, Pakistan's attack is probably that 60-40 for
and
me
Pakistan
as well.
South Africa in Sydney, right?
Yeah.
Correct. But I just think more than that, it's going to go down to something I said before. You look at the last year's T20 World Cup, those 4 overs from Mitchell Santner against India, they were not able to score against it. And so I think his 4 overs, how this shaky Pakistan batting order, especially if those 2 openers get out early, how they deal with Santner, and then conversely, how the other team does with Shadab. I think Shadab has had a fantastic World Cup. His 4 overs, because Nawaz, I think today Nawaz was about to bowl, then Babu said, you know what, Ren, you go back. How teams face Shadab, more than, Bolt, Southee, Ferguson, Milne, and all these guys, it's going to come down to my mind, just those 8 overs for Shadab and for Santner, because they're having tremendous World Cups on their own right. In a tournament, people expected pace to dominate. These guys have been outstanding. So for me, I'm keen to see how those 8 overs go.
Yep.
I had something similar on those points. I mean, coming back there, that New Zealand have probably one of the, their core set intact. And unlike other teams, they know their roles and, their roles to perfection. So do you think that has some sort of edge when you're building a T20 side, because you know exactly what you have to do?
Yeah. So, just before we wrap up the Pakistan-New Zealand chat, I just have a question for Dan. So if you are in the New Zealand camp, how are you planning for Harris and Iftikhar, because those have stood up on big games when Babar and Rizwan have not.
Yeah. First of all, going back to what was just said about the kind of the coherency of the New Zealand squad and how you account for that. I think that's the reason why I sort of went conservative to sort of slight favourites rather than a 60-40 for Pakistan to start with. Now, in terms of big game players, I'm not a huge buyer of this argument, and certainly not for a player like Harris, Rahul, or Iftikhar Ahmed, who really haven't been in that many major spots in tournaments.
Yeah, Dan, no, I'll just reiterate my question. I mean, as a bowling unit, how would you plan for Mohammad Harris? Who,
the wrong
in this World Cup, it's a small sample size. I'm sure his T20 sample size is bigger, and similar for Iftikhar, because Iftikhar performed against India and South Africa. So, I mean, he can be an important player.
Yeah,
as you've seen, he's picked up his pace game.
Yeah, Harris, I would have to have a look at some real detailed data before I would want to commit to answering that. The vast majority of the time, a batter will have some weakness in some way, shape, or form. His is a key wicket. His is someone who we definitely would want to get early, because he's one of the few players in the Pakistan team who can really take the game away from you. Iftikhar Ahmed, I would probably bombard with spin if the match situation dictates at that time. I look at him much more as a pace hitter rather than a spin hitter. So again, these key early wickets are pretty important. So if you can get Harris out, if you can get one of the openers out, then you start to make inroads and exposing Iftikhar to spin, which he probably doesn't want to face. And so early wickets, maybe you front load the bowling a little bit with your premium bowlers up front would be a consideration as well.
So New Zealand Pakistan, that's a watch along. You guys can catch us on Wednesday. It'll be a fun watch. Just quickly, and I say quickly because I need to let Amit and Jamie make way. England, India. Let's just talk about all of that, because we've spoken about it in a big thing. Anything strikes you hard when we talk about England, India at Adelaide, or not really? It's just on its day how it's going to go.
At this point of time, I mean, my only concern is, are India prepared for the day when Sky fails?
Okay. Is that the inevitable question?
Yeah, because the last time Sky failed, India needed that Kohli against Pakistan sort of a knock.
True.
Those knocks do not come every day.
Okay. Dan, do you see it that way? I mean, if there is no Sky, then what is our insurance policy? It can't be Virat again.
No, I agree with Suresh, actually. I think that this is the avenue that England are going to take. You know, between now and Thursday, England are going to really want to do their homework on Sky and try and work out how they can negate his threat, because he's the one batter, I think, in this team, at least on current form, who can take the game away from them. Well, his innings today against Zimbabwe was I mean, I don't say this lightly, it was one of the best innings that I think I've ever seen in a T20 match in terms of the scope of shots that he played, the unorthodoxy, and just kind of the lack of fear that he had. You know, he's come in at 87 for 2. He's quickly lost KL Rahul. He's quickly lost Rishabh Pant down the other end. And the guy still comes out and plays these incredible, ultra-aggressive, attacking shots, 360 degrees. I mean, what's there not to like about that? I mean, it is truly, truly exceptional. And
and I mean, the fact is, after every Sky knock, we just keep on saying that this is the best knock we've seen in a T20.
Yeah, I mean, it's like saying superlatives and adjectives and all of that. I think we showed the wagon wheel also to our viewers during the mid-match show. But I want to ask Dan about, how do you plan for someone? You mentioned there that England are going to be doing their homework. Have you noticed any chinks in the armor?
Yeah, but before we go back to how you plan for Sky, I mean, again, I think Dan would want to explain further the question that, are India prepared if Sky fails?
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure that they are. This is why the game is so fascinating. The matchup is so fascinating, because Sky will fail. There's not necessarily in this match, but there will be matches where he fails, because no one can do what he does on a consistent basis. You know, if he does that 30% of the time, that's huge. You know, if he does it 50% of the time, and that means probably going to be the best player of all time. You know, but there's still going to be 50% of the time that he's not going to do that, and then that's where the likes of a Virat and a Rishabh Pant and the Hardik Pandya have got to come to the party. I was pleased to see Pant get a nod today to play. Not perhaps in his ideal role, but what I hope from the management group is that he gets that message here. You got out, you got caught on the boundary. Keep going. Play positive, be brave, be fearless. Do your thing, and you'll get the rewards in the long run. Hardik's had a little bit of a struggle, I think, in this World Cup with the bat, and he needs to come to the party as well. And there's the big question mark, I think, over Rohit Sharma in particular out of the top three. So yeah, this India batting group is not infallible. There are question marks around it, and I think that as Sumesh originally said, if Sky fails, some of these, 1 or 2 or 3 of these guys have got to go and pick up the mantle, and they've got to go and play 150 plus strike rate innings off 20 plus balls to be able to give India what Sky hasn't given India on that occasion.
So what is the homework that England need to do?
No, I had, on the homework part, right?
Yeah.
I had 2 small questions. So basically, one is, are England prepared, or can England, how valuable is that Arshdeep versus England openers battle going to be? And second is, will England risk Sam Curran in the power play because we know that the Indian top order struggles against left-arm pacers, and is it a ploy that they'll use Sam Curran in the opening few overs, or will they swap Chris Wokes for somebody like David Willey, because who gets a lot of swing early on? Is it a possibility?
That's a good question. That
for me, I wouldn't drop Wokes for Willey. I would keep it consistent. A few people have talked about Willey coming in for Dawid Malan if Dawid Malan is injured, having a little bit more of a bowling heavy group. So I don't know if that's the thinking of the management, but that's another potential option there that England do have. I think personally that would weaken the batting a little bit, obviously, and in terms of what I wouldn't want to have is the batters going into their shell a little bit because they're worried about, they've got the depth, but maybe not the quality that they might want. It's very, very tough to work out what they're going to do. I think Wokes will still bowl in the power play, to be honest with you. I think that's his role in the side, and I don't think that will change. Whether they might go over of Sam Curran as well is probably worth considering. Obviously, Willey, if he bowls, that's going to be his role as well if he does play. So yeah, there's some options there for sure among the England think tank, and they've got a big decision I think to make on Thursday. I think a lot of it will depend on the fitness of Dawid Malan.
Yeah. So that Wood versus Sky, does that become the battle to watch out for?
Yeah, who would you throw the ball to if you were Butler on the day?
Well, Wood, I think, would be an interesting matchup against him with the high pace. We've seen Sky is not scared of throwing the bat at basically anything. So, you have Wood maybe with 2 men on the boundary behind the bat would be perhaps a ploy that they might want to look at. I was quite surprised with the fields that Zimbabwe set today a little bit against Sky in terms of negating that. So I'm sure England will do their homework in that respect. Well, I hope they do anyway. And Wood against Sky. Prime Wood against Sky would be such a great battle to watch as well.
Yeah, because the only time Sky is kind of being dismissed essentially against Pakistan was high pace, and we saw how he got nicked off. A last couple of questions, right? Just to wrap up this particular watch along and chat that we're having. Pramod Anand going on to say, I think Curran will be more of a threat. He has the right length and bowl at the right pace. His death numbers in the World Cup are too staggering. Something that Akash touched upon. And we'll also, of course, reflect the crossword answers. I know the producers are going mad at the back.
Yeah, but guys, please respond with your answers, and you stand a chance to win a Amazon voucher. So please send in a response. Srivatsan, you said it's very easy, so please send us your responses.
And it's a super Sunday. It can be a sweet Sunday if you guys can get your answers right.
Yeah.
Just to wrap up this discussion with Dan, questions for India in terms of changes, because that was one of the comments coming. I was going to ask you that inevitably. Pant, stick or twist?
Yeah, so one, again, do you see DK making way for Pant again? Or is there any argument behind India doing that? And B, Aksar has looked off color, right?
Especially at the
so an argument again to include Chahal and then maybe
Harsh,
or even include Harshal Patel instead of Aksar Patel, because pacers have done well.
King cut,
and maybe India do not need spinners. I don't know, but again, the argument is that they're playing England, who would fancy facing pacers.
Yeah,
or spinners.
basically, Dan, what would you do?
A lot of current names, yeah.
Okay, easy question. Very, very tricky question, actually, in terms of, I think, the difficult decisions that India's think tank have got to make over the next few days. Okay, Harshal Patel in, I wouldn't do it, even though the conditions are maybe quite pace friendly right now in Australia. I think that will play into England's hands in terms of the positive matchups that England's batters will have against pace. Sumesh just mentioned the fact that England's batters are very, very competent against pace, and I think that England would be quite happy to face Harshal Patel over a spinner. Personally, I would gamble with Chahal because I've seen England's weakness against leg spin, and I look at them and I think they're pretty vulnerable right now against a high quality leg spinner. The question is, who do you obviously leave out in terms of bringing Chahal in? And this is where I have a massive problem with India's kind of roster construction and player pool. And there's no one in the top 5 who can do like a Markram or a Moeen Ali or a Glenn Maxwell role of bowling some matchup off spin. And if they did, then I would 100% leave Ashwin out and bring Chahal in. Akshar Patel's got a very good record against England over previous years, I believe, as well. So that's something to consider too. So I in an ideal world, I would want 3 varieties of spinners in the team, and India don't have that luxury because none of their top 5 contribute with the ball, and that's a problem that I think needs to be addressed in terms of that sort of the future planning, and trying to identify someone who can play that role in the future would be pretty huge.
Fantastic.
I would lean towards leaving out Ashwin for Chahal, but I don't love any solution basically.
I mean, the point that you made about roster construction, I think if we add all the squads of all the IPL 10 teams right now, it'd be difficult to find a player who can play for India in the top 5 and ball. So
this is the problem, and this is why I'm thinking, because in England, like these players are like 10 a penny, you know. You can the vast majority of bowlers can bowl like some form of matchup spin or bit of pace off or whatever it is as well. And I think this is where kind of like the pathways of the 2 countries have varied a little bit. In that England have developed so many multi-skilled players, and India still maybe have to do that. So for me, if I'm an IPL player, so I'm in the early 20s, and I'm batting in the top 5. I'm working so hard in the off seasons to develop my spin. This is the point to get in the national team.
Yeah, actually, so Dan, this leads me to 2 parallel questions, and I know we wanted to wrap this up, but it brings me to 2 questions. One is a fact that given we talk about India and the bench that they have, there can be 2 teams, 3 teams. So at times, see, this is what I feel, that when there is a shortage, people tend to develop other skills. Now, if there is a big bench where you have a lot of pacers, a lot of spinners, you don't really need a batter to roll his arm over even in the nets, right? You always have these good net bowlers and all that, and probably that inhibits development of all-rounders. Whereas you look at a team like Zimbabwe, they potentially have at least 10 players who can bowl, and which is true for a lot of small nations, because maybe, and this is just my hypothesis, I don't have any real data to prove this. That is one, maybe, I mean, just wanted to know your thoughts before I get into the second question.
Yeah, no, resource issue makes sense. That argument does make sense. It's certainly logical. But like I say, so this is something that I like to see a lot of. I want to see players trying to upskill off their own back. I don't want to see them just being in like a team environment and doing it. I know English players who are constantly trying to upskill and working on stuff. They might have stuff in their own garden that they're working on, for example. You know, like this is, or they're paid for private coaching or whatever it might be. But this is what I want to see from some of the Indian batters. I want to see someone learn how to bowl at least serviceable matchup spin, or get to that level. Because one, it's an investment in themselves in terms of international cricket, but it's also an investment in themselves in terms of auction valuation as well. Because we've seen so many times that all-rounders go for premium pricing in auctions, and if you're a domestic all-rounder, you're going to go for a super premium pricing if you're good enough. So for me, that would be a real point of difference that I would consider making if I was a player right now.
Yeah, a few names just come to mind. I mean, Abhishek Sharma, someone mentioned.
Hardly, right? I mean, Deepak Hooda is in the 11 because he can bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like he will bowl. He just can bowl. You can bowl also. You're with us for the World Cup. So, Dan, I mean, talking about upskilling, and which brings me to my second question. Now, in my opinion, had Chahal been a batter capable of hitting like 2 boundaries if needed, he would have definitely played every game of this World Cup.
Yes.
So now this argument applies to batters as well, right? I mean, the thing with India right now is neither of the 3 pacers can bat. Chahal can bat. Chahal can't bat. We know that Kuldeep Yadav can't bat, even though he had batting abilities when he was younger. Whereas on the other hand, we see a player like Rahul Chahar, who actually has gone on to say that he's trying to develop his skills with the bats because he feels he can contribute. So this applies for bowlers as well, right? I mean, we know for sure that someone like Chahal has a lot of time at his hands as well, which he can probably invest in his batting. So, I mean, at this stage of his career, he's, I think, in his 30s. Is it actually possible for a player to develop that sort of a power or bat swing to become a capable T20 batter? At least at number 8 or number 9.
Even Bishnoy was trying.
Not even top 7. Yeah.
I think it's definitely possible. I think that having spoken to bowlers about this, like bowlers, English bowlers that I know, I've actually worked with a couple of them on trying to tell them what is good, because they don't know what's good. They don't know what if they're coming in and batting at number 9 or number 8, they don't know what is a good innings and how to construct a good innings. So helping them in those benchmarks has been really useful to them and kind of open their eyes a little bit to what they can achieve. And then they can go away with the batting coaches, and we're working with batting coaches as well when we're having these discussions and looking to specifically build up those hitting skills. And so they can play those kind of roles at 8 or 9. I think it's huge. It's absolutely huge. And like I said with the batters, learning how to bowl some match-up spin, it's no different for bowlers. You learn how to hit, then you're going to have more chance of playing international cricket. That's how someone like Shardul Thakur got his role a little bit in international cricket. And also, you're going to go for more money at auctions as well.
Okay, the last question, this clash. Imagine you're in the English management, and there's a decision to make.
He wants to be. He's waiting for a call.
David Malan is ruled out. So how do you replace him? Do you replace him with Ben Stokes in the batting order, or do you go the Moeen Ali route and ask Moeen Ali to be a basher? Which kind of...
Or Phil Salt?
No, as in like in number 3.
Oh, in number 3. Yeah.
So I am a big fan of entry points rather than numbers. So if it's inside the power play, I would probably go Liam Livingstone. If it's outside the power play, in terms of when the first wicket falls, I would go with Moeen Ali. The matchup against spin, especially if Akshar Patel and Chahal played 2 favourable matchups for Moeen Ali. I also like the option, if Malan is injured, of bringing in Ben Duckett into the group, who's another left-hander and an excellent player of spin. Probably, I would say him and Moeen Ali are the 2 best players of spin in English cricket, T20 cricket. So that would negate the Akshar Patel and Chahal argument against England a little bit as well. And I certainly think that I would lean towards Duckett over bringing in Phil Salt in and playing him in maybe a unfamiliar role, if you like.
I was just looking at the TV set, and it just goes to show that maybe the 4 deserving teams have, of course, trickled their way into the semi-finals. No one would have predicted Pakistan, but look, South Africa cooked it up, and that's how it is. Dan, thank you so much for making your presence felt, and of course, insights into those semi-finals, and we'll, of course, touch base with you post-games to have more chats, of course.
And thanks to Jamie and Amit as well.
We disappeared.
It's not them. It's us. We pull the plug.
From
here.
Fast. But that was Dan Weston for you, ladies and gentlemen, and really appreciate Dan's time. Right, so look, guys, before we wrap up things on the CDC Watch Along, we really appreciate all of you all joining us for about, 4 hours and nearly 20 minutes. We'll just wrap up with the crossword and the answers. But before the answers, a final showcase of those clues. You guys can probably just guess right now because there is an Amazon Watch to be won, $500 off it. Now, this is what we put up. And make whatever you want to make of the clues. And we'll, of course, talk to you about the answers in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Let's showcase the answers and, of course, tell you all who's won the Amazon voucher because there have been plenty of people who've been pinging us. So here we go. Let's decode it all for you. 1 across. I was born in 1983, captain my country. It was Tatain the Taibu, of course, who also played in the 2007 World T20. 4 across was, of course, Bishu. The West Indian spinner, Devendra Bishu. I told you all, it's not just India-Zimbabwe, which is thrown in random people. Then 6 across, plural of former Australian captain, Pains. So you were right with Clarks. You were right with Clarks. CSK legend St. Lucia memories, obviously Reina, 8 across. 1 down, I had the most centuries for my country with 17 total across formats, and I also spotted out an alleged ICC fixing bet. Brendan Taylor from Zimbabwe. In 2000, I became the first fielder for Zimbabwe to take 4 catches in innings. We're looking for Guy Whittle, of course, who Somesh told us but didn't confirm. 99, father of 2, Arjuna Awardee, no prize for guessing. Ashwin there. And then, of course, started off my career as a batsman, former SRH player, Ruhan Arshad Song. It's Mohammad Siraj, that's the answer that we were looking for. And then ex-RCB raw pace bowler. Akash first initially gets Umesh because it was 5 letters, but then I told him, no, it's actually Navdeep Saini. So Saini was the right answer. And finally, once hit 6 fours and an over in the IPL, it was Ajinkya Rahane. Who was the bowler? Srinath Arvind? I think it was. I
don't even remember Rahane hitting 6 boundaries.
I would have guessed Prithvi Shaw.
I guessed the same.
2011 it was in the IPL where Rahane, I think for RR, hit Srinath Arvind's RCB at the Chinnaswamy when I was present. So unfortunately, or fortunately, let's say you guys see it. Right, so no responses yet, but whoever's commenting, if you guys are watching the watch along, we promise we'll reach out to you and give you the $500 coupon. So we'll leave the winner's space to you guys if you guys can comment. Somesh and me are going to have a sort of a drinking session now, maybe most probably by the looks of things. Akash is going to go back to Barcelona action.
Super 12s are wrapped up, guys.
Super 12s are wrapped up. It's a fight. And then there were 4.
Yeah.
And then, of course, New Zealand, Pakistan, England, India on Thursday. We're going to do a watch along for that. New Zealand, Pakistan as well.
Yep, T20 turns even more fickle.
Yeah, and you know what? Let us know in the comments in terms of picking the panel for the semi-finals. We're yet to do it. Maybe you can share the workload.
Yeah, if you don't like my face, just let me know.
No, we're there for sure. I'm saying in terms of Jamie, Crick, DC, Amit, and all you guys, shout out to, of course, making your presence felt. And it's a goodbye from us because right now, Super Sundays just started from my perspective in terms of all the football viewing and whatnot. Have a good one, gents, ladies. We'll see you soon. Wednesday, remember, 1:15.
Dogs, cats,
kids, dogs, yeah, everyone.
Squirrels.
Ciao from us, toodles. We'll see you soon.
Yeah,
Parrots.
cut.